commence our meeting. Again, with invocation by Henry, followed by the flag salute.
Father in heaven, we thank you for the abundance of blessings that you bestow upon us, especially the blessing of living in a nation where we are self-governing. Lord, it looks like that freedom is in peril right now from an insidious evil from within our own borders. Lord, give my generation and the younger ones the strength and the fortitude of the men who founded this nation and the men and women who have served in our military forces in all of our wars. May we be strong enough to preserve our freedom. And today, Lord, grant our commissioners wisdom and your guidance in the decisions that need to be made here today. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, administrative minutes, Tina.
Okay, I have the minutes of June 10th.
Okay, we had time to review those minutes.
Yes. I don't want to make a correction on them, and I'll go ahead and approve them to be as written, but I do want to point out one thing on those minutes, and that is on Planning and Zoning Environmental Health, page 2 of the minutes. You will see in there that last week we had an executive session, and it says Director Sharon Olmsted requested an executive session to discuss personnel performance with Jansen Spencer present. Becker moved to recess into executive session to discuss personnel performance pursuant KSA 754319B for personnel matters of non-elected personnel with the board, Jansen. I was that personnel, and I am not. I am an elected personnel. I did seek counsel on this from several people. It was a very improper executive session, and because I was the personnel that was discussed, the ball is in my court. So therefore, I was told that I need to advise the board that I will not keep that confidential. That portion of the executive session will not be kept confidential. I will let anybody know what they would like to know about that portion, since it is all about me. I think that's, I was really very disappointed that the board allowed that to happen. And I will tell you that two subjects of that was the fact that I brought out publicly what I called the outrageous bill of our legal counsel, Pat Hughes, and secondly, that I had the nerve to submit a CORA request, which is part of my rights as a commissioner to do my job properly. So the minutes are written correctly. That is exactly what happened. But it was improper, and I also will be consulting with an actual human resource person, professional person, to pursue a little bit more as far as going forward what we do in cases like that, because that cannot continue. So I will make the motion at this time to go ahead and approve the minutes as written, but I am just advising the board of that.
Okay, we have a motion to approve June 10th minutes. Second by Randy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
May I offer clarification just for the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was invited into that executive session, and you did have legal counsel present. And the purpose of the executive session was to discuss Sharon Olmsted's performance and how the interaction with her superiors is, and to get direction from the board as far as how to proceed. So other things may have been discussed in regard to that, but your legal counsel would not have allowed you to stay in an executive session if it was improper. So that's why you hired him. So that's my clarification.
And I do appreciate that, but, you know, every attorney has their own opinion. And actually, Brad only simply said the contact. He didn't say the meeting was proper, and I was gonna discuss it with Brad also, and I
I
did
would
not
recommend
discuss
that
it.
you did that.
But I do appreciate your clarification, but I'm sorry, but what you said was not correct, because it was not about that. It was about me personally, so thank you anyway.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, we do have early checks. Here's the signature for minutes.
Okay, first check is $112.66 to AT&T. And the other early check is $15 for UCC filing fee on our lease purchase for the tire cutter.
I have an FA estimate on the transfer station for approval. That's done by motion and vote.
Okay, this is a payment request for a transfer station construction from Nelson Valve LLC. With amount due contractor, $66,363.75. And it would be now at $214,697.32 on the $321,691.90 amount of contract. So this payment's contract would be $66,363.75.
That's your motion.
Okay.
Need a motion and a vote to approve, please.
Okay. You got a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the $66,363.75 for Nelson Valves for the transfer station.
Okay. And I will second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You want me to sign this?
Yes,
one?
please.
Do 17.
Thank you. I have salary sheets.
Okay, our salary sheets. First one was for Tom Holland, who was the interim road and bridge superintendent. The salary reverting back from $3,779 to $3,436. Also interim road and bridge superintendent for Jason Creven from 3,113 to 2,830. And then a new one for Ronald Wirtz, part-time seasonal, $12 an hour. That's for the road and bridge department.
I heard from Darren Neufeld, and I know Bryce has heard from him also, that the contractor should be on site this week for the 3/30th repairs. And I believe that he said on Wednesday.
Okay.
So-
I think he told me Thursday, but he'll let me know if things change, so.
So anyway, I just wanted to give you that update.
Have you seen the whole road and looked at it?
I was up there this weekend, but I was just gonna wait for them to show up and won't go out and look at it. Because you really won't know much else till they start tearing it.
Right.
So I shouldn't say tearing it, but tearing it.
Okay. Did you just want me to do the transport fuel bids? Vicki brought them up.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay. We have transport fuel bids. Pass these down.
Is this a total?
Yes.
Okay, we've got two bids, one's from F Service, one from Co-op Grain. F Service, 16,337.25. Co-op Grain, 16,341. Pretty close this time. So I'd make a motion to accept the low bid from F Service for 16,337.25.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I think that Bryce has a road crossing permit for you, and then I have just one other thing after.
Yeah. Marion County Rural Water District number 4 wants to bore a inch-and-a-half water line on under 140th east of Goldenrod. Here's the permit that I recommend for approval. Made a few changes on there per Galen's concurrence. We had a directions from Hillsborough wrong, so made those corrections on there, but other than that, no problems. So recommend for approval.
And that's with Rural District number 4?
Yes.
Okay. Any comment or question on that? Kind of normal operating procedure?
I visited the site and don't see a problem, so.
We've been approving those, haven't we?
Yeah, you haven't usually done it by motion or anything, you just done
We
the
haven't
signature.
used a motion on those.
Only once that I remember, but I mean, it's up to you, however you want to.
Either way.
do
All
that.
it requires is the chairman's signature.
Right.
I mean,
It's
this
just
is
a-
kind of normal operating
Yeah.
procedure.
Right.
We've been doing these,
Yeah.
And I'll follow up.
just the one signature on there,
Yeah.
right?
I actually have a couple more things.
Anybody want to see this?
Diane,
You want to see
No,
it?
I'm fine.
I need to have that,
Yep,
and then I'll
Let
get
you
back
have
to
it.
him after I have what I need.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I spent a little time visiting that Highway 50 and Limestone Road and taking a lot of pictures, but I'm gonna try to put forth the pictures and a rough guess on what it costs to get it fixed back to you, so just let you know. I want to get Jesse a laptop, and I don't know for sure, 'cause I think anything more than $1,000 has to have commission approval. I don't know what that'll be, but I'd like to get him a laptop, so let you know what comes out of this. So, looking to go out on truck bids. I guess there's been communication whether we go outside the county for bids, getting the commission's input, whether you want to do that. In county, we can get Dodge, Ford, or excuse me, Ram, Ford, and Chevy bids based on Midway coming from their stuff out of McPherson, but that doesn't cover like the Toyota or whatever else that may be. So, input.
We've always stayed in the county in the past, but there is also a governmental type way of bidding that.
Yeah, and they all will participate in that. It's just a matter of whether you want to go, do you want to go to Wichita and, maybe get better bids, but we're going out of county, so.
What's the commission's feeling on?
I think you need to get bids where you can get them from, and then make a decision once you get bids.
I know generally those governmental bids are through, I think, one dealership.
They typically go to a fleet dealership or whatever else, but, again, it's your
It'd be
choice.
nice to kind of compare, I think. I like to do business in the county, but if the variance is a lot, why we would at least have to look at it.
Okay, so go out of county, see what we get, and then go from there.
Yeah, I would recommend that governmental
Sure.
program.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll do that then. Yep, that's it.
All right. The only other thing I had was you had talked last week, you had granted a 1-week permission for the track vehicles to be driven as they're going from job site to job site on the county roads up in the Diamond Vista project.
Right.
And you had asked for clarification from Brad. He did call me this morning. He says that Section D of the statute does give the county the authority to issue that kind of permission. So KDOT does not consider under the statute our county gravel and dirt roads to be under their jurisdiction. So there's nothing required from KDOT.
So in order to facilitate RIS, we would need to grant a waiver basically until they're done, or until it's turned back over to the county.
Is it res? They still?
Well, I'd say just Diamond Vista.
Yep.
Diamond Vista. Res is the contractor,
Okay.
but either way, I didn't say Diamond Vista, Res.
Yeah.
For instance.
I haven't seen the res trucks, but I've been through Tampa.
Yeah, I've read that rig also, and it appears that Brad agrees with the way it's stated, that we as a governmental unit in the county can grant that type of waiver.
And he also did contact KDOT for verification, because he was uncertain too, because he sent me 2 emails on that as well. Because just by reading it, it is confusing. And actually, I feel better getting legal counsel. I just think it's always the right thing to do. So,
What are we looking at the end of the project then?
Yes, sir. Yeah. We're looking September now. Yes. Hopefully bringing in more people and equipment, weather paint.
And always looking out behind you whenever the track goes down the road, taking care of it behind it, so in case it does tear something up.
You know, you're following with a
Well,
blade.
Well,
Yep,
you
we
had
got
set
it.
forth some
Yeah, that was-
stipulations last week.
Stipulations only on Diamond Vista Haul route, because it's their roads that they have improved. There's always a blade immediately following, and then notification of the governing entity, whether it be Kirk and Michael or the county. And obviously keeping it to the minimum whenever possible. But there's just situations it needs to be done.
Right.
I have no problem with doing
I
that.
don't have any problem granting the waiver.
Then if you're going to do it, you need to do it with official
Sure.
action.
Diane, do you?
no, I have no problem now that I have Brad's blessing.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to grant Res Diamond Vista a waiver to allow them to run their track vehicles based on the agreement we have with them about with ongoing maintenance right behind the machines until the end of the project, or the county takes it back over, the roads back over.
I'll second
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And I think that we giving you the chance to get an opinion was good.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we appreciate your help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your input, guys.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
We're ready for budgets.
Okay, we're ready to start with the 2020 budget presentations. Road and Bridge is up first. Is Scott?
Yeah,
There.
Scott's here.
Okay, let's see here.
Well, here's a copy of the stuff for everyone, you one for Scott and one for Tina. So
One packet for everybody? Yes.
you can fight it with the colors.
Oh. We hand some bright colors down.
Yeah, okay.
Well, don't mess up.
They're all the same.
One's for Scott, one's for.
I'll get in front of King.
Sorry, I didn't know you could have another.
Scott Boyd.
Yeah, Bryce Gold.
Nice to meet you. Okay, this is Jamie.
You are who?
Scott Boyd.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
ID.
Not
Oh,
like just
it's awesome to meet you.
some Randy
So far.
person.
Yeah.
And we feel sorry for you to have to work with that.
Oh,
Wow.
It's great.
No
I told her
respect.
today will be an adventure.
No respect.
Be an adventure.
Part of the experience and adventure.
That's right, yeah. Every day's an adventure. Okay. The stuff I gave you is just, we kind of put everything together after the audit got done, and we'll cover that. We can look at it at some point in between breaks. I'll just kind of explain the big picture.
Yep.
Like I always do.
We'll certainly want to do that.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so we'll go on with Road and Bridge budget presentation. Bryce, I guess I'll turn that over to you.
All right, well, I guess I gonna come out and said, please work with me. This is my third week on the job. I lost my office manager last year. They've been putting forth all this, so new office manager, and been communicating quite a bit with Jesse. So please work with us to try to get through this.
Okay.
So I guess you just start with the first page of the worksheet. Is that how you do that?
Yeah, sure,
Okay.
yeah.
Going down through, starting obviously not personal services, but the contractual. We had 2019 budget 140,000. I like to go to 150. All that stuff should be in your file there. So
Are you
basically
on contractual or personal services?
contractual. Second line.
Typically, I might just say this now, new is, but on the personal services, we kind of wait till the end, putting a number in on that, because we're not sure where, you all are gonna where you want to come down with any kind of raises, or if there is a raise. And so typically, I think most of these department heads will probably be just putting in contractual commodities and capital outlay.
Okay.
And I'd also like to say, Tina offered last week, and we took her up on to sit down and go through this. I thought that was invaluable. So obviously it was nice to kind of understand what was going on. So
Exactly.
to satisfy the bean counters, you know what I mean? So, but anyway, on those first contractual commodities capital outlay, didn't see any need for change. Well, other than 150,000 to 3,750. So just no discussions there, I guess. If you don't have any comments, we're gonna go on the second page.
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Under blacktop, contractual services, we've had nothing this year. We've had a couple thousand in the back. Don't know what it would be, so we can leave it at the zero. Obviously, if things change, we can come back for adjustments. Tampa Road payment, the last payment's in 2020 for 223,182. So that will be done as of 2020. Blacktop projects are gonna leave it $1 million. Just have that money out there for things we want to look at. Now, the other issue is under blacktop projects, or whether this would be capital outlay, was any overlay work that we do on the roads. I didn't know where, if you put that here, if it was on the capital outlay, or Tina, or Scott, or whatever.
Overlays are usually out of capital outlay.
Okay.
This project line here, I think, Scott, isn't it right, was added for, I mean, you could do an overlay as a project, but it's mainly for like chip seal projects, or
Gotcha.
like
Okay.
kind of big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that's what I was gonna ask, if more
Big road
chip seal
projects.
comes out of that.
Yeah, okay, well, like I said, we were a little fuzzy on that, like I said, with the issue of the change in help, so. Under blacktop commodities, that all, from what we understand, that also includes salt and stuff like that that were put in there in the past, even though it hasn't been used. We have 4 spreaders for the trucks that, you know, whether we put salt or we put sand in there or salt sand combination, would include that in there. So obviously you never know what that's going to be on a yearly basis too. If you can, everybody's talking about weather, well, you know, who knows what's going to happen this winter time. So what we had planned on that would be part of that original commodities for blade patch oil, sealing oil, hand patch material, cover material, and striping and cold mix, which the cold mix started being delivered Friday also, so we'll be on that.
Actually, this is what's Doc, you said salt, and we have not used it.
Yes.
And I don't have any clue what kind of cost you're gonna look at. You know,
Well, and like I said, the biggest thing is you never know. The issue with salt is I guess you can go so many ways. You can deal with straight salt, you can deal with sand, which they have in the past. You can also do salt sand. The problem is if you use sand, is you got moisture to worry about. Well, if you make salt sand, it kind of takes care of it. Well, if you go salt, you basically have to have a covered shed. So, I mean, it depends on which way you go. That's something I think we're gonna work out. Obviously, we're gonna get the spreaders, you know, ready later on this fall, just in case they're there. If worst case scenario, I guess the cheapest alternative is just to put the sand, you know, especially on the areas where you slow down on paved roads, and accelerate. So at this point in time, we haven't really made any big decision either way, but obviously you start bringing in salt, you have to keep it covered, and that brings.
We never had a facility for that. in the
Exactly,
past.
and that's what we've talked about, and part of my presentation later on is I actually would like to try to do some work out the south shop, build some shelters or whatever else, and for equipment, salt, whatever the case may be. But obviously with our own forces, because this would be a tremendous.
We do have some assets out there that we can use.
Yep, and we've talked about going in there and cleaning up the south shop. There's a lot of pilings and steel, stuff like that we may be able to use. Wood posts, I mean, even a wood pole building is better than nothing when it comes to storing equipment and stuff. So that's something to look at down the road. But like I said, at this time, we really can't make a decision either way until we get those decisions figured out as to building the facility. So I'd like to take care of what we have right now before we go too much further. So
To give you an idea on salt, that's about $35 a ton. So we'll give you a good idea of what that is.
and I can tell you right now from experience, the best time to get salt is in the summer. Because if you try to get it in the winter time, you may not get it. The only way you get it is you declare an emergency, and which KDOT does, and it puts their trucks basically at the front of the guys that didn't require an emergency, but you still may wait hours to get salt. You'll pay a premium like nobody's business to get it, so that's why everybody else gets it in the middle of summer, because it's, you know, typically they get it on a backhaul or whatever else from somebody. It's a tremendous savings. So if we're gonna do something, we gotta make a decision fairly soon, and I don't really think we would probably use that much. And as soon as I say that, we're gonna say we're just gonna huge wet winter with ice and everything else. But, so like I said, there's several things to consider there, but, and it may come down to the fact is that, if we do go with salt, get into emergency situation, we say, you know, maybe it's not worth getting the salt, we just stick with sand and go with that. Sand at least is gonna be better than nothing when it comes to the abrasives.
But I think the best part of this deal is the buildings, even you need dry sand. You got
Well-
wet sand, a lot freezes up in your truck.
Yeah, well, the issue is if you put salt sand with it, the moisture isn't as much of an issue. But it's still, yeah, I mean, like I said, there's just so many things to consider, and once you put the salt in there and it gets wet, well then you're a mess too. So,
They had that problem last year.
Yeah.
Sand freezing up.
yep.
Do you foresee the price on these different commodities kind of being static?
That's what we're expecting. Now, if somebody could tell me otherwise, I mean, you know, you hear about the fuel going down, and it is dropping huge, but again, we're talking next year that's, you know, yeah, it's a crapshoot. And I know in previous, was it 14 you got hit real hard with fuel? That, you know, unfortunately what we're dealing, or what we're dealing with fuel is the same thing we're dealing with rock. You know, who would have thought we'd had to turn around and put this kind of rock down too? We're in the same situation, we've got to try to come up with that, so. But, like I said, at the point, I think we'll just leave those, you know, for blacktop, unless you guys have any other options. Commodities, keep it at 950. So, going on to gravel roads, the contractual services is basically the money that we've spent on hired trucks so far for rock. You know, obviously 2019 actual 93,607. You know, not having anything budgeted in there, who would have thought? So I guess I'd like to leave it somewhere around $100,000 to give us the opportunity. My goal is to, obviously down the road when we're talking about the gravel roads and the commodities, is to try to be able to do more work, to bring in more rock with the gravel roads and stuff like that. Plan a little better planning as to where we get to instead of just going out there and putting down rock and blading. So, you know, leaving $100,000 that, you know, obviously if the guys bring in belly dumps and stuff like that or whatever else, it brings the rock faster, but you got to pay for those services. So we go with,
You know, this year we didn't have any choice. We had,
yep.
but is it cost effective to do it that way rather than using our own?
Well, the cost effective is where you put up you have the direct cost, which is what everybody sees. But the indirect cost is, while those guys are hauling whatever else, our dump trucks are doing something else.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of indirect costs there also that are very tough to justify. Obviously, I'd like to use our trucks as much as possible, but you know, we still may have that option out there. And like I said, you know, some of those guys get pretty hungry for work, trying to find this stuff. You know, maybe we can get them on a backhaul from somewhere or whatever else. It's just a matter of coordinating that process.
So Bryce, I have a question for you. On the rock, as you're talking about the rock,
Mhm.
and we know that the haul that you were just talking about is a huge part of that total
Yep.
price.
Yep.
So I was wondering how you plan to buy rock. I mean, instead of buying just from one place, are you going to call the different rock companies to eliminate some haul? Because, you know, like the one down south, to haul all the way up north is quite expensive, and you have a company up there.
Sure.
And vice versa.
Yeah. It does become the idea of very large county, where do we get the rock most efficiently, still getting the KDOT approved rock or good rock. We have to look at that no matter where we're hauling. You know, also we're looking at the fact is, you know, we're still bringing in rock from Waverly, so they've been really good to getting that on a backhaul. The guys take this rock out and they bring back that rock, so it saves us money there. It's all a matter of economics and scale as to whether you get the rock, who hauls it, whatever else. That's something for myself with Jesse to try to figure out what makes the best use of our resources, whether it's outside or inside. But I understand that the outlay of money for rental trucks, and by the way, we're pretty sure we did it this year, but we're definitely going to make sure that we want to keep the hauling as well as the rock separate, so that money just for the hauling is kept separate from the rock itself. So,
Awesome.
yeah, we'll keep track of that. So that will also kind of give us a historical cost as to who's charging what and stuff to that effect. I realize it's been such a crazy last several months. We've just been calling, trying to find anybody we can to haul and, you know, just to get some coverage. But that's something for us to work on to make sure that we get that taken care of. So, yeah. As far as gravel projects, we had $200,000 in the budget. We haven't spent anything. I don't think we're going to spend anything yet this year, but I would like to say for next year, I'd like to bump it up to $300,000. Again, coming down with planning of rebuilding some roads and whatever else, and probably put some more rock out there on those. So.
So that number is just on rebuilds?
Yes. Yep. And you know, again, comes down to the idea that if we go in there and rebuild the whole rock. The other good thing about it, if we say that we used outside forces, is typically if they're hauling belly dumps or whatever else, is typically they can bring us a lot more rock quickly, to where once we're done with that road, we get it open right away. So as compared to our guys, you know, a belly dump's going to haul almost twice as much as our dump trucks for roughly the same amount of time. So we get rock on there quicker and get it open. You know, that's like everything else. We want to get roads open as soon as we can. You know, if it's just a little stretch of road, it's one thing, but if we're doing a mile or two at a time, then that's something that definitely can be beneficial. So, but like I said, with this year, with the amount of repairs and stuff like that, I don't see us really getting to the point of doing any more roads yet this year. We're just trying to get caught up with what we got. Again, driving around the counties, or around the county, there's a lot of things I would like to do, but probably gonna be next year. And then, as far as the commodities, obviously we've been hit hard this year, but we're setting about 1.1 million right now. I would like to bump that up in the neighborhoods of 1.2 million for next year, because honestly, I think there's a lot more rock that can be hauled, put in the proper places in the proper way to maybe make that not such a problem in the future, if you want to say that, putting the rock down where it's supposed to be and it stays. So obviously that's a big jump, but the other thing too is obviously this commodities as of right now includes all the repair work, is that right? The disaster stuff? Yeah. So we're hoping down the road that state and or federal money comes in to offset a lot of this stuff, but no guarantees. And whether that's this year or comes into next year, we don't know. So we're obviously keeping track of that, and I would like to commend that everybody in the office has been doing a great job. Pictures, documentation, keeping it all together. So when here's a breakdown, here's pictures and a recap, it's all right there. So it will definitely help us in the future. But anyway, I mean, like I said, it's a big step up, but that's kind of up to you guys on whether you want to increase that or not. But obviously it's been a big issue for the last several years about not having enough rock to have out there.
So you say we're spending about 1.1 now?
Yeah, the actual as of this is the end of May is $1,069,000 in rock out of the budget of $750.
How much of that, I was thinking about that anytime I see flooding, I was thinking about that. How much do you know, that a rough number of what FEMA would potentially, because I assume you had on all these rains, you had some pretty bad roads.
Yeah, I don't know if do we even have anything to that effect, Jesse?
No, I mean, there's no idea right now.
When you submit to FEMA, you've had these meetings and stuff, is it just to report damage on certain roads? You don't throw a number at it or anything?
Well, I mean, we throw estimates, and I think somewhere around the $750 to $1 million estimate is fairly accurate.
For reimbursement.
For reimbursement. Now, when you talk them numbers, if we would get something back, you're probably looking at $200,000 to $300,000 if our documentation is all there and everything's legit. Sometimes you can see up to that much out of your $1 million estimate. So, will we see that? I don't know. I would say we have around $750,000 estimate damage is my estimate around there. So, I know what we've spent already, and it's been out of our budget, and we've already spent just on damages for flooding is $150,000 easy. So, and we got a ways to go yet.
Because that's why I was wondering, 2019 actual is already $1,069,000, and that's quite a bit higher than what it's been.
Yeah.
And the FEMA reimbursement usually doesn't come for 6 to 9 months.
Never know.
And so one thing I wanted to bring the commissioners update on, if you remember last year, we transferred some of that assessed value into risk management to help with cash flow because of the waiting on the FEMA reimbursement. So there's $189,000 that was transferred, that portion of we kind of split it, the amount of assessed value. We transferred to risk management as part of the tax lid calculation so that we could, when you're waiting for reimbursement on federal money. And so that's why I was wondering kind of what those numbers would be, because we're sitting here in June through May numbers, and we're at $1,069,000, and the last 3 years have been in around $700,000.
Yeah.
So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, and the whole thing comes down to the fact is you document everything, before and after pictures, and you put that figure to it. When you got to do that in each location, they have to go back. They basically inspect every location, and they're doing that for what she say, 20 some counties across Kansas.
Imagine.
Yeah, and so we're going to fit in that number just like anybody else. And I think what Randy Frank said, we had to get to $600,000 or $700,000 for the state.
$50,000 for the state.
Once that becomes away, then they can go to the actual FEMA, the federal government, to do that. But still requires a presidential declaration of But we get to that point, I don't know, so, you know, it may come out of state funds or
Does
whatever.
county has to get to that?
No, statewide.
Statewide,
Yeah,
correct.
that's why they go to each county, they get their, oh, yeah, it's gonna be
That's
way
way
above
above
that,
that,
yeah. But it still comes down to the fact, just the more counties that are involved, the more paperwork
Right.
there is, the longer time it takes.
Yeah.
So, but, and like I said, if you don't wanna go that high, I'm just, you know, my ideas of what needs to be done and whatever else, so something to think about, but.
I
I
would
wish-
say that probably the majority of what you spent, though, we don't have all the bills from the flooding yet
Right.
paid. So
Right.
this was even prior to the
Prior to
flooding.
that.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah.
hauling just a lot of rock.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
I wish I could-
We've had these 100-year floods now every 10 years.
Well,
So
but
we'd expect next year to be dry.
Well, don't expect anything.
Yeah, don't expect anything.
Here's the issue with a 100-year flood. The time frame based on that 100-year, 250, 500, whatever else is not the probability that it will occur once every 100 years. Well, it actually is the probability, saying that, well, it happened once every 100 years. It's the probability that you'll have that rain in 1 year. So a 100-year flood means you'll have a 1% chance each year that you'll have that kind of flood. So that's why you can have them time and time and time again. That's the traditional thinking of that. So, you know, to say that you get a 100-year flood, which, well, the scope of things, you know, whatever we were at, it probably was, but it could be a lot worse because every time it goes up, it's exponential. But, so it's kind of, you know, when we say 100-year flood, that's just a 1% probability you'll have it in any one time. So,
And normally, I think, as a commission, we would want to use that to weigh in on this, but realistically,
it's impossible.
it's impossible.
Really.
Yeah.
And the other thing that hurt us so bad about the rains, you know, like I said, was maybe not the intensity all the time, but it was just a continuous, you know, nothing ever dried up, nothing ever, you know, the creeks never went down, and debris was still flowing, and that's really what hurts you. Water is the most destructive substance in the world given time, and that's why we have as much problem. When you send water over those roads for a week or two, every time it's going across there, it's taking rock, dirt, debris, whatever else over there. So I wish there was a magic ball or a crystal ball or whatever else that would say anything different. But anyway, that, like I said, was just my thought on the commodities. We'll see what happens with the reimbursement. Bridge construction commodities. The way we understand it, this is actually our state bridge projects, the 75-25 split. Based on the report from Cook, Platte, and Strobel last year, we've done an awful lot of projects out there that we could probably get to that point. Whether we do them in-house or outsource, whatever else. I guess the issue I understand is that, not the issue, but we don't have a lot of experience in our culvert crew as far as doing this stuff. I can go in there and definitely work with them on that kind of stuff, but it gets to the point to where we spend our own resources spinning our wheels, although even if we do that, I still would like to get our guys more trained. And it's just a matter of getting out there and showing them, you know, to do that. But we can cover a lot more of those repairs. But I do know, like down at 60th and Timber, east over there, we had water across the county, the blacktop. We had county water across the gravel road. We've had some wing wall issues. I mean, it's just a mess, and not any different than a lot of places. But with the wing wall issues, we've got to go back and fix them, whether we do it with our own forces or whatever else. You know, again, it comes down to the judgment of making that decision. So, and it may be some late fall, winter work too that we could do, but it still comes down to the issue if we need to document it as part of this reimbursement. We can do that too, but. So based on the commodities, I guess I'd like to say that I'd like to go up to 400,000 from 350 simply because I know there's some work out there that we can do. Again, Jesse showed me a picture of a culvert again this morning that has some serious issues that we need to look at. So like I said, it's probably not any different than what does in other places in the county that we have to look at. Well, 400,000 there. On to shop. Contractual, we're setting 75,000. I can't remember did I have my percentage on there? No, I didn't. I took those off. I think we were at like 50% right now, so
We were at 45.
45%. So we're almost spot on considering 5/12 of the budget, but, you know, whether it went to 100,000 just to cover whatever the inflation may be or whatever else too, and took 100,000. Commodities at 300,000, we're at 124,000, so we're right at 50%, a little bit over where we should be at this time. And then shop fuel, roughly around the 500,000, I guess. That's been you know, we talked about the price of fuel between now and then, who knows? You know, I mean, it depends on what happens overseas. Obviously, we're trying to conserve fuel as much as possible, and you know, try to. You would like to think that all the new stuff out should be more efficient on fuel. I mean, that's what they say. Go to the Tier 4 diesels and everything else, but you know, we just got X amount of equipment that we use a lot of fuel.
Jumping back there, just what's included in the road and bridge maintenance shop commodities?
You got equipment, parts, go ahead.
Okay, parts.
Yeah, equipment parts, shop and shop tool supplies, shop building supplies, tires, tire supplies, oil, and propane. Basically everything that runs a shop.
I see you up the signs there.
Let's just get to that.
Okay.
I guess we need to get a little direction from the commission. You know, coming obviously from the state agencies and stuff like that. The states, well, I would put that the way it's set up by the federal government through the MUTCD is all municipalities, including states, federal government else, are supposed to follow the MUTCD. MUTCD is a manual and uniform traffic control devices. Basically explains mandatory guidance and corresponding information for basically every sign, their traffic control item, whatever else there is out there. The reason that I upped the budget was twofold, is that if the commission wants to basically abide by the MUTCD, and that means brighter or retroreflectivity on the signs, we have to upgrade them. We're in the process of doing that area by area. So that's the idea that we've been doing that. But the main thing that comes into play is our existing road signs, our road work ahead, stuff to that effect. And it's through no fault. I mean, these guys have been using these signs for a lot of years. Is they, number one, don't meet the brightness is basically the retroreflectivity of it. It doesn't meet those signs, and typically they are scratched up or whatever else to where you say that they don't officially meet that. So if the commission wants to go back and start upgrading those, there's no way we can do it all in 1 year, let's put it that way. It's gonna be a huge undertaking. But if you wanna go back and do that, we could probably start doing it on a, I don't know, 3 to 5 year plan, whatever else. Which it brings up the other issue is typically these guys, and it works out well for them, is they mount these on a rebar, you know, rebar tripod, whatever else. That is not crash worthy, according to that either. So if somebody hits them, the sign doesn't fold the way it's supposed to or whatever else, so it could be a liability. Now, I'm not saying there's probably a county in the state or nation that doesn't still use these. It just brings up the issue of I'd say a possible liability that if those are ever hit, you know, where do you go? Because a rebar basically becomes a projectile when you hit it. If you drive under it, it can poke back up into the car, whatever else. One thing that I can do, obviously refacing the signs is not that big a deal. Labor-wise, it's just buying the material. Typically, it's a 3M specified material. You can get it in sheets. It's just a matter of cleaning the existing sign and basically peel and strip, putting this stuff down and making your own letters. You can buy letters that way. The letters do not have to be reflectorized, but just the background. So, I mean, either way you go, we're still looking at down the road, you replace it. Like I said, we're doing it out on the road signs right now, and you can tell a dramatic difference, especially driving at night. You see those signs, are like, wow, they stick out compared to the old engineer grade or whatever else. And and the reason that it's basically mandated by the federal government is they want that to be basically the statute all over the country, that everybody has these. So, like I said, that's one of the things I'm looking at. But if it's got to come to the commission as to whether you want to. I take the chance of ever getting in that situation, and then when it comes down to the fact is it's a battle of the attorneys. You know, we always have that, but it comes down to the fact is that if something happens and somebody gets severely injured or killed, their attorney says, oh, are you using MUTCD signs? And we're saying no. Well, that's a big step towards that. Now, I'm not saying that's going to ever be a problem, but you never know. I mean, plain and simple, like I talk to my truck drivers, we're driving up and down the road, and God forbid somebody pulls out in front of us or whatever else, and we hit them. Could happen, but, yeah. So, like I said, that's why I wanted to go to $100,000 so I could start, reworking that and certain sign bases. We do have several, like our flagging signs and stuff like that, that are up to current, and they have the crash-worthy bases. But like I said, a lot of these signs, they get thrown on the sides of the dump trucks, and they're there for a reason. I'd rather have them put up a sign that says road closed than not put up a sign that says nothing, and we have problems down the road. So it's kind of one of those situations where you're in the middle of it.
So your first effort would be towards the under construction signs, road under construction or road work ahead?
Honestly, it's. I know one of the things is when you actually contract out, I mean, you're paying for somebody else to do the labor. Refacing these signs is something you can do in the wintertime. It's snowing outside or whatever, you bring them in the shop and do that. But yeah, I would really like to kind of work that way and then come up with a some sort of approved sign base. That's the issue. Is the rebar was there because it was very efficient, or simple to get, make the signs and everything else. They last up pretty good. If you bend over rebar, you either straighten it or put a new one on there. But again, it brings up the issue, and it's going to cost more money because according to the MUTCD, everything basically has to be NCHRP 350, which is basically a national standard. They actually do crash testing for it. There's videos all over the place that they show them running the barrels and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting. They do the same thing with guardrail. We're fortunate where we don't have to upgrade the guardrail based on no changes to it. We kind of talked about that before, but it just comes down to the fact is I really think that whether it's whether it's a liability issue or not, that I think it's definitely beneficial that we spend a little extra money in the construction or the roadwork signs, whatever else, because they do make a difference when it comes to seeing them. We go to the effort, try to put the best signs out there to cover ourselves, even though we still have the issue of people driving, and so. But that's kind of why I want to go for that for those two reasons. So.
One thing I might say here real quick. State of Kansas hadn't come out and clarified some of this tax lid. Some of these, like number 20 and 21, but number 20 on the tax lid says that property tax revenue spent on federal or state mandates that was effective June 30th of 2015. So one of the things I've asked the state of Kansas is on this very thing here is if we have to go put some of these signs in and all that, that's a mandate that even though the mandate's been there for a long time, it continues to roll over because you've got to keep your signs to this, what he's talking about here. Yeah. So, like, let's just say it is $100,000 a year. That $100,000 a year could be about 3/4 of a mil that would be exempt from the tax lid. So I'm just making everybody kind of aware of that. My understanding is you have to, document it the best we can, kind of like we did that money that we put in risk management. It's professional judgment, and until, the court could challenge it at some point, but I don't see them. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't see them doing that because of these very things where they're calling you to have it at this reflectivity at a certain level, and we don't. To me, that's a mandate that you would have to raise the bar. So I'm just. The dollars there are an exemption potentially.
Yeah, I would say to piggyback off that, actually the state is doing an awful lot of work out there by using federal safety money. So again, it's the same thing. Now, granted, it's a tax issue, but a lot of that, the work is set out specifically for safety, whether it's federal, state, and whatever else. So yeah, that might be something to look at to reimburse some of that, and we can document all that information definitely. So. All right. So now
the easiest way, though, if you want to get a little more expensive, is to set a bid out, see what percentage.
Sure. Well, and that's what we'll continue to do. But understand that's the other thing is basically the way it's set up with the retroreflectivity is that 3M has basically cornered the market, and the states and the federal government the same way. That's kind of the best thing out there right now. That's what they do for a living, and they're very, very good at it. But yeah, we're definitely going to check into contracts too, so that, and maybe it's an issue of where we go, 50/50, whatever percent, some contracts, some in-house, and, so it'd be nice, and the sign guys had actually actually told me that they've seen them done, so they seem receptive to it also, so, but like it's a little by little. The best thing that I guess next thing I have is Special Bridge, 68-1135, is that right, Tina? Okay.
Yes.
Contractual, we don't know what that would, anything else, if we haven't used it in several years other than $20 in 2017, so. Commodities, for some, I've never seen a budget item of $207,249, but we were saying to try to stay at the $200,000 range. And capital outlay,
Reason that way, it seems like that's kind of being countered down to that $1, but we keep the levy sometimes the same. And so
Okay.
what you do is if the levy stays the same, you just fill in whatever number it is to make that levy
Okay.
stay the same.
Okay.
Just for
Yeah.
future reference.
like I said, just kind of get them, they're all that way on the,
Yeah.
I guess those were actuals. But,
Yeah.
and the capital outlay, is that where the equipment came in, Tina?
Are you talking about the special equipment fund? That's 160.
No, this is Special Bridge.
No,
So what would the capital outlay be? It's been zero for the last 5 years, so.
you don't usually have any capital outlay out
Okay.
of special bridge.
Sounds good.
What happened
Base,
is,
I'm sorry.
oh,
I was just gonna say, the only thing that typically comes out of that is your personnel and your special bridge and culvert crew, and then the bridge and culvert materials, like culverts and,
Okay.
So you're buying items and you're paying your employees.
yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
Because what happened is there was like maybe 4, this has been a few years back, but there was like 4 bridge funds, special bridge funds. And
Okay.
they each were set up by a mill levy because of a certain function.
Okay.
And so they got rid of all those functions, and so we still have this one bridge fund left.
Okay.
But it's never capital outlay, and this one's never been used.
Yeah. Okay. Bye. Again, trying to.
We did have, as we were talking, and this has been asked before, Scott, is that, do we need to still keep that fund 154, or can we like merge that into just
Probably,
road and
yeah,
bridge
just-
fund by now, into 146? Because we have that bridge construction line item in
Yeah,
146.
sure.
I just didn't know if there's a purpose for keeping
No,
it separated.
I don't think so.
Okay. Like I said, that whatever that commodities number, we just roughly the same. So, under special bridge, road and bridge, special equipment road and bridge, we have 50,000 budgeted for rental equipment. I like to keep that. We get a little bit later on, I'll talk about some equipment that I'd like to look at renting to see if it'd be worthwhile to purchase. And then road and bridge capital outlay, that would be the equipment then.
Well, it's with, that second page, you'll see that 160, 525, 400, special equipment,
Yeah.
capital outlay, that is, purchases.
Okay. In each one of your packets, I put the equipment stuff in there. Obviously, one of the pages is the 2 payments left on the piece of equipment. The 2013, yeah, this still says 2019. Anyway, basically the payments that are left there, a total of $77,641, which were put on the budget sheets. The equipment for 2019 talked about what was put in the original. Obviously, there's been a lot of changes. I put original on the left and revised on the right. Trying to help out the situation with money a little bit. Obviously, a new pickup for me. We have a 3/4 ton. One of the trucks used for the guys on the crew. Pretty bad shape. A lot of miles, a lot of damage. Everything. It's got some rust in some bad areas. Like what, 500,000 miles, I guess. So, really like to get that replaced. I want to set along with the truck for myself. One of the things we've looked at is due to all the tree trimming and stuff like that needs to be done. And I guess the existing bucket truck we have has quite a few issues. Some of them involve safety. Is like to get a different bucket truck to be able to reach those. And that would be dealing with the issues of the trees going clear over the top of the roadway. They may be huge trees that we can't basically cut down from the base that we'd like to put some money towards a new bucket truck. Obviously, a couple weeks ago, whatever else, somebody requested you have the county use the bucket truck to do stuff, so it becomes a liability issue that we have to have 1 or 2 people trained to be able to do this, and that's it. But anyway, I think we can really use that to our benefit. There's an awful lot of trees out there that we need to get taken care of. We got signed department trailer that I guess we have some specs on it, we just haven't went out to bid yet, but basically with all the barricades and everything else that have got moved around the last 6 weeks, that has really become a issue to try to get a different trailer that's bigger. So still like to get the backhoe, which we put $130,000 in there. This backhoe would be an extended hoe along with the grapple. Come in big with all the drift and stuff we have out there. We still have to try to get some of that taken care of. And then the pull behind mower, those were actually, 2 of them were purchased with the 08 money, or excuse me, the 18 money, so we don't have to worry about that. But one of the things I would like to do is in your packet also, there's a picture of a disc mower that goes on an excavator.
Mulcher?
Huh?
Just mulcher.
Well, it's a carbide tip blade and everything else. It's a colored picture in there if you want to look at it. You keep going back there. You definitely wouldn't want to face it, straight. But this is just just for information. Come from John Deere. They're talking about $40,000, but this thing will hold up much better than anything else. I guess in the past, like on 190th, part of the issue has been the way it looks because they bitches went up there with an excavator and started pulling stuff down. This here will be a lot better, smoother, more uniform stuff to that effect. With the amount of trees and stuff like that are out there, it's something to look at. Again, coming down to the money and everything else. But if we take the old rotary mowers, whatever else to do there, it's just so hard on the rotary mowers, it's even crazy. It's almost not even worth trying to do. This thing is specifically set up for that. To grab whatever else goes on the excavator. When you're reaching 30, 40 feet, you can get to an awful lot of stuff. So that's where that comes from. Yeah, it's kind of a mean looking thing when you look at it right there. Like I said, that's the disc motion. Now for 2020, one of the things I like to look at is what they call flail mowers. For those of you that don't know what they are, farmers use them in their fields to knock down crops and stuff, basically makes them smooth without working the soil so they go back to no-till. There's that, and again, this is just information off of the internet of something we can look at, but they actually have 2 different ones to look at. One of them would be like a boom mower, like the current mower we have now that's pretty bad shape. Tough to work with, you don't get much. Plus, there's still the old rotary mowers on the bottom. They still have the blades going by, the blades around, everything else. A flail motor, basically, if you look at the second page, basically has a cylinder going down there with a bunch of carbide tip blades and stuff like that. You can typically hit harder stuff with it and things like that. Still be able to mount this on the back of the tractor. Looking at approximately, this guy said best case for something like this about $50,000. Now, he said if you're really looking for something that's better than that, especially for counties, is you go to the next one. It talks about basically tractor mounted flail mowers. One good thing about these is they pull back in behind the mower or behind the tractor when you're driving down the road, but when you put them out there, you can basically adjust them down, up, forward, whatever else. So it'd be much more beneficial to work on the county roads that have the different variable slopes we couldn't put our regular mowers on. If you look on those like 4 pages of different ways it can be used, again, it's the flail motors. There's only 4 greasers on the entire thing, so they're not near as high maintenance. They're set up a little bit more to take care of that kind of stuff. So the other good thing about flail mowers is typically they don't throw out near as much material as a rotary mower does, just due to the whipping action. So they're actually safer, not throwing stuff on the road, throwing rocks and or whatever else you get. He said some of these flail mowers behind these tractors, he says you could actually knock down 3-4 inch trees. They've got that much power to them. So like I said, those are just options, but looking at the flail mower, he said $15,000 is the Cadillac mower, and he said you could definitely get by with less. So it's just something out there. A tree shredder, and the fact is that while we're out there cutting those trees, typically we just throw them in a ditch or leave them or whatever else. Kind of a new procedure that most people are using is they just get a tree shredder and you shred them right on the spot. You just throw them on the right of way and they biodegrade in a year or 2. So you don't have to haul them off. You don't have the extra labor. And the other thing is if you do want to catch that, we basically made some sort of a container for the back of the truck. I talked to Isaac. he said, honestly, he said they might be able to use that thing out there at the lake also. And we could also, if we wanted to, we had a big area where we had a lot of mulches. He deals with mulch around stuff out there, so we could actually make our own mulch. You know, as long as we weren't traveling too far with it or whatever else. It's just a matter of putting some sort of a cage on the back of some sort of a truck to haul it, you know. But that gives him free mulch also, plus it's available if he ever needs to cut down trees and get rid of them, you know, so kind of use it in between departments. But something to look at. They rent about $3,750 a month, what most counties get, and they get purchased for I think like $35,000. So I put it in there for purchase, but obviously it'd be nice to see. I've already talked to guys. We have a tremendous amount of trees that need to be cut this winter time too. So between the different mowers and the bucket truck and the tree shredder, I'd like to check that out. So we're looking to get a different haul truck. We're talking about, we've got a dump truck right now that we really think it's time to get rid of. It's causing some problems, and we thought about converting that to the haul truck. We think just get rid of it, but if we get a new haul truck, it basically, part of what I'm looking at down the road too is I would like to possibly rent and or try out some belly dumps or a belly dump as well as something else, just to see how well it works out in the process. Obviously a belly dump, we talked about before, hauls roughly 10 ton more material. Well, considering going from, you know, just case in point, if you go from Harshman's quarry clear up wherever it may be, you could drive for almost the same amount of time, same amount of dollars and everything else. You could drive 15 ton or you could drive 25 ton. Well, that whole process adds another 10 ton every time they do that. So at what point does it offset doing that compared to the extra investment? But then we'd also have a better truck for our, I guess the truck for the water wagon. Buds that he's looked at for and he thinks needs an awful lot of work. Obviously that's something we need to discuss. But if we're not, or that truck isn't worth using, whatever else, then we need to look at that. But obviously we're looking at the haul truck, so maybe a little bit better haul truck for pulling our trailer and excavator, stuff like that around. So looking to replace the truck is Jesse driving for next year. Not that it's bad, but I mean, I'd like to get back into more of some sort of a plan to replace some trucks. We've got an awful lot of work trucks out there that need some help. Granted, they're not used much, but they're getting to the point to where we need to put some money back into them or replace them. And then two standard cabs for the guys out on the cruise, and then 4x4 parts service truck. Also with that is we've been talking about the Volvo motor graders. They've been a good mower, or good motor grader and everything else up till now. Where the issue is, we're coming up on 5 years. Some of them are coming up to run off on warranty. Well, it's kind of been a consensus between myself, Jesse, and Tom that maybe the best time to get rid of them would be sooner than later. And the reason twofold is CAT has come back to us, and for some reason they've got somebody that really wants these Volvos, and they're offering a premium to get them. And so obviously they're offering more money. Second of all is obviously since Volvo is no longer made anymore, the longer we keep them, the more issues we're going to have, the bigger parts, if we can even find parts. I mean, we're hoping we can, but we don't have those issues now, but it's something to consider to start replacing them now with something else. And like I said, there's really nothing against the motor grader. They were purchased for the right reasons, but it's something we have to look at. You know, typically with Cat and John Deere, we get really good backing on them, both of them, but if Volvo's not making those anymore, you know, a lot of the issues Tom brought up is, okay, say we have some mechanical issues or electronic issues, well, nobody's going to stand behind them. You know, they don't have any mechanics that are going to look at them. We may be diagnosing our own problems, whatever the case may be. But again, that's something that we can work with. The other issue, and I'd love to say that we could get back to 16 sections. I don't know if that's ever going to work out. I mean, we can't fill the positions we have now. With going from the 16 sections to 12 we currently have, we have some extra motor graders. Now, do we need that many sitting around? Probably not. We could turn around and say, okay, we'll trade in 2 for 1 or something to that effect to cut down the capital outlay. But again, with the deal, if we ever did get back to the 16 sections, we'd have to turn around and replace, you know, another machine. But that's just something to think about down the road. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, and the fact is, if you get rid of it now, you're gonna need it. If we don't get rid of it, we won't need it, you know, so. But, based on, you know, that's the 2020 budget, I dropped a little bit from, what we were originally looking at. The other thing that I'd kind of be interested in, if we could get some money in here somewhere, is, our skid steer set is an 08 Bobcat S300. It's currently a rubber tire machine. Nothing wrong with it, but it's got less than 500 hours in it. And I think really if we want to get rid of it, it's still a premium machine. What I would like to do is like to get a track machine. Now we have steel tracks for this machine here, but they're just not the same as a regular rubber track. Number one, you can't use it on concrete or any kind of stuff like that with a rubber tire. You can, but a standard high track rubber machine like you would a dozer can go so many more places than the other machine. So basically all we'd have to do is replace the machine only. We have all the other attachments, and honestly I think it's one of the most underutilized pieces of equipment we have that, you know, put forth the effort. We've got a tree cutter on the front of it, we've got a stump grinder, we've got all the attachments to go with it. It's just a matter we need to start using it the way it's intended. So it would be nice to get something, you know, again, in the track machine. I've been told it could be anywhere between 30 and 50,000 difference, but we don't know until we get to that point. And it's something we don't have to do because obviously we've got a lot more pressing issues. And so anyway, like I said, try to cut down the budget a little bit this year, knowing that we're running over on the commodities and stuff like that. But definitely I'd have to like look at this stuff. And if you guys have any comments, whatever else, like I said, there's the pictures and stuff on there. If you want more information, I can do that. The numbers I put on there were just basically first shot from the salesman or whatever else, just an idea to get things going. We'll obviously go out to bids and stuff like that to find something different if you agree to that. So I don't know if there's anything else that we have to talk about, unless you guys have any questions, comments.
Did you cover the chip seal page?
Did not, sorry.
I'm just
Yep.
curious if, kind of what you're, that makes a lot of difference in the way we.
Yeah, the chip seal is set up. There it is, yeah. The 2020, we're talking about 36.5 miles. It comes up to 455,504. And that's based on the 220 a gallon for emulsion as far as the Buildex, and then the Buildex. This year they came in at, what was it, 178, was it?
Buildex as far as,
No, the oil.
yes, it was, this year's like 1 cent, no, $2.
It was
$2 and
yes,
two-
yes,
two
yes.
cents.
So, I mean, it is a little bit lesser, but again, it's, we'd like to say that we put that money out there and we're over than what we need to, than what it actually is. Again, we're trying to talk about oil a year from now, you know, so. Obviously, the other thing is it'd be nice to say if we could look at the future and say, hey, going through the wintertime, oil's really low, hey, can we encumber the money now to pay for it? It's like anything else, you know, buy when it's cheap, and if they would do that, now maybe they're not. The oil suppliers, everybody else, they're like this, like everybody else, they don't want to get caught losing themselves, but I know a lot of people buy propane that way. You know, you buy propane in the summertime for the wintertime, and so it's guaranteed. So if we could find time to get beneficial prices to do that, so.
Where's the rock going that's down at Peabody now for chip seal this year? What's the budget on it? You know,
I guess there's no drop down Peabody.
That is, we have Old Mill and 30th getting rock down there south of Peabody. And then we got Sunflower and 140th going from Sunflower east to Highway 77.
Okay.
And then we have the lake area and then some parts here, connecting links here in town.
One of the things that I talked to Jesse about, and I think it's a good move, is I believe this year you went with was a 1/4 to 3/8 Buildex? Yeah. Going with the bigger Buildex material, I think you're going to see so much better results.
3/8 to 5/8.
Or 3/8 to 5/8, okay. The bigger material, I think will hold better, give you a lot better, more of a, if you want to say a structure, even though it's not a structure, I think it gives you more to to hold on to.
You talking about blade patch?
No, on the chip seal,
Chip seal.
that Build X.
Yeah.
So Bryce, I have a question for you on the chip seal.
Mhm.
What criteria do you use on determining which roads do chip seal? And the reason I asked that question is last year we did a lot of roads up in my area. And I don't know what the problem was, but we did, once they're done, they're beautiful. But they only last for a couple weeks and then the potholes come right back. And the roads today are really a mess. And so I'm just kind of, when I say, I mean,
Yeah.
potholes are breaking up all over. So how do you determine to put that kind of money on a road that maybe has a deeper problem?
Well, all of our roads have deep problems, plain and simple. The ceiling is set up on a 4-year plan to hit all these roads within once every 4 years. The way those roads perform, whatever else depends on, the traffic, the moisture, everything else. What we need to do as a department is make sure that if we go in there, is if we patch them, we need to patch them well, let them cure, then do the sealing, stuff like that. It's like anything else. Do your prep work ahead of time. If we miss something, that's gonna happen, or it may develop even though we did the seal on the road. We just need to be more proactive in getting those stuff fixed. Like I said, the blade patching, I've been talking to the guys lots about, getting on that and getting it done correctly. I wish I say there was something magical we could go ahead and do that without overlaying all the roads. Oh, speaking of the overlay and stuff too, as we talked about, was one of the roads we looked at overlaying was Sunflower. Well, the other issue is Nighthawk. It comes down to the fact is we had the estimate by Coach Platt and Sobel was last year or first part of this year was $7 point some million. Awful lot of money for that road. If we're going to keep that road in good shape, that's probably what we need to do. Or do we continue to fix soft spots, blade patch it, whatever else, keep in that situation? It's not unique compared to every other road in the county. We've got those issues. It's very, very tough decision to say, okay, when do we keep a road asphalt? When do we turn it back to, a stabilized base and whatever else? So those issues that I would like to, based on the 3 highest traffic roads we have are Sunflower and 190th and Indigo. So those push 700 vehicles a day on up. But some of our obviously blacktop roads are less than 100 vehicles a day. So again, it brings up a very, very tough situation. When do we keep them blacktop? When do we turn it back to rock? I haven't really got my hands totally around that yet, but obviously turning an asphalt road back to rock is a very tough political decision. If I lived on a blacktop road, I wouldn't like it either, but we're looking at the economics of scale as to what we need.
That 7 million was a lot of things was figured into that too.
Yeah.
Culverts, stuff
Sure,
like that.
sure. I mean, it's gonna be a good project, but again, $7 million, how long does that pay for? And honestly, Nighthawk doesn't carry near the traffic that the other ones does. So, like I said, we have to put our money where it's best suited. So,
Also, might as well square it up right here. I mean, it's one of them deals too that we spent a lot of money up north. And the south part of the county hasn't seen nothing. I have a lot of taxpayers down there that says.
Yeah, we talked about
we gotta
that.
do something, so.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's what I have to sit down and do. I said, okay, where do we need the money first?
Yeah.
Or not first, but the best use of our resources. Again, we're talking about overrunning rock as much as we are. I like to say that I'm not going to go out of my way to give anybody preference or trick or whatever else. We need to put the money where it's needed the most. So, hey, would you like to add in what we need to do over there? Just kidding. It's an impossible situation. It really is. I know. I get phone calls that, well, they've done this for this person. It's geez, so.
That's just the way it works.
Yeah. So.
What's the 3 roads again that have the 700 cars, you said?
Sunflower south of Marion.
Yeah.
Indigo south of Hillsboro.
Indigo,
And
okay.
190th from Marion to Hillsboro.
Okay.
I think the lowest one was Sunflower, and that was 700 vehicles a day. Indigo was someplace in Indigo down to the Gossel and Heston Turn. Otherwise, it was like over 1,000, and 190th was right at 1,000 or 1,300 times. Depends. They do studies on from such and such road to such and such road. That's all shown there. But it's some good information to give you an idea of what's out there.
Yeah, and we know what kind of shape 190th is turning into.
Yeah. And it's
Killed it.
well, yeah. It's a terrible thing to say that go out and spend all that kind of money for a county road when we've got a state highway a mile away. But that road has always been there between Hillswood and Marion, and tough situation. And, you know, again, the other issue is not only the road, but I mean, we've got the trees growing out there, we've got drainage issues, and I mean, how many times is that road closed, you know, during these floods? So, anyway, long story short, that's my proposal. Obviously, if you have any questions, whatever else, more information, whatever the case may be. So,
Okay, thanks, Brian.
all righty.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're way behind. All right.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay, you'll make up some time because I should have mentioned this earlier, the county attorney will not be here today.
Okay.
He is gonna schedule a time next week instead.
Okay.
So he's not gonna present today, he's here, but he won't be
Okay,
presenting today.
Kayla's here. Okay, Gayla.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Just kind of go through a couple of things here. One thing I just noticed, I just scratched out while I was sitting here, we don't have a track phone anymore in our department. We used to have used to have a cell phone that we gave to drivers when they volunteered so that we'd have a way to contact them. And then it didn't make sense because more and more people had cell phones, so then we went to the cheaper version of having a track phone. And now we have a track phone, but we don't use it because all of our drivers have cell phones, so we don't have that anymore. And then the modem we have is the hotspot, Verizon hotspot that I use when I go out and use my laptop when I help people around the county. So that hasn't really changed. The things that kind of have increased from last year is the newsletter and the permit went up about $200, and part of that is just what we have spent this year, just that there was a little increase in that, and so I increased that amount. Also, I guess this is a wish, but the just new programming, I increased that by about $4,000 now that we don't, my budget is down $40,000 now that we've purchased the van. So would like to incorporate some money in some other things besides just that.
New programming, you might explain that a little bit.
Okay, new programming would be some other classes that we would offer, educational classes, that kind of thing. And I just put that amount in, not really having a good idea of where I would pursue, what I would pursue, but just a little bit. It had been at $1,500 in 2019, so I really bumped it up, so it doesn't have to be that amount. But I mean, you know, if you're going to go to some kind of training, you know, just the expense of that, and then putting it on, and you know, that kind of thing. The other thing down in the commodities, right now we have a copier and it is working. The thing that's really costly on it is that we're paying for black and white copies and also for colored copies. And so it's coming out to, it's pretty expensive where it's at. I talked with them when you guys asked for what kind of contracts we have, so called up Conica Minolta, and then she came down and talked to me about getting a different copier and then having a different contract with them, which would be $200 a month. That covers, it covers your ink, any maintenance, those kinds of things. And so it's an ongoing rather than every quarterly. I didn't bring it, but it just seems like it's very expensive to do it the way we're doing now. So they were saying we could probably from them get a copier for about $1,200, and then if we did the contract with them for $200. So once we purchase the copier, then we would be back into where we were a little bit less than what we've been right now, being charged for the use of a copier, that kind of thing. So I just separated out those two costs in there. The thing on the capital outlay, Senior Care Act, there's been a decrease in that, and that's North Central determines that amount based on the number of people they serve, and they say they're serving less people, which is unfortunate because if I don't know if someone else came along and needed the services, if they would say, well, we don't have the money because they're not charging us for, they're basing it on, they're serving 7 people, okay? And that's like in-home care that they're providing based on their income. And so if the number is 7 and number 8 asks and they go, well, no, but the minute somebody goes off of the 7 that we already have, then we'll serve you.
So 7 in the county right now? Wow.
Yeah. So it's kind of they're basing on what they're projecting they're gonna serve, and there's just no increase, to cover other people unless somebody goes off that list. So there is a decrease in that. The administrative went up about, went up $17, I guess. And then the biggie item is just the health insurance that we pay for. Right now we're paying for 2 people for the health insurance. It could be a maximum of 4 people that we would have to pay health insurance for. And you have also the premium went up a little bit. It was $583 and now it's $673 that we pay, and a total per worker per year is like $8,000. So, but right now we're doing 2. The other 2, as long as, those people aren't replaced that are in those positions, they already have their health insurance. But if they would ever leave and then someone would come along and need health insurance, then there would be another person. And actually last year at this time, we were only paying for 1 person for health insurance, and then they hired somebody new and they needed health insurance, so it increased. So there's no way to project that, what that's gonna be.
Let me make sure I'm clear on this. So when do we add in, everything's under that NCFA. So if we add the Senior Care Act, administrative match, and the health insurance, that cost right there is for 7 people in the county, am I understanding?
No, the Senior Care Act is
Just
just
the
for
senior
7,
care,
it's
okay.
just they're servicing people in our community.
Right.
The administrative match is
No
like.
matter if you had 7 or not, you would have to pay the administrative match? Or would you just not have to, or you just
No.
wouldn't have the program anymore?
The administrative match pays for whatever our portion of what we pay to North Central to come down here and do services. Whatever that service might be in our area, whether that's like care assessments, they have people come out.
So that would serve more than the 7, that would serve other people that
Right.
would need different types of services in the county.
The administrative and that, yeah. And what that number is, I
Yeah,
don't know.
because I haven't understood that really in the other county I work in, is
Okay.
how you can be asked to pay $8,000 for one of those, for the health insurance for another person when the coverage, it's nothing against the seniors, it's just, I'm just saying there's a pretty high cost there when you might not even have that person down here that much. Is that person there full time?
Okay, the health insurance support is for the workers that are working in our 3 senior centers.
Okay, so it's actually the specific person there. I was thinking
Right.
it was a match of people coming into the county.
No, it's for those workers, because when the law changed that they had to pay health insurance for people working up to 30 hours, we have
Right.
4 people in our county that work at the 3 senior
3 senior
centers.
centers, they're over that 30 hours.
Well, they're 30 hours, they're not more.
Yeah, okay.
But they're at 30 hours,
Gotcha.
and North Central said, we can't pay. We don't have that kind of money in
Yeah.
our budget.
Okay.
So if you want to have your senior center and you want to have nutrition site,
Gotcha.
then you'll help us.
Gotcha, thank you. Makes sense.
So, That's it.
What's included under the carryover under contractual? That $6,000?
Okay, that's just, that we have money in the budget so that when we go into the new year, next year, that we always keep $6,000 to cover the expenses come January. That's what I've been always told.
Most of the departments don't put that in what you see on your
Okay.
budget
Yeah,
presentation, but we do it in all departments to, we evaluate to make sure that there is a sufficient carryover to start the new year.
Because if we spend it to zero, then what ends up happening next year is we have a lot to make up, and you don't have the money available right off the start because, your expenses don't stop. And the tax money doesn't come in until the end of January, or part of it, and so it just kind of,
Yeah, and it also helps me at the end of the year, like, okay, I don't have $6,000 extra I can go spend on something, but I know it needs to be carried over into the new year to pay for that.
Yeah.
So I'll always figure that.
Good. Any other questions for Gayla?
You're figuring down there on the per worker at 8,000, you're figuring 4, but you're only paying 2, correct?
Yes, but,
So you should have some budget money left.
yeah, and I think last year you didn't do the
we
full
only
amount.
budgeted for the 2.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't put the other half in there, or the other 2.
But in this one, it's,
Just in her budget list here, that would be the maximum that we would be required
right.
to fund. And so what would happen there is if for some reason, like she's talking, if another one was put in and she didn't have enough cash,
Didn't have enough budget.
then we'd have to either go to the general fund, to help pay for that, or some other source. Yep.
Any other questions? No?
Okay,
Thank you, Gayla.
thank you.
Okay, Travis is here.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
Super, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Travis? Yep. Nice to meet you, sir.
All right. Morning. Go ahead, Travis.
Well, I think, obviously, I'm new to this. I've written down some stuff there. If you want to take time to read it, we can dive right in. Scott, I didn't do anything with these first 2 pages, obviously, I don't know whatever. So I went down, give you a minute to look at that. But basically, what I'm proposing that we do, with a focus on being financially responsible, is to increase the capability of our department. I looked at what we had budgeted for 2019, and I guess maybe I'm going a little backwards, Scott. I am looking directly at the personal service side, without knowing what we're going to be doing raise-wise, things of that nature.
Right.
But the commission had put in for an assistant director and a training officer. And what I've looked at is adding 1 paramedic per shift and making that person a shift commander, lieutenant type position. One place we're spending money is my full staff is 4, minimum staff is 4. So if somebody's on vacation or sick, I'm spending money to backfill that person. If we were to go to 5 per shift, when somebody's sick or on vacation, there would be no requirement to staff that and pay overtime out. They could simply go back onto the ambulance and we would be covered for that day. The other thing it would do is it would supplement our BLS trucks. We would basically, not every call, but nearly every call would have a paramedic on it in the county. They could supplement Tampa, Florence, and Peabody. So that's looking at doing all this. One challenge that's presented is I don't have a place to house the 3rd person. And my proposal would be that in 2021 is when we would roll out the increase in staffing, but use the remainder of that money that was put in for 2020 to make infrastructure improvements at the station here at Marion. It's a 2-bay station, and we have room on that overhang to close that in. And That would be my goal. So, with all that being done, what I have projected in 2021 with those personnel would still be a reduction in actual personal services. We could do all this without an increase of any type, is what I have projected. So, I think, you know, there was obviously discussion about an assistant director at one time, and I think there's some value there, but I really feel this would be the most value to the taxpayer. I think we would get our most bang for our buck there. So I guess with all that being said, for 2020, if you look at the worksheet, one other thing, and maybe we'll just do it when I get there. But, so I looked at, on the worksheet, personal services, there'd be a reduction in that. Contractual, 2019 budget was 99,000. Again, there'd be a reduction in that with bringing Omni back, bringing billing back in-house. There's some savings there, so we'd reduce that down to 74. The reason I didn't reduce it all the way down is because in 2017 and 18 we were over 100,000 in that line item, so we were over budget at that point. So we didn't take it all the way down. Training and education, I would ask that stay the same. We have not spent a lot out of that this year, but I would foresee that being one of our goals is to increase, so I'd like to keep that money there. Commodities.
One question on the bringing the billing back in-house.
Yes.
Will a person in-house be the biller then?
Yes.
And that person's on staff already?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And it's that we went online with that May 18th.
Okay.
So we got that up and running.
Okay.
So, commodities. It looks like we're pretty much, again, it was over budget last year. We're on pace to be over budget this year. So I would ask an increase there. Again, it's going to be offsetting with my reductions in other places, but I can't control the price of drugs, and we're obviously, for the more we're using, the more we're billing out, and that comes back at the other end. That prices continue to go up on medications, as everybody knows. But we have done some looking, and we've done some cost saving measures in supplies that I've found since I've been here. So I'd really like to get a better handle on that by next year, see where we're at. I'm currently working on some of the linen stuff that we do on the truck per call, and make some money savings there as well. So capital outlay is where I guess I would want to talk about the mechanical CPR device. They have those out. They've made several improvements to them. They've been around for quite some time. They've, I wouldn't say perfected them, but they're as close as I think you can get. And they show there's a 85% reduction in time off the chest when using these devices. I've personally tried two different models. I have a preference one over the other, but they're both effective. With the number of people they say you should have on a cardiac arrest is 5 to 6. This takes one of those away, and we're doing it oftentimes with 3 to 4 people. I think we do a good job. I think this would, and again, that's something I look at the craft grant for, but I would like to put the money in there that would be available, and again, go after the craft grant. But so that's why I asked for that $6,000 increase there. Ambulance replacement, I think that's just a good plan to have. I think if we can continue to fund that, and again, I think we should probably sit down and look at time and mileage and and kind of what we're doing as we grow this, how many miles we're putting on now compared to 3-4 years ago, and kind of see where that's going and how often we do need to be replacing, and should we be with a type 1 ambulance versus a type 2, things of that nature. Some stuff we can educate ourselves on. So with the proposed increase in staffing, we would need a proposed increase of a vehicle. That I would like to see money set back this year to do that. And it's kind of my understanding that there was kind of, I guess, a 5-year replacement plan at one time for the director's vehicle. I don't feel that to be necessary at this moment. The vehicle I drive is 5 years old. It's not wore out, anything of that nature. I think that's something that could be moved back or moved down to the shift supervisor's vehicle, and then maybe we replace one every 4, and we get basically we'd have 2 vehicles then, and it would move down, and the oldest it would be 8 years old in that capacity. Instead of 2 every 5, we'd do 1 every 4. So again, I think that's financially responsible. And then the rescue services, that money's, I guess, kind of always been allotted for that.
Yeah, it's always held back by the commission if they need it for, it was set up for rescue, but we set the plan out and stuff, and we assigned it to them for a couple of years, but if for some reason you needed something rescue-wise, well, it's still controlled by the commission,
So I guess that's kind of how I work through that. And Scott, I don't know if that's looks acceptable or kind of how you.
Yeah, I think, it sounds like, we'll just kind of look at it and see how we put it in there. One thing, the part you asked about, those 2 sheets are blank.
Yeah.
Only thing on there that we kind of need to get a handle on would be the revenue flow
Count.
count.
Yeah.
So not so much the taxes are all set by levy,
Right.
but the actual, we kind of go back, what we do is we go back on those service fees and we kind of look at them and see,
Right.
well, we've got more happening now, is that fee going up, and that just kind of tracking that.
Yeah, and as far as setting fee-wise, we are somewhat mandated by Medicare. They're only going to pay so much. That
No,
you're
sure,
well
yeah.
aware of that. But as far as call volume, things of that nature, at 5 months, the revenue was at $296,000.
Okay.
And projected was $500,000 for the year. So obviously, unless everybody stays real healthy, nobody gets hurt.
Yeah.
But I would foresee us.
Like you were 597 in 18.
Right.
And we just estimated 500,000. And the reason we do that is because, especially in that line item, is you don't want to overestimate your revenues in a government setting with those budgets, because if you overestimate the revenue up above, you've overestimated the expenditures.
Yeah.
So that's why we try to keep that a little more conservative. Cash spends better than budget.
Right.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I think we're on pace.
so it looks like, 296, that'd be roughly 600,000, so yeah. Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Is that through May then?
That's through May.
May, okay.
Yep.
Well, I've tried this on this.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, yep.
Anything else, Travis?
That's it for me. Any questions, comments?
Commission have anything for Travis?
I just think you're doing a great job.
Yep.
I'm very impressed, and I still like the shirt.
Okay, Travis, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Right.
nice to meet you, Travis.
Nice meeting you.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, we got back on track.
Now, and also, you might explain to you that just because you turn these in, there's some red pencils coming out.
That's not what I get?
That's not what you get. So, just wanted you.
That's a proposal, Randy.
Okay.
That's what I propose.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, Lisa.
I thought you'd make some kind of comment. I've already got my red pencil out.
No, I've been neutral today.
Oh, okay.
I'm sort of hanging back today.
See, I brought green with me. But,
Ooh,
but
that's pretty.
I didn't use it.
Morning, how do you all do it? I'm Lisa Lee. Nice to meet you.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa, whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, mine is gonna be actually probably fairly easy. I do have a couple of things to point out. The overall budget, I am decreasing. I don't see a need to increase, but I do have a couple of things I wanna point out to you, just so you know. First off are the salaries, the personal services. I left those the same. I raised it, I rounded it up. I mean, that's pretty obvious, but, what we have in there currently is we had a 2.5% increase from last year that we did not utilize. And then we also have in for a potential part-time person that we've had in for a long time. So I left that the same. Visiting with Brian today, the part-time person's in there just in case we would ever get in a bind and need somebody. Like right now, we're kind of battling between the hearings and between the weather, getting people out to do reinspection. Our concern is by the time we'd actually get somebody in and train them where we needed them, it'd be pointless. We still kept that in there, and we still kept the 2.5 in there from last year. With saying that, I don't know if whatever the wage study is, that amount is still enough to cover any increases if you guys would so choose to. It's still in there. I just didn't add any extra. Okay, so that's basically from last year. Everything else, the contractual, it went down a little bit. I do want to point out to you, I did the same as what I did last year. I left like 5,000 in a contract amount, just in case I would get sick or if something would happen that you guys needed somebody, you'd have a little something in there in case you had to hire an outside firm like you had been previously. It's $5,000. It'll get you something. It'll get you a couple studies if something for some reason would go on. That's just more of a cover your basis for you.
Where would we go for that?
Well,
If
something would happen, I mean, there again, you could have Macaulay back again if you needed him. There's also Ryan Jansen. I mean, I would hopefully be in a place I could give you a good list, but this is just an emergency case. I just want you covered. I mean, no, not planning on going anywhere, but you know, just saying. The other thing, and it's no big deal, just want to point it out, our commodity line for office supplies, I increased it by 500. Overall, everything stayed the same or went down. But I went ahead and increased that because we were kind of teetering back and forth, and I don't know how stringent you guys are on keeping line items to line items. But we had been right at the 4,000 mark last year, so I did raise it like $500. But then, like I said, right below it on the fuel, I took that down 500. So everything honestly pans out. I just was pointing out that I did raise that one line item a little bit. Just more of a keeping you in the loop. Capital outlay, that actually I took it down a little bit. There is a 6-year capital outlay plan in the back. The very last page has that. There again, no, I kept in for a vehicle. We just replaced one. I don't believe we'll need another one, but just it's in there if we need it. Same way copy machine, I didn't even put in because we did that this year. Computers, softwares, that is something that is a potential. They were last purchased, I believe, in 2015 is what I think Nikki told me. There is some different things coming out with Microsoft that we may have to upgrade. That's in there in case there is a need for it. We've got some in there for this year as well. But next year I just went ahead and left it in case we would be in a bind that we need to replace computers. Everything else is pretty much the same. Mobile O, I think I put in for another new tablet, which we talked about. I think actually it's even going to go in for this year. We kept it in there, so just that's it. Overall budget, like I said, I took it down. Salaries I left kind of at your discretion, and that way you just know what my thoughts were on that.
You run an awesome department.
Well, thank you
Always
very
have.
much.
Yes, you always have.
I like your explanation on all those in there. That's helpful.
Great, great. Well, if there's anything you guys have a question on, obviously you can always ask.
Okay.
Pretty straightforward.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, you bet.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Emergency. Emergency management is not gonna be here either, but he provided copies of his requests, so if you wanna stick that in, and then you have a little break, then I think that's where Scott's.
Get the restroom real quick.
All right. We will take a little break, I guess, right now.
Okay. Did you wanna go over emergency management?
Well, I guess we got the figures here, so we may as well. Okay. Randy's got budget broke out from 17, 18, 19, and 20. Looks like on his personal services, he's bumped that up a little bit from 52,341 to 54,342. That's a little bit over 2001. What the $1 is about. He didn't have any explanation on any of it.
No, he just gave this.
Contractual remained the same, 20,200. Commodities also stayed the same at 12. Capital outlay the same at 5. He does have a $5,000 increase on vehicle replacement.
And the reason that you see that, if you look, it builds by 5,000
Yeah.
every year. He was actually within the general fund, and so to be able to build for a vehicle, you actually have to add it to
Okay.
the budget every year.
Although I don't know that he's looking to replace, he's got a fairly late model vehicle.
Well, but 30,000, you would build,
Right,
keep
sure.
building, and so then when you do need to replace, which maybe would be next year or the following year,
Right.
then you should have the
Right.
adequate funds to do that, so.
And then the EMPG grant stays the same at 4,200, so his overall budget is up by about $7,000. Guess you'll have, if you have questions for Randy, we'll have to ask him to step in at some point. I know he's had a busy spring. So, next one's extension, and they're scheduled for 11:30.
Yeah.
So, did they want to bump up, or do you want to just stay on track?
Well, I think that maybe what you could do is just take a quick break and, but then come back, and Scott will probably have some things maybe to
Oh,
go
yeah.
over with you while
Yeah.
you're waiting for the
Okay.
next round.
Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll resume.
What's the next person?
We can take a little time, if you want to.
You want to just give you a highlight?
Sure,
What we're
let's go
at?
ahead and resume.
Okay. Okay, so I haven't looked at this in great detail, but this sheet that I gave you that's stapled together, it's the old sheet I always give you on the front there.
Yep.
And so as of 3 years. And so I circled a few things on yours, and then this morning I was looking at it again, I thought of a couple other things, so these aren't on there, but the circle numbers you see on there, the assessed value, which is column M, there's 140 million, you see that number circled? 313, so what that means is 1 mil is $140,313, okay? That's what that means. Then if you look down to the bottom, right over to the right, that circled number is 3,802,000. You see that number? That's the amount of assessed value increase from last year's budget to this year's budget. So for every mil, roughly $3,802 is what would be added because of that assessed value increase, okay? The mill levy for the total would be that circled number to the right of that, 2.012. You see that number? That's the assessed value increased representation of the mill levy. So what we did here, we always do this, start this, on column M, that number right above the circled 140 million is the same tax dollars, 10,134,197 is the same tax dollars as last year. What that means is when we leave the same dollars with that 3.8 million increase, you can see that the mill levy dropped 2 mills, okay? So you're sitting there in column O at 72.225 based on the increase in assessed value. Now, some things to just think about that I didn't put on your sheet. So if you remember what happened last year, we didn't take the full increase of the assessed value increase, and we could have under the tax lid, okay, if we'd done some other things. So let's just start back on column G. You see column G there, the final mill levy in 18's budget was 75.627, okay? And then if you look at the mill levy here in column O that I just told you about, 72.225. So right now, before we do anything with the 2020 budget, from when the tax lid started to the 2020 budget, we are setting a difference in mill levy, if it stays where it's at, of 3.4 mills, okay? Because of assessed value increases in the last 2 years, okay? Last year we took about, half of that, I think, that mill levy, wasn't that what it ended up being? I think we looked at it and we said, well, let's just pick a number, 1.5 mills or something like that, okay? So the tax lid, you can write this number down if you want, is 10,362,679. So 10,362,679. That number I gave you up there on M, the 10,134,000, was the same as last year. So what we end up getting between that 10,362,000 and the 10,134,000 we were last year is 228,482 difference. So what you have here is you have the increase in assessed value because of an increase in mill levy because of assessed value, okay, or decrease actually. So you have 2 mills there because assessed value went up, okay, and then you have another 1.6 mills that is the consumer price index increase to the tax lid. So together you're at 3.6 mills. And if you look from 2 years ago, we were setting at 3.4 mills. So it's, it's pretty close there where we're so that makes sense, that's kind of where we're at. So you have the option of going up to that 10,362,000, which would be 1.6 mills. And what that means is we have 1.6 mills increase in the tax lid without doing any special things. And we're setting at a reduction of 2 mills because of the assessed value. So actually, you'd have the mill levy reduced if you took the maximum tax lid, because you're at 1.6, because you've got a 2 mil decrease in the assessed value. You see what I'm saying? So that would put you at roughly, what is that, 73.8 or 9.8. So based compared to last year, if we took the full tax rate. Now, some of those things that happened there, you heard me talk, that's the reason I wanted to bring them up, so we kind of had a point with that department head. But like, for example, where we took that extra money last year and we were going to capture that 1.5 mills or whatever it was and put it in risk management. So it was around $186,000, okay? So the reason we did that is because, again, we don't know, like in this flooding, or any of that. FEMA does not. I mean, you heard the numbers. They're saying they're probably going to have damage of who knows. And if they only reimburse $200,000 or $300,000, there's going to have to be some funds come from somewhere. And so that was one thing I brought up. The other thing is, I went to the last budget seminar that Roger put on up in Topeka. And so we got in a pretty good conversation. There was about 100 people there. We got in a pretty good conversation. They probably don't like when I ask questions. But the whole problem here is because the tax lid is not defined. It's not got a real clear definition. And then he is getting pressure from the state to say that those exemptions you take on the tax lid need to have internal controls over them, okay? So what that means is we have a city right now that got rid of their police department. And they added it to the tax limit 2 years ago, okay? An increase in their police department. They got rid of the police department and decided not even to contract with the county because the mayor said, well, they drive through the county anyway, so why should I have to pay them to drive through the county? They're driving through, in this county based on that. So they have, I think it's about $70,000 sitting in their budget. It was an exemption from the tax lid, and they can't spend it for anything else, and they have no police department. So what is happening across the state of Kansas is, this is going to become a big number before long, is that rollover amount. See, what happens is if you don't spend it on what you set aside the tax lid for, that's why we put that money in the risk management, because at some point, you're probably going to spend it on risk management, because you never know. The reason I feel good in there is because it can be used for any kind of risk management, okay? But we have it set aside for flood, federal types of mandates. But if you put it on certain other things, and you're not gonna get rid of the sheriff, but I'm just saying, in this city, that was the first time I've had that happen, where that money literally can't be spent for anything else, okay? So what we're sitting here we're sitting in a pretty good position from this standpoint of having a 2 mil window because of assessed value. The tax lid is 1.6 difference, okay, between last year and that. So we're off about 0.4 mil, about not quite a half a mil difference, okay? Now, another thing I noticed, it won't happen in 2020's budget, but if you look at the road and bridge, they've spent a lot of money on rock and all that. And those are some big numbers, when you start looking at 1.1 million compared to we had budgeted 750,000, and we're sitting here at the end of May, okay? But one thing it's kind of interesting, if you look at that, the Tampa road payment is $232,000. It will be done here at the end of 2020's budget. So there's another about 1 3/4 mils. Because see, the way the tax lid works is you have that 10 million, and it's a piece of pie. So if you take an expenditure that's no longer in the piece of pie and you take it out, like that 232, that piece of pie can be still used because it's under the tax lid. Okay, that's the way it was set up. So that 232 would maybe go to the gravel road line, or maybe go to another project that you want to do on another thing. So that frees up a little bit, but it looks like we've already, spent it. There's a lot going on there. And I literally just thought it's funny what auditors and accountants think about, when things happen, but like flooding. And then I see Randy's, he's got the video on Peabody's flooding going down there, and I go, oh goodness, I literally just think about the roads and all the things all the expenditures with, unprecedented flooding, and the gravel is down the creek. So, yeah. But that's kind of where you're at in the big picture, kind of that window. We would have to get the full 2 mil increase in the assessed value. We would have to put some kind of a amount outside the tax lid to get that. You see what I'm saying? Because we're locked in on the tax lid at 1.6.
Could that go back into risk assessment?
We could do that, yes. So like if you,
I was just going to say something else after you
Okay.
finish.
So, yeah, it was just like we could take the 2 mils, we let mill levy the same. That additional amount of roughly $70,000, half a mil, 70, could go into risk management or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, we got.
Okay, two things. One, we have not made the transfer yet, so the money is still in the
yeah.
general fund at this point,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
we will transfer
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
And then I believe the sheriff is going to be asking for an increase
Okay.
too, and so we need to be looking at
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
And then, I guess one more thing. We had an EDX expired exemption, an IRB,
Okay.
tax exemption expired, and so
Okay.
I believe that can go into your calculation. So
Okay.
I'll
How
get
much
that
is that?
information to you later. It's about 250,000
Oh,
on a commercial.
okay. Okay.
Of course, I don't know if, once that comes out, if there'll be any appeals or
Okay.
So this risk assessment that we did last year, we spent a lot of time talking about that, but it appears to me that was pretty astute to do that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, thank the good Lord is all I can say. You know, you just, budgeting is just, you know, you literally do. You just kind of go, I have no idea what's going to happen. But one thing that I do know, okay, is the federal and state government is going to mandate things and they're not going to pay for them. Okay? So anytime there's a mandate, you can guarantee you're going to have to come with that money somewhere. So why not set it aside to make sure that you're not killing all your other budget? And that's the only reason I said let's do it. Now Roger up at the state of Kansas, see, there's nothing in writing on that, but it makes sense, you know, okay? And so the way I've looked at this is you document your process. That's the same way as in my professional judgment as a CPA. My professional judgment as a CPA is going to be different than somebody else's professional judgment as a CPA. But as long as I document it, the standard allows it, okay? As long as it's not outside the standard. So the same thing would be with the state of Kansas, with their laws. If the legislature's not going to make a decision, then we come up with, and this is what our, you know, in a sense, a best guess, but this is something we feel like is in the law, it's within the parameters, and it's something that you know you're going to have to pay for, because the federal government and state are not going to pay. I can just guarantee you they're not going to, and it's going to get worse.
That's what I was going to
Yeah,
say.
it's
There's
just
probably
gonna-
going to be more
Yeah,
unfunded mandates
that's right.
down the road.
That's right. So that's why you just look at, and you know, 186,000 is not going to go a long ways, but it could save, you know, a situation you're in. That, you know,
I mean, the precedent's been set. I mean, over the last 5 years,
yeah,
the state legislatures have thrown so much at the counties
yeah,
and say, oh, you take care of it.
yeah. That's right.
Or you decide,
That's
or
right.
you come up with a policy
That's right.
and the money.
You know, 2003, they not only said that, but they took away money that you already were supposed to get.
Yep.
You know, it was that road and bridge, the revenue share, all that come in, we're supposed to get at the end of the year.
Took it away.
Took it away. And we already were supposed to get it. So, I mean, I don't know that it'll get back to that, but that's not good. You know, if you're planning to pay your house off, pay for your house, and someone comes in and says, you know, you don't have that money anymore. Okay, but anyway,
Can
yep.
you clarify for me?
Yeah,
Because,
sure.
you threw these numbers out, 1.6 million increase,
Okay.
2.4.
Yep.
And then I'm seeing 2.38. So in a nutshell, tell me, what
Okay,
are we looking at
ignore
for the
the,
actual increase?
just put an X through the 2.387 right now, okay? Don't worry about that number. And I apologize, this is we kind of got the audit was done, we got the numbers. I'm probably not quite as familiar with the numbers because, you know, we didn't do the audit. So, but this is a rough draft, but this is where it's at for, literally the only thing you really need to worry about here on this page is you know you've got a 3.8 million assessed value increase, okay?
Okay.
And you know that assessed value increase is going to reduce the mill levy. If nothing is done, it's going to reduce the mill levy by 2 mills.
Okay.
That's those two things right there. And the only reason I put that 1.6 mills in later is because that's the amount that your taxes from last year to what the increase in your allowed increases in your tax lid are. So you only have a 1.6 mil allowance in your tax lid if you do no exemptions. But we've got, the assessed value grew quite a bit, we've got a 2 mil window, okay? That we could come up with another 70 or something and not raise the mill levy, have the same mill levy as last year, and pick up another $70,000 if we wanted to and put that exemption. So those are the 3 numbers you really probably
Okay,
need
so we're
to.
not looking really at an increase in taxes, so far.
So far, yeah. That, if the sheriff, okay, so here, let's just take the sheriff before he comes in, let's talk about that. Let's say the sheriff comes in and says he wants and let's make this simple, a $140,000 increase, okay, because that's 1 mil. Okay, we could do that, because as long as it's for, you know, and not building, but for personnel or anything in the police department, sheriff department, we can actually add that to the tax lid, so So what would happen there is you'd have the 1.6 mil allowed tax lid, and you would add 1 mil to it. So what would happen there is if you left it that way, you would have a 2.6 total mil difference, okay? And what that would mean is you've got 2 mils built into the assessed value, so you would have another 0.6 increase in your taxes. So your mill levy would be up 0.6 over last year, but it still wouldn't be, let me look here, it still wouldn't be over 2 years ago, the mill levy, okay? Because your assessed value has went up.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
taxes are up because of assessed value, and you're just saying the mill levy won't be increased.
That's right. So
Okay.
only those people that have assessed, like if you're land or houses or whatever, those people would see a tax increase because of the assessed value,
Right.
not because of the mill levy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. How, and I don't know what's normal, I guess we need to go back and see what it's come up every year, but this year we have a 3.8 million increase in appraisal value.
Yeah.
Okay, we also have a Pizza Hut sitting out here that was appraised at like 300,000.
I saw that in the paper.
And they couldn't
they
even
bought
get
it
away
for
for
24,000?
25,000. Yeah. How much tax inflation is like that out in our world today, all over our state?
There are some situations like that, but most people will question it, okay? But the problem with a business, and I'm not an expert in appraisal, okay?
Yeah.
But here's the deal, is look at a Pizza Hut and what the cash flow is on a Pizza Hut. So on businesses, what they do is they don't value that on the property that's sitting there. They value it on the cash flow
Income potential.
potential.
Yeah.
So that's why that sitting there at what it was,
Yeah.
264,000 or
294,000.
94,000, and it was only, he got it for 24 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, because the cash flow potential right now
Yeah, it's zero.
is zero.
Yeah.
So that's why
Yeah.
and the building's probably, I was surprised it sat there that long. Was it?
2-3 years at least.
Well, no, I mean the total. It's an older building.
Yeah,
It's,
oh, yes,
What is it?
yes.
20 years?
Only
18
from a
years?
Yeah, at
business
least
side,
that,
it's
yeah.
depreciated
Yeah,
out.
yeah, it's
30,
fully, yeah.
30 years. It's 30 years.
Is it? Wow. So you can see that. That's why there's such a discrepancy between 24 and 294.
Yeah.
Is because the income producing potential.
But you don't see a change in the way that the state's gonna assess, appraise those.
Probably not.
I mean, they're gonna
Well,
stay
you know
on
from a
that cash flow
banking,
type.
you know from a banking world.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I'm on the board now in Sedan, okay? I've been to 2 meetings, okay? And I will guarantee you that collateral is not what the commissioners were, the examiners worry about. It's cash flow.
They don't even hardly look
No,
at.
they don't, no, they don't care if there's cows out in the field, as long as those cows are producing money. I mean, that's just, it's really, and so that's the way the appraisal process works. It's just working off the same, yep,
Everything's gone from asset-based to cash flow based
Right.
over the last 25 years.
that's right, that's right.
Do the bankers worry about, I'm asking you, do the bankers worry so much about cash flow in a governmental sort of setting like this as they do like for a farmer or a Pizza Hut owner?
A banker?
Yeah,
No.
I didn't think so.
No, because all the banker really has to do with you is they might have some of your pledged securities. I mean, they place pledged securities against your, but they don't have anywhere near the risk that they have off a
That's what I
rancher or
was
a
told. I
farmer,
was
yeah.
talking to some other.
I mean, just
bankers.
like this right here, this flooding thing. I mean, I'm more nervous. I'm going to the bank meeting tomorrow. It's once a month. But just the flooding in Chautauqua County where Sedan's at is unbelievable. You know, I mean, it's been over this, and all these counties he was talking about.
And they're similar to
So
Marion
we
County,
have-
their infrastructure is in bad shape.
Oh, it's the worst county in the state. So last thing I'll say, the commissioner up in Osage County, which I'll go on Wednesday, I talked to him on the phone the other day about something else, and he was telling me that he planted his first crop, and most of it's around the reservoirs up there. It's good land. If it's not flooded, it makes good money. It's flooded, okay? So
Right.
he spent $35,000 putting the seed in. He's gonna go put it in again, okay? And who's to say it won't flood again? Because I was at Halstead last night I drove through. I run around a lot. That guy right around Halstead there had planted it, that was all underwater. I came by last Thursday, he was planting it again. And what happened?
It's
What happened?
underwater.
It's underwater again. I mean, from a bank standpoint, that is scary.
Yes.
Because these farmers are working on such a skinny margin. Yeah, so that, we can talk about that all day, that
The lines
risk.
of credit get scrutinized pretty tough.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyways, does that help you understand kind of the big picture? And then when I come back, I think it's next Monday, I'll have some of these, we'll talk more about these numbers that they talk about today, and kind of where we,
And you know, we're still in an uptick on assessed valuation on ag land.
yeah.
But
yeah,
that is gonna change
Yeah,
going forward, probably after 2020.
yeah, yeah.
So we need to remember in the back of our mind, that,
Well-
that 3.8 million right now is kind of a windfall.
Well, look at it last year, remember, if you remember last year, I still got the numbers down, and there's the original, they're pretty close, there's one off just a little bit, but the 128 million, it's in column E. So the assessed value, look what has changed in 2 years of budgeting, okay? 128 million is in column E, that was the assessed value we worked off of in the 18 budget.
Right.
Column I is 136, that's 8 million there, okay? And then we jumped another almost 4 million, so we've jumped 12 million. And I don't know where that's all, do you know where it's all coming from? Is that?
A lot of it's been on ag land.
It's on ag
Now,
land.
we've added some fairly substantial assets in the county
Mhm.
over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Wanna-
But that's a-
College,
College,
that building up there.
farm yards,
Yeah, right, right.
the hospital.
Oh, the hospital.
Hospital, yes, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
another one.
Also, we need to keep in mind, the hospital did increase the value, but we're also, there's a lawsuit right
We're
now.
not
So
collecting
there's like
taxes on it.
300, almost 400,000 in taxes.
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
We may not
Yeah,
collect.
yeah.
So-
Scott, do you have any way of, I was going back through the budget, so on and so forth, and do you see that we actually overspent last year or something, any amount of money?
I don't think so,
overall,
no.
Or taking anything out of our reserves?
We'll look at that. What I did, I circled them for you here. You could go through, and we'll meet next Monday, I think it's Monday.
Yes.
We'll meet next Monday, but what I did is I circled on every one of these pages the cash carryover or cash forward without changing the middle column. Now, what that means, if you know the middle column, is we are not gonna spend the whole middle column. Jamie just we just moved everything over, and then we left the numbers the same in the 20 column. So what I did is I went through, so just example, I'll show you one. If you look at, Road and Bridge is a great one. If you look on page 17 circled,
Okay,
okay, and you can look at on every one of these funds, because that's the first thing I look at is where the cash is gonna be at the end of the 2020 budget, okay?
mhm,
That circled number is 716,317. You see that number?
I do.
Okay, look down at what cash carryover is right below that in column 18. The end of the year actual was 2,628,000.
Okay.
Okay?
Mhm.
The next column over in the middle column is 2,430,000. And based on leaving, I haven't changed anything in the 19 or 20 column, the difference between 2,400,000 and 716,000 is the cash flow difference between the projected at the end of this year and what it would be at the end of 2020. And the reason that is, I haven't adjusted any middle column. I haven't, like, for example, that even though they overspent the gravel from 750 to 1,000,001, they have not spent the $1 million line item that's sitting there for blacktop, okay? So that's what that cash carryover is. It's those budgeted items where we have them in there, but we haven't spent them. And so what we'll be working on is what is the cash carryover? Should it be going in at the end of 2020? Right now, without any adjustments, it's 716, and that's too low. You see what I'm saying? So that's where we have to work backwards, and that middle column, as we used to talk forever, that's the one that really is where Tina and the other department heads, they can propose all the budgets they want here in 2020, but it really, we have to figure out before we can tell them one way or the other. We have to know what that middle column's gonna be. Where's it gonna be? Like Road and Bridge, is it gonna be 1.1 million and that's all the gravel they're gonna spend for the rest of the year? No, probably not. Okay, so where are we gonna be? It's just that one line item. So if you change it by, let's just say 280,000, that's 2 mills, okay? 280,000 from now till the end of the year, it's not budgeted in there. So where's it go? It takes cash carryover, okay? Or another line item like that 1 million in blacktop. That's why these puzzle pieces are just moving. So if you have 280 extra plus the other 250, we're setting at 530,000 of gravel that's got to come out of somewhere else in these other line items, okay? Or cash carryover.
Okay.
So cash is king. I mean, I said that earlier, but it is. So then we have to figure out, you got what, $7 million, which road was that? Nighthawk or something, the bid? came in?
7.59 Nighthawk.
Yeah, 7 point, goodness, you know, that's, you know,
Isn't that
10.
what Dave Ramsey says, cash is king
Oh, yeah,
all the time?
oh, yeah, yeah. You can.
No, and
you-
I have a constituent who was on me about the budget all the time, and was kind of concerned that we had overspent money, bottom line,
Yeah.
but it come out of, I thought reserves or something, and I didn't know all the particulars, and I didn't answer the question because I didn't know.
Okay, so what's gonna happen, you'll see this because I haven't had the chance, Jamie and I'll have her help me with this on an Excel spreadsheet. We're into the 3rd year of the tax lid, okay? Now, you've had some unprecedented assessed value increases as we just talked about. So that does help you manage your mill levy, okay? But what happened in the 90s, it stayed on for, I think, right at 5 years. We're in our 3rd year. We're still, most people can manage it because we're in our 3rd year. And what they're managing it with is cash, okay? Because expenditures don't go down, they typically go up, you know, with, I mean, road, rock and oil and all those things. And you can see, I mean, he said it, what's the political ramifications of going from blacktop that was in front of your house to a gravel road, okay? And that one person's gonna be pretty, or however many's on that road, is gonna be pretty upset. So those are things that as we go, I'm gonna make a worksheet, because I think about this last night, is the cash carryovers, and you may have some of that.
I sent it to you also.
Oh, yeah, you did send it to me.
And I
Is
sent
it
the
updated? Is it
expenditures.
updated?
Yep, I updated it, and
Okay.
I've given it to the commissioners also.
And you've got it, okay, so what I'll do when I come back on Monday, that's one thing we'll visit, is that worksheet. I didn't know if it was updated yet.
Yes.
Okay, it's updated now. Okay, so I haven't looked at it yet, because I've been gone. But anyway, that is something you have to look at. When you're on the tax lid and you're locked in, there's only 2 places that really, well, 3 places it can come from. Cut the service, okay?
Come from the general fund.
Well, or come from a line item that already exists in that, okay, which is really you're robbing another department or you're robbing the general fund, you know, it's somewhere there, or it comes from cash. And so what happened in some of these is when they couldn't adjust those other line items, they started using cash up. So in that 4th and 5th year of that tax lid, they were down to nothing. What we had to do here at Marion County in 97 or 98 is at this meeting, like in August really, when we come down to kind of finalize it, we had to go in and cut the middle column by 10%. Because we weren't gonna have enough cash, because that was, and yeah, I think it was around the late 90s, because we didn't have enough cash to carry over in some of the departments because we were locked. And no expenditure line items could change, so we were using up cash faster than we could, so we had to go in and say, you know, gotta cut that middle column so that the carryover for the next year's budget.
And I haven't been paying much attention to legislation and the budget. Is there any chatter about taking it off yet, or is it pretty much locked yet?
I don't see it changing for a while. That I can't remember, you probably remember, there was something else they said they wanted to even take it a step further, you know, to manage it, the state. Yeah. Don't get me started on that. That to me, it's very hard for someone, even though they're in that district, I know maybe there's somebody back here that's at the state legislature, but you know, it's very hard up there to manage what you have to manage with, let's just take gravel roads. How are you gonna, how are they gonna manage a gravel road when you've got all these roads wiped out? That's just, it's hard to.
Well,
I've said
and
that.
that's what, to me, is, we've just spent 1 point something million in gravel already, and we're here. They could spend another $1 million, because we're not in the last 6 months of the year yet. We're in the first 6 months.
Yeah. And the first
So-
6 months typically aren't the largest spending
No,
period.
that's-
Usually the road and bridge department expenditures don't start really heating up for June 1st. I mean, and like she said, those flooding expenditures haven't even hit the books yet.
I mean, some of them probably have, but not the majority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't.
We haven't even started into the.
So from now till October,
season.
the road and bridge department funds will be running at their high. So as you look at those, I mean, one thing, I mean, Tina tells you this, I'm sure, but as you look at those budget to actuals that come in over the next about 4 to 5 months, those are where you start looking at those line items. You go, how in the world can we sustain this? You know, there will be some. Now, some will be reimbursed, but I can guarantee you they're not going to get.
Not that kind of money.
Yeah, you're looking a year out.
Yep.
It's most.
Yeah, that's right.
If it gets to be federal money, anyway,
That's right.
or
Yeah.
more.
Or more, maybe. Yeah.
Sometimes I'm seeing 2 years out.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, we need to move on. Extension.
That's me. I'm here.
Does it? Yeah.
Come on over.
Okay. Do I go over here?
Yeah, just right there. Throw the mic.
Somehow I feel like I'm on trial or something when we're sitting over here. I don't know.
You are.
Yeah, I am. Like, okay, let's see here. I think she said you needed 5 copies of what I have, so I'll let you guys pass those around, I guess.
Okay. Wow, I need my sunglasses in there.
Brought you some color today, didn't I?
Yeah.
All right.
Got the red on it. What's that mean?
Yeah, we'll get to that here in a second. We'll get to that in a second. Thanks, Randy. Okay. I guess, first of all, before I go any further, I do want to thank one of my board members, Lyman Adams, is here, and I do want to thank Lyman for being here. Just so everybody knows, we're up front, though, Extension, we do operate slightly different than a lot of your other departments. Extension is governed by a 9-member, board. That 9-member board does meet monthly, all right? And that 9-member board is the one that oversees the personnel in the Extension office as well as the budget, and they're the ones that then develop this budget, okay? So anyway, so for 2020, we'll get started there, but for 2020, then the budget, this budget request or the budget is reflective of a number of 164, okay? So that's what this budget for 2020 proposal would reflect. What I'm going to try to do is I'll try to go through this. I put together this worksheet, and I'll try to go through this with you, and maybe we can talk about some of the challenges that we've had, and then see if we can put together a plan then moving forward, I suppose, okay? The first thing I'll show you, the top half of the sheet, the top half of that worksheet where you see the numbers in yellow, all right? That becomes the revenue or the income side of the budget, all right? So on the income side of the budget, basically we have 2 sources there. We have both the state as well as our local unit, and those numbers are what you see in yellow, okay? In my mind, the most important then is that subtotal line, where you see that. Next, under that would be the subtotal line. I think that's probably one of the most important numbers out there. So I would bring that to your attention. What you see in blue, where it says non-appropriated funds, that's where we have the ability to bring in some private monies. So if we charge for a service, some of the things that we sell, when we bring that money in, that's where it goes, okay? The capital outlay reserve,
think of that as our cash reserves, and we do have some cash reserves. What that does, that gives us some additional spending authority that if we exceed what is in yellow, okay, then we have some additional spending and authority beyond what is up there in the yellow, okay? So I think what's important is the subtotal line. Then you can add back in some reserve authority as well as some private monies that we can bring in, and that would take you to the total, all right? Now, I guess what we're here for then, let's go through the expenditure.
Quick question
Yes.
on the yellow. I hadn't really looked at this before, but if you look at K-State's line,
Yep.
no increases for
Right.
the last 3 years, well,
Yeah.
counting this year,
Right.
and very little. And you look at the county line,
Yeah.
138, and now what you have there's 164. Is there any talk about if K-State really wants all this to happen? Are they topped in? They can't give increases, or
Well, that's
or even,
all. That's
or even a consumer price index or something?
Yeah, yeah, you know, and I think that, you know, largely what you're looking at, you're talking about legislative discussions there,
Sure.
and that's what it is. You know, higher education, certainly they've been taking their own budget cuts over the last few years.
Yeah.
They've been taking some pretty significant hit there, and you know, I'm thankful that we haven't been actually, those hits haven't been passed back to the local level yet. They have absorbed most of those cuts on campus.
Yes.
You know, as much as I would love to sit here and think that, boy, we'll get increases coming up in that, I'm not going to. No, I think that's going to be difficult to come with.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm just curious more for not just even Marion County, but just what they were saying, if there was any. Because reduction. I could see a reduction happening actually.
That's-
Well, that's
and
what
that-
I'm saying.
Yeah.
When's that gonna happen?
well, and you know, they have been to this point, okay? To this point, some of the legislative reductions that they've had, they've been able to manage through tuition increases. And so that's how the university as a whole tries to manage their budget. Is if whatever reductions they take there, then they'll try to manage that through tuition increases. That's why tuition is going up so much. Okay, that is the truth. All right. Extension is a part of the university's budget. Okay, and you know, I suppose there's plenty of internal politics and debate about how extension gets doled out those, because we can't raise tuition like the instructional side can, okay? And so largely how extension handles their budget cuts is through position freezes and position openings, all right? And they manage it through personnel turnover.
Sure.
All right, and that's how they manage it at the university level. So if in extensions statewide they have however many specialist positions open, and they've got to manage a budget reduction of however many millions it is, then they try to do it through people in delaying filling those positions, and that they manage it through people, okay? And through, you know, any time there's a position open, it goes through, I think, I believe, a pretty strenuous of just how critical that position is, and can we live without it? And you know, and that's how they manage those reductions now. But certainly to indicate, are we going to get any influxes from the legislature to restore or make any increases there? I've got to believe that's going to be hard to come by.
Well, I don't want to take a lot of time here. I'm just curious because I could see that it's kind of like a mandate. This really isn't a mandate, but if it's always been there and the state says, the Kansas state says I'm going to pay that, and all of a sudden, well, we don't have enough money to pay that anymore, so the extension councils will have to fund, if you want it, you have to fund it locally. I could see that.
Well, yeah, it's a county, it becomes a county mandate at that point.
Yeah, I you know, True. I mean, and where you probably see, and I don't know how it helps the state out. I suppose it does some, but certainly the extension districting, that concept is continuing to gain in popularity.
Were they combined?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and that is continuing to gain in popularity. Okay. Okay.
It's kind of one of those things that's being forced.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it by the numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
And county budgets.
Some
state
of it is by
budgets,
necessity.
It's all.
Right. Some of it is by necessity. That's true. So,
Yep.
okay. So, if I can continue on then, as we get down to the expenditure side, in 17 and 18, 2017 and 18, first of all, those columns that you see at the top, 2017 and 18, those are our actual expenditures we have. Those were not budgeted amounts, those were the actual expenditures, okay? So for 2017 and 2018, unfortunately, why is that in red? Randy, you can guess here. In 2017 and 18, our budget finished in the red by about $6,000, okay? Now, in 2017, when that happened, and I told the board that was when our office professional Doris retired, and we replaced her with Jana. In that process, there was some unbudgeted expenses regarding her. She had been here for 56, 57 years. To say there was some, by her employment agreement, we owed her for some unused sick leave, as well as she had a significant amount of vacation time that she had accrued up over that length of time. That's a long time. And so there was some expenses there that were not budgeted. And I thought that I could explain that, that deficit, if we will, through her retirement and through the cost of then replacing her. Then in 2018, it happened again. Okay? I couldn't blame it on Doris's retirement in 2018. At the beginning of this year in January then, I had to do a quote deeper dive into what happened in 2018. And I worked with the board in trying to come up with a plan that we can somehow curb that number for 2019. As I looked at it, so I was quote trying to find $6,000. That's what it was. I wanted to find $6,000. Now, on the surface, that's not a huge number. It was the numbers you guys were just talking about. That's a small number. We can find that, right? So anyway, well, the first thing, obviously, that I wanted to do then was to take out people. Let's not affect people, all right? So salaries and benefits were not going to be a part of that look, all right? So then that starts, if you under expenditures then, from where it says audit and insurance, down to subsistence, okay? That's where I was going at, okay? That amounts to $23,000 in my budget. That's what that amounts to, is $23,000, all right? The first stab at it then was that on campus we have an office that is called Extension Operations, and a part of what they do is they help to make sure that all of our policies and things that we're doing out here on the local level still are within the law, okay? So the first thing I did is I called Extension Operations and I wanted to dive. My question, my statement to them was I'm over-insured because my insurance costs have been going up and I'm over-insured. And I just said, you know, I need to know what I can cut here. And we went through the liability insurances that were coverage and the amounts is, and the answer is you're not over-insured, and no, there's not a cut there we can make, all right? The telephone line, that didn't seem prudent to not pay the phone bill, and so as it is then, as I looked at that, those two costs seem to be somewhat beyond my control, all right, is what that is. So then, of course, the rent and utilities you all already take care of, and you don't charge me for that. So that number is still at 0. So then I was trying to find the 6,000 was going to have to come from where you see supplies down to subsistence, okay? From supplies down to that subsistence line, if you want to know, that accounts for $17,000. I'm trying to find 6,000 out of 17,000. Are you following me? It becomes, what, 34%. All of a sudden, my $6,000 seemed to get a little bit bigger to me. Or if you all are following me, that was the challenge that I ran into. Okay. We looked at everything from supplies down to subsistence. Here's what we found. All right. In trying to find what can I do away with here? How can I find that $6,000? Honestly, at first take, 34%. Am I going to cut it 34%? I'm not going to find it, guys. I'm not going to find that much. So what can I do? We found some printage and postage costs that we felt like we could reduce and we could do something with. And we've implemented some things for 2019 to get that line under control, okay? We're moving basically everything that we can to electronic communication, okay, is really what it amounts to, all right? We also found through the course of that then, there were some 4-H program related expenses that we had been picking up. And by that, what I mean, like we have some, there was 3 major things there. We have some enrollment software that the state tells us that we have to use. We have some expenses there that we had been covering out of this budget. And then we have some software that helps us with the fair, that manages the fair, that had been coming out of this budget. And then we also have some 4-H is largely driven by volunteers. And I think as you can understand, those volunteers then, because of other problems, we have to go through some screening process. Those volunteers have to go through screening process, criminal background checks. There's expense in screening those volunteers that we had been trying to manage in this budget. We can't do that anymore. And so what we were able to do is we took those 4-H related expenses and we converted those into some private 4-H dollars that we have through our endowment, through the 4-H endowment fund. And the endowment fund started picking up those expenses. And so between some of those printing related plus some of those other 4-H related that we shifted to private dollars, that's how we're trying to come up with $6,000, okay? We're only into this thing 6 months, is as far into the budget as we are, as you guys know. It's a little hard to tell how much of the 6 I found. It's a little hard to tell at this point. I still anticipate we're going to finish in the red, but it won't be near $6,000. If I were going to take some speculations at it, it's going to be closer to maybe $2,000. But at this point, I don't know because we're only 6 months into it. Follow me so far? Yeah. Okay. So anyhow, that's where that is. So let's get to the entire budget. Then the entire budget is people, salaries and benefits. Okay. And I'll go through what you see for 17 and 18. Guys, those were the actual salary expenses. Okay, so in 17 it would have been 135, and then 135.71. In 18, it was 133.7. Okay. Now, what you don't see there on your sheet, but I can tell you now, for 2019, that salary number for 2019 is 135.6. Okay. So for 2019, we know the salary number is going to be 135.6. All right. So that's what salaries, what's been going on from 17 to where we're at today. All right. Once again, salaries and contracts, those are done by the board. That's who manages that. Okay. Benefits. Benefits for the office professional. For our office professional, the benefits. They have a retirement benefit. She has a retirement benefit through Capers that comes out of here. All right. Last year, the commission gave us some dollars to put into a health-related benefit for that position, because that position has not had, if you all can remember those discussions from last year, does not have any health benefit to it. All right. We still could not afford that group policy through the non-state employees. What we were able to establish is based like a cafeteria plan for her, okay, where that money can be used for health-related expenses, okay. It's called an HRA is what it is. And so that's the package that we're put together for her, okay. I would still defend that that was necessary. If not, we weren't going to be able to recruit and maintain or retain that position. It was going to be that. That's a big part of why people work anymore is for health insurance. Agreed? Yeah. And so that was the issue there. And so, yes, that money increased our benefits cost. There's no question. That increased our benefits cost. So out of benefits then, it comes all of the office professional, and for the two agents. For the two agents, what comes out of there is the employer portion of our health insurance, all right, as well as then all of the FICA, the payroll taxes. And that's what comes out of that. Our retirement benefits does not come out of that. So for agents, what comes out of this, what I call the non-retirement benefits of the agents, and then all of the benefits for the office professional. So that's what comes out of that line. The way I think of benefits, or the way I figure it, is a percent of salaries. My benefits are going to run about 22% of salary costs. That's the number. It's about 22% of my salary costs. And that's how I know what my benefits are going to be. All right. If you do that math for 2019, salaries are at 1,356, and what's budgeted is 21. We're going to exceed that line by a margin. Okay. So that's kind of where that is. Okay. So as you look at, the expenditures, that's where we've been at for the last couple of years. Okay. As you look at the proposed budget for 2020, for the insurance and the phone, I increased them to meet the realities of where we're at. That's all that is. I think if you look at the rest of that, I told you for 2019 it's $17,700. If you add that up for 2020, the proposal would be for $18,150. I call that flat. It's literally a $450 increase, or a flat budget is what that is. Okay. All of our costs, guys, obviously are tied up into people. Okay, they're tied up into people. If you in 2020 contracts, they can't be set for 2020 until we know what's going to happen. All right. But anyway, so later this fall, in about November, the board will do contracts for next year. At that time, that's when salaries will be set for 2020. You know, and you can do them, you know, if you look over the last couple of years, from 17 to 18, salaries increase, it was $3,100 or 2.3%. From 18 to 19, if you like it whole dollars, it increased by $1,887, almost $1,900, or it was 1.4%. All right, you know, that's the history. You know, I have more history than that I can bring to you. Certainly, the board is, in my opinion, they're trying to control the salaries, evidenced by what's going on here. Okay, so if they were to give another cost of living increase, let's say they wanted to do that of whatever 2.5% or 3%, you know, then that's going to take your salaries probably into the I don't know, 139 to you know, something like that range, and your benefits cost would be something in about the 30-31 range. Okay, so that's the that's the budget right there.
Got a question for you.
Yes.
You said back in 18 or 17, and you was expecting a you know, increase due to person leaving. Did your board fail to make any actions upon that? Because that's been a thing of creating your numbers of days off, sick leave, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Somehow that has to be controlled. Has the board done anything
Yes,
to do
we
that?
did. Yes, yes.
And it should have been done years ago.
Yes.
Because it's one of the things in city government, county government, both, it needs to be, when I come here to this job, I think what Scott had me figure, or had to figure on the budget, was how much it was going to cover. We had a lot of older people, road and bridge employees and different ones in the offices and things.
Yep.
And it was astounding of what we were going to have to figure in the budget to cover that in case everybody did that.
Thank you.
So,
The problem, you know, yes, to answer your questions, policies have been updated so that hopefully does not happen in the future. But when she was hired on, that was the agreement that she was hired under, however be it, 56 years ago, I get.
yeah.
And so that's what we did. But,
Sometimes
yeah.
you have to break that.
Well, that's just the way it used to be, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
government was very, very open on their sick leave and their
Yeah.
vacation, yeah. One question here.
Yes.
So Doris retired in 17?
Yes.
Well, you know, I'm just trying to look at the numbers.
Okay.
I don't see the numbers changing, I guess, that much from, if that was a big payout in 17 for her, would that be in the employee benefit line, or where would that have been?
Well, okay, yes, it would have, most of those expenses would have come through the benefit line. There would have been some through the salary line, because there would have been a period of time, probably 2 months, 2.5 months, where we actually were paying 2 people.
Okay.
So some of that would have been through some salary, because essentially she was burning up her vacation time.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, the reason I ask that is because if you look at 17 and the salaries and employee benefits, you would expect that number to be a lot larger because of that payout. But then when you look at 18, the number's even larger in 18 than what you would expect it in 17. And so it's based on 19 and 20 just continues to go. That's the only question I had was that payout. Last thing is, I never probably have asked this, but you have to have some cash carryover
We do.
because
We did, that is correct.
17,
Right.
18, now 19.
You're right.
Is that 20 up there, or what?
Well, that's where it comes out of, yes. Are you at, how much do we have in cash carryover?
Yeah,
How much do we have in reserves?
Yeah, what's that showing reserve?
And that number is going to be, it's slightly under 60.
60,000.
Yeah, I can get the exact number for you guys. I apologize. Off the top of my head, I'm working off a number of like 58 or 59 It is very close to about 60. I didn't bring them, I have it, I just didn't bring that with me.
It's not a big deal. I was
Yeah.
looking at it from the standpoint, the way we do the other funds. So
Right.
like, if you have a $6,000, you expend more
Right.
than you do your
Yep.
cash, then how long is that gonna
No,
last?
and that's why, and
Or
that,
other, or,
part of the whole reason why. I get it, when you go from 149 to 164, okay, that's a jump, okay? When I looked at trying to find that in the budget, okay, unfortunately, everything we have is tied up in people,
yeah.
okay? And
Anyway, the last point, I don't want to belabor this, but the last point would be, so if the cash, okay, we literally study the budget and you can't cut any more,
Right.
okay?
Right.
The cash carryover
How
is
long
60
can you burn that?
60,000. So what a lot of government, these types of relationships, they've gone to these what's called public-private partnerships. And so these public-private partnerships are where we may have to get, more of the people that are in those situations helping with that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, the taxpayers could pick up the 164,000. That may be what you decide to do, but long-term, that 60, if you continue this, is not gonna last, that 60,000 is gonna be spent. So what do we have in private opportunities to pour into kids' lives? Because that's what you're really doing, is you're pouring into
And
kids'
that's
lives. Is that
why
right?
we did the 4-H related expenses. In my opinion, we are shifting those into private dollars.
Yeah.
And that's what we are doing. And that endowment hopefully will be able to continue to do more and more, we hope, okay? And you're correct, of the 60, we burned that. That was my concern. Some of that, I can't take it all out of operations. So yes, I'm at a burn rate, okay? And how long can continue to do that? Because you can't take that to zero, obviously, all right? And so, how long can you do it? Because we're gonna continue to burn, unfortunately, because it's all tied up in people here.
Sure.
One of the things.
What is an adequate number for reserve?
That's a great, I think that's a great question. I suppose you would get different answers, and I've asked that too, and I think it would be some percentage of at least the salaries you've got to pay out, okay? But Kent, I'm not sure I know how to answer that, and I would be welcome.
A lot of businesses will operate in, we need 6 months
Right.
of operation in reserve, or 3 months, 4 months, whatever that number is.
Right.
Well, taking that, what we talk about in governments is minimum is 3 months.
Okay.
6 months is kind of in the middle of the road, and a lot of governments in Kansas have 12 months.
Right.
So if you take roughly 180,000, that's around 15,000 a month.
Right.
That you're spending.
That is
on.
correct, right.
Okay.
We
So
burn
then-
anywhere from 13 to 15 a month.
Right,
Thank
so
you.
just say 15, and 15 times 3 is
45.
45, and
460.
I've got 4 months then. That's probably about what I have, maybe.
I might just add, from the board's position, we looked at it and we wanted to present a realistic budget to you and also have a realistic budget for ourselves in looking at it. And so that's where we're coming today, is from. This is a realistic, and it's about as bones.
I think you all can look at the 17 and 18, those are the actual expenditures, and I think you can see that there's no trips to Las Vegas or Hawaii in this deal. Okay? That's not what we run here.
Maybe Garden City.
Yeah, that's about right, Even Garden City's been a long drive, but anyway, but no, Kent, you're not wrong, though. You're not wrong.
This isn't a budget question, but how long does a Marion County extension exist under the way things are going now without merging with a district or something?
And that's why the districting discussions are very active, they're very ongoing. I think you all can understand that with the tax lid that you all face, and everybody is there. I will tell you that we're having those discussions now. Our board is, and I would submit to you that's going to be coming to your board pretty soon. I believe that.
All right. Thanks, Ricky.
If I took too long, I apologize. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the explanation.
Well, we're supposed to have the health department in before lunch, and Deidre's here. So we just have a shorter lunch.
Is that gonna cause a health problem if we don't eat lunch on time?
I can be.
Could have brought us a healthy snack.
Just, you know, I think this shouldn't take.
Oh, no, you'll have this whipped out here and.
Okay, go ahead.
Here are the packets. There should be one. And the first sheet that you have kind of talks a little bit about the planning. In 2020, we do plan to buy a computer for the WIC program that is going to be written in the budget. Keep in mind that the WIC budget runs on the federal year, which is October through September. We don't have any idea what we will be getting, but it's already been approved. Sherry's working on a computer. That computer probably won't be purchased till 2020 because it'll be after October. So my guess is maybe the first part of January or such. Clinic laptops, they are coming on about 4 years. Right now, they're doing what they need to do, so I have it projected. Down in your packet, there is a 5-year plan. In that first packet, you can kind of see a 5-year plan of that. And you'll see that a vehicle, if we don't have to buy by the end of the year, maybe in 2020, the odometer right now is 109, 182, so it has over 100,000 miles to it. So 2019, it is in that budget. We continue to be down 0.75 to 1 as we have in the past. We have not hired a preparedness position. On July 1st, the 24/7 pay increases, actually it should increase. Last year, through preparedness, it was written in the budget to start last year in July, but I kind of wanted to keep that for in case we had a position and put that towards salary, but we didn't, so that will start July of 19. The part-time raises, I'll be coming up probably in the near future for that, so that hopefully will happen in 2019. So then as you see that, I worked with salaries that I'll go over for 2020. Any other matters of importance? I just wanted to kind of point out that the capital outlay in I think it was 2018 or even 2017, we had like $78,000. I believe our carryover kept going in that capital outlay, but last year I think it was cut down to 18,000.
Well, it's really still there.
Is it?
Because what happened is the state of Kansas, if you look on page 21, is what she's asking about, that handout that I gave you. You can see the flow there, where that stapled document is that I gave you. Yeah. Circled page 21. So like what we've done is we've done the carryovers, like, and this hasn't been adjusted yet, but your total cash carryover at the end of 18, in the first column there, if you're looking on page 21, is $193,648 at the end of 18. Okay? What the state did to change their budgeting in the budget year is they broke out what's the cash carryover, true cash carryover, what is the other line items, so capital outlays and commodities and all that. So like if you look up here, like salaries in 18, if you look at that number, 137,942, we've been showing 170 and 170, and I'm not sure what those will get adjusted to. So what's happened is they've actually spread between the lines. They're not all shown in the capital outlay line like they used to be.
Okay.
They're broke out for cash carryover, they wanted them broke out more so you kind of knew, instead of just one number, capital outlay, what's that number really mean? And so they're trying to get, because I think with this tax lid, what's gonna happen, you run a very good fund, okay? I mean, your fund, you've got good cash carryover. We've done, I think, a good job. If you look up here at the service fees, you're right at $80,000. It's up in the revenue there, but we've only been budgeting $40,000. So we've been conservative on our revenue estimates, so that we don't overspend them. Because you don't know, and with your grants, with this one, if the grants don't come in, we don't have the money to spend. So I think once you look at this, the way the state's starting to do more of this is where the cash carryover is broke out separately, then you'll understand that you can get back to that number of capital outlay of whatever, because what we used to do is just bury it all in capital outlay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what, I just wanted to make sure that the money stays in the health department fund.
Well, they can't take it out. Once it's levied in the health department, you can't remove it. And if you reduce the levy, then that's that whole thing that kicks in. For 1 year, you lose the percentage of state funding. So that's why the local match, they call it, has to be the same as last year, this year, or you reduce state funding in the next year, okay? So that's why we've always, and once it's levied in that fund, it has to stay in that fund for health purposes.
And the tax that's levied is $97,372.
Right, exactly.
That has to always come as tax through the county. So if you look at the first part, the expenses, if you'll see, and again, if you go a little ways down, I've done a kind of the salary sheet that I got from Ashley, and then you'll see I put some handwritten stuff on it. I would like, the reason we ran low in 2018 is because we were without a nurse, we were without the preparedness, and as you can recall, that nurse who was there did child care licensing, the full-time nurse did child care licensing, did clinic, did the school screens, and we couldn't get that position filled, so we kind of farmed out the position. We have someone now doing Safe Kids and child care licensing. She's a part-time employee. On the salary sheet, that would be Erin. Then Lindy, if you'll see there, she does the school screens, and Wanda does the clinics. But we still don't have, then that leaves us with the part-time nurse that was doing the clinic and the preparedness. Wanda is doing the epi and the clinic, and she pretty much sticks to 2 days a week for that. Lindy, when she hired on, she just wanted school screens, and I probably, if you'll see, I estimated her hours at 500. However, last year she was at about 125 hours. I don't know, she has since retired from her other job, so I don't know if she's planning on helping with flu clinics, but when she hired on, she just wanted to do school screens. So that estimate of 500 hours probably will be closer to 130 hours with her job. Wanda's will probably be close to 1,000 hours, as will Erin's, close to 1,000 hours. Lynette's time, she never gets 1,000 hours. She'll be closer to, I overestimated at even 500. So you see a little bit of a difference in there. Jessica, she is actually a little over 1,000 hours, so her estimate is probably, she'll probably spend a little more over because they are taking capers out now for her. So that's why I would like to keep the salary at the 201,379.
And if you look on that sheet right before that, the year before 18-17, it was 177,000. So
Yeah.
I mean, that 137, that explains why it dropped so much. Yeah.
So then if you'll look at the sheet behind that, I think is the expenses. The kind of our expense sheet. You should have one of these. Yeah. And that's pretty much, they're staying pretty much the same. As I didn't increase that. You will see that we do have Eagle for internet. That's probably some of our dues, like the Kansas Association of Local Health Department, that is going up. I'm not sure how much. But for the most part, it does pretty much stay the same. The WIC funding, the commodities and the contractual, that pretty much is a wash. Do you have any questions on that? I do have a question for Scott on the preparedness, the PHEP grant, that how it's broken out on this sheet. It actually comes like all the other grants, so is there a way that we can just put it in with the other?
So you mean like when you turn it in as a receipt to the county treasurer, how they record it, so that it goes on the general ledger differently?
Right.
So where do you want it, or where do you want that?
Well, does it have to be broke out like this?
As an expenditure?
Yeah. Because right now, what I've been budgeting is whatever the grant, what we think we're gonna get is what I put as
You know, on that
expense.
agreement, I mean, you guys would have to look, on the agreement, sometimes it requires a line item to be shown separately. but I
Well,
don't-
usually if we put a line item there, it's because you want to be able to track it easier. It's easier to track if you can.
Yeah.
And see, it used to be, I mean, we can continue doing that, but it used to be that was not part of our grant application packet. It was a totally separate, kind of like how WIC is a
Right.
separate grant.
That's probably why it was set up that way.
Yeah, yeah,
Wasn't that the one that started right after 9/11?
yes.
Okay, so I think, that was probably just set up, and it was a lot bigger numbers even back then, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
When it first started.
Yeah.
So that's probably why they wanted it as a separate line, I'm guessing. If the contract that you have with that doesn't require a separate line item, and you don't need it for separate tracking, I don't know that you need it for separate tracking.
Except for we show it in the financials. I mean, but
Right.
so basically you'd have to go through your whole big health department fund and
Yeah.
find all those or track it separately, so.
Which I do that anyway for quarterly affidavits. So I will talk to.
For my purposes, it doesn't matter. It's up to you
Okay.
how much detail you
And
all.
if you're tracking all of those grants out separately
Yeah.
quarterly, it would be helpful to have those here too, so that when we go in to do the financial statements, that and plus just confirming those monthly deposits and stuff.
Okay.
Is that something? I mean,
Yeah, because I send them,
Yeah.
to the state every quarter,
that'd be helpful, I think, to have.
along with the invoices and
Yeah.
so.
Well, Deidre, why is it some years you got a capital outlay for WIC and some years you don't?
Well, this year I'm putting Sherry's computer because
Oh, okay, that's where that's at.
we can
Okay.
only purchase when they tell
Okay,
us we
okay.
can
Yeah, that
purchase.
explains that.
Like
Yeah.
when Washington tells you can take it out, you can take it out.
Yeah, so,
That reserve that you was talking about, has
Yeah.
to be in there.
Yeah. It's just cash carryover. Yeah.
Yeah, but when can it be used?
It could be used on anything related to the, see, okay, give you a little history, just real brief. When that building was originally
Yeah.
over here on Main Street, whatever that, Bowery, whatever's
No,
that?
Bowmanville.
Bowman, yeah. See, we were looking at a lot of different options there of whether that cash carryover just be used for that building and, renovating it, all that stuff. And so there's really no restrictions on it as long as it's health related, of what you use it for.
What do you see using it as?
I would like to, I always like to have a little bit of a cushion.
Everybody does, I'm not.
And I would like to see that used for health related. If there comes a time when we have to move out of the hospital building, because I don't know how long, that floor is shifting, I don't know how long,
Right.
we'll be able to stay in there.
Okay,
So-
so my next question is, and if we use it, was it due to the grant for next year? If we used it for the right reason?
It doesn't.
It don't hurt
The
nothing.
tax levy is what impacts
Okay.
the grant. Now,
Okay.
like if you just took this and what we just talked about on the extension council and you as a county, but took it just to her fund.
Right.
So her total funds, the 18 years not a good year because that 137 is low. So if we did the 290,000 divided it by 12, or around 300,000 divided by 12, then you're sitting there, 6 months would be $145,000 if you took it and divided by 12 times 6. And she's sitting with, at the end of 18, she was sitting with 193, which might be a little high because she didn't have those expenditures of those unfilled positions. So if she had those at end of 19, and it stayed, if that's the way it's gonna turn out, we'd be at 119,000, and 6 months would be 145,000. So we're sitting there in that 3 to 6 month window, so it's not like it's, it's really out there. And if she does want, if some point down the road you would have to go and find another facility, it could be used for that. Because some people, I think, would look at the health department, and they have over the time, Deidre does a good job of running that cash carryover, and watching her expenditures. And so, but citizens don't understand that. They'll look at that one fund, and they'll go, why is there 193,000 in there? But that fund, then you don't have to worry about funding it with the general fund, because I've had that happen up at Osage County where the person didn't run the fund right, and we were paying the last 3 months of 1 year out of the general fund. They had no money left. And so it's a good thing to.
So could that even be used for a purchase of this facility?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and what we'd actually looked at in the past was doing like a lease purchase of the building or something where you pay it out over 5 years or 7 years, and we've looked at a lot of different.
We actually, out of the health department,
Yeah,
purchased
that's
that
right.
building on Main Street.
That's right.
That came out of,
What year was that?
and that was,
80
gosh,
something.
did we pay it off in,
Yeah.
It's early 90s probably.
in the 90s?
You were only what, like 17?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Don't
It
feel offended.
was early 90s, either late 80s or early 90s. 'Cause
Yeah,
after-
yeah,
after-
yeah, it was-
There was still a bank there when I started in 87, so.
Yeah.
But that's good to know, because like
Yeah.
you said, we don't know what the future.
That's right.
of the hospital, whether they're
Yeah.
even gonna wanna make improvements.
That's right.
And even if they did, then you'd still have to move
Well,
out.
the worst thing that I see is the rent that we pay.
Well, and
Right.
so far, they have not raised the rent
Right,
on us.
right.
So what rent, what is it you rent you pay?
And
Do you know, a month?
we pay, yeah, I think it's close to 1,500.
Yeah, because you've got it broke out by rent and then WIC rent.
Right, because we have a space usage on that.
Yeah.
And if you go to the next page, the revenue, like I mentioned before, the 97,372 is something that we always need from the tax dollars. In there you will see the grants that I've got a little chart that looks like this. That in the green, that's what we have. I did highlight in 2019, but again, the 2019 state fiscal year actually started July of 2018 and ran through June of 2019. And remember, we were down a child care licensing surveyor. So we were down from February to November, so about 2 quarters. We did not spend all of that $6,806, so we didn't get it. What we didn't spend, we can't get, because there was nobody actually, someone from the state took over those duties and we can't charge. We couldn't even collect fees for that because we couldn't charge, because our surveyor wasn't going out to do those fees. So that's why you'll see also on the fees, there's a little bit of a decrease on that. The state formula, the $8,104, that is verified. They've said that's based on a flat rate and then per capita. So that one's verified, and also the immunization action plan, the $3,115.39. The state has said we will get those. Again, that starts July of 2019 through June of 2020. So it's kind of, we get some in each of the county fiscal years. The preparedness, it's kind of waffled back and forth, but I think we'll get $14,645, but I'm not 100% sure. And then child care licensing, they haven't cut it, but who knows? So I just put that figure in. Immunizations, if you look on this sheet, it's kind of hard to say. Our immunizations have gone down, they're slowly increasing, but as private providers start doing immunizations, like they, at one point, Hillsborough was doing VFC, which is vaccine for children, and also private. And Marion, the clinic, does private vaccines, so that of course cut in onto some of our immunizations. The VFC Hills, we're the only one in Marion County right now doing that. And those vaccines that we give, we can only charge and bill for an administration fee, because we don't pay for those vaccines. Those are received from the state. The Safe Kids grant, those we cannot use to pay for salary. What those are mini grants, and we have to, whatever we get, like say $5,000, we have to purchase like life jackets, smoke detectors, Safe Kids materials, educational materials, that just goes for basically educational items. And the school screen contract, that should be signed here before long, and that
You
pays
plan on
for,
that again?
yeah. Let's see, the reimbursement, you'll see some in line items, but what that is that's vaccine we've purchased, and if it outdates, we can send it back, and then we get reimbursed for that. We don't get our excise tax back, but we do get the cost of the vaccine back. So St. Luke, occasionally if they run out of some vaccine, they have come and we've let them have some of our private stock, and then they reimburse at what it cost us. So I don't count on reimbursement, because basically we don't know. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully we use up all our vaccine. So, any questions?
If your increase in salaries is 30,000.
Yeah.
Well, I think you are a very good department there, Deidre.
Thanks for enlightening us.
You might
Keeping us
get a
healthy.
little bit of lunch.
Yeah, we'll try to. I'll be healthy. What time, 1:15?
Okay, thank you, Deidre.
Yep.
Okay, we are scheduled to be back at 1:15, so we got a little bit of time. Want something to eat? We'll go ahead and recess until then.
Okay, thank you.
They kind of said with how old the transformer was, it was just over. It was
Overloaded.
Yeah, and they got the new one up and powered everything on, and you just heard everybody start cheering. It burned down. But yeah, it was.
Now, that would have been a first day to remember here in Tarrant County, done that. You spelled that, that'd been a first day.
Oh, that would have been, that's a close one.
We got off on the wrong foot with that.
Not good.
Find somewhere that's
We went to Dorothy's. I didn't even know it was a half sandwich, so.
No, half sandwich, yeah.
So you're okay.
Okay, it's 1:15, so we're going to resume back into open session. Our next department in, Park and Lake. So Isaac, we will turn it over to you.
There's three.
Okay.
Good. And then do you want two? That'd be all. Or we can pass one down there and then we'll use one here.
Come on, get out.
Thank you.
I need to remember to ask for 6, because I should always remember you always.
Yeah, we
someone
just
with you.
use one. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Same tree.
Okay, whenever you're ready there, Isaac.
Okay, I am ready, I think. So the front page here, I think everything's gonna stay the same. Daily receipts, I had 100,000. The state of Kansas fishing fees for that CFAP program is staying the same at 27,177. On the second page here, it looks like everything is gonna stay the same there. I had 100 for the fish contest receipts. We're still selling those. And I was gonna ask the commission if they knew, you know, that the fish contest thing they're having out there with the tagged fish, was that put on through the state? Because I think the last time we still have the prize money and people are still entering it. I think the last time they tagged a fish was last year before I had started, and they talked about adding
one of each species to the lake, and Adam said he wasn't sure, and I asked the fish biologist out there, and he said he wasn't sure.
No,
Now, I don't know if there was a different biologist there at the time they started that, because it's fine either way, but if we don't know, then I was gonna maybe just call that off, because I didn't want people entering it if there's nothing out there.
If there's no fish out there?
No tagged fish, because it's that tagged fish contest is, I believe, what this is for. And people pay, you can pay $3
Right.
per species or $10 for all of them, and they should have a little yellow tag in the dorsal fin.
But there's no record that any of them's been caught?
The last one that was caught was 2 years ago.
Right.
And there was a bluegill and a crappie caught that year. But since then, from talking to Adam about last year before I was there, he said nothing was put in, and this year nothing has been put in. And I've been trying to figure out where that all got started.
Well, Steve would tell you.
Okay, is that was it happened when Steve came out? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just done locally, but through the help of the biologist. It was something
Okay.
that Steve did. It wasn't through the state, I don't believe, but it was
Okay.
just something that he thought would be fun, and people had suggested it maybe.
And I mean, a lot of people are still interested in it. That's why I just like to double check to make sure.
I think then all what he did was, whenever the biologist was out, they would make arrangements and figure out what they were gonna tag and what they were. But definitely follow up with Steve, because
Okay, and I can do that.
that was kind of his brainchild.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was, yeah.
Okay.
But if there's 3 fish out there, and they've all been caught,
Well, and
we're
that's
still collecting money, that's not good.
And
They may have died of old age.
They might,
Or gotten eaten or something. Yeah, that's kind of where I was on it. I just wanted to make sure we were going to keep it going.
That's quite a scheme.
Yeah, that's why the best. That's why the best.
Go ahead and pay us, but we don't have a contest.
Maybe we can buy something else new for the lake out there with it.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
New transformer.
Yeah, exactly. And then on the back page here, the top one, the personal services. I know the county has gone through the pay plan, the meetings and all of that, and I was going to ask again to see if there was maybe something we could do for Gerald out there. He's talked to me a couple times. I know I've brought it up to you guys a little bit, and I know you guys are still going through the whole process there with the pay plan. I just wanted to see if maybe there was something we could possibly look at for next year. I wasn't sure, but
You have money in your budget to fund a X dollar or a certain percent, or?
I think we do. Yes, it looks like we do. And like I said, he's not asking for anything, significant. Just he's been there. This is his 10th year.
And he's still under 12.
Yeah, he is.
He's under 12.
Yeah, he is. I think he's at 1182, I believe.
And we as a commission just authorized Isaac if he's got the money there to, or how would that work?
What you really need to do as a commission is to figure out what you're doing with the pay plan, because every department is going to be coming in here. Every position has a pay range where it should be, and there are several other positions that also need to be adjusted. So my recommendation is that the commission not just do for one off. You need to make some progress and decide what you want to do for wages.
I think, Diane, didn't you really want to start looking at 2 or 3 or something like that at one time?
I did. I was looking at the ones that have not had pay raises in a long time and who were on the bottom of the pile.
Because along with Gerald, we've got a guy right down here as our maintenance man right here, and that's another person that's, I don't know if he's above 12 yet.
I think there's about a dozen of them that really need seriously fit in one or the other of those categories.
So I think that needs to be part of your discussion, and even for potentially for the current year. And I would say probably all the departments that have those affected people probably can find the money in their budgets to cover it. But it's not good practice to just.
I know.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to cover every department and get it done.
But a lot of times you do have department heads that come in and request pay throughout the year and we give it to them.
Not
it
generally.
does happen.
I mean.
Well, if we had the pay plan nailed down, there wouldn't be any need of it.
That's the whole idea behind having one, is so that you aren't making those decisions on a case-by-case basis. It's based on a standard.
But I think in some of these people that we're talking about, the one down here and the one you're out there, that really look at the job they do and see what a top pay is for that type of job they do, you know, and set a range for them and see if a range is higher than what they're, you know, evaluate them in a range for, you know.
Well, and if
That's
you,
all addressed under the pay plan.
yeah, but if you decide that that's what you're gonna do, you're gonna leave it up to the departments to set their wages within a range.
No, I said we, I didn't say departments.
Yeah,
I mean,
the commission.
we would make the, you know, whether it's us or the pay plan or whatever, but we can't turn it loose to all department heads, you know what happens there.
Well, that's kind of what I see maybe happening if they keep coming and then the board says, well, do you have that in your budget? Well, sure we do, of course we do. Well, then go ahead. Well, that's what you're gonna get, that's what I'm saying, is if you do that, then you're basically turning it over to the department heads and they're just gonna put their wages wherever, regardless of what the position
I don't
is.
think that's what the commission's intent needs to do, but we're on the budget, so go ahead.
Sorry.
Excuse me, now, most of the people that we even heard today in their personnel services, they had increased their budgets to accommodate some pay increases going forward, and I noticed you didn't do that.
I didn't, and that's because I just wanted to ask and I wasn't sure. And I guess my big concern was, and this hasn't happened since I've been here, but Gerald, I guess in the past, has gone over to Road and Bridge in the winters and worked with them when we've been slower out there at the lake. And he's been talking to me about wanting to do that, to try to make a little bit more money, because I believe when he did that, he got paid more with Road and Bridge than he did with the lake. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I believe.
Depending on what, you know, it had to put him on a certain grade level.
So
Yes.
budget-wise, back to the budget, is it too late to adjust this up a little bit to accommodate, or is this set now, it's still in right? I mean, because the other departments did that, they did increase it with the anticipation. And if it didn't happen, it didn't happen, it's still in the budget.
Right.
But-
And, yeah, I guess I just put that down. I wasn't sure, and so.
What do you suggest?
Well, typically like I said earlier, that line we really don't worry about until we get to the end of the budget process, like all that stuff I talked about, what mill levy, you know, what increases and all that. And then we look at different options. And so we really kind of left it, I mean, they can put in there what they want, but we don't really consider it until we get all the other numbers in. And then at that point, if you guys decide that this is the pay plan, and that's what you want to do, you could always go back to Gerald and, you know, and say this is what the increase will be at that point. Because
So
the reason we did.
generally, the board, what he's saying is you
Yeah.
guys set that at the last for all
Yeah.
departments.
And the reason we did that is because why go through all those rigmaroles of this department and that department, and trying to figure out what the increases were in each of the lines, and not even know what the budget's gonna, you know, where we're gonna end up on the budget. And then once we know where all the other lines are, then we can say, okay, well, we could probably do it 2% or, you know, whatever. It just took a lot of extra work out ahead of time. Now Deidre went to a lot of extra work there.
She always
But
does.
she did some because she had unfilled positions, which is a little different.
She struggled in
Yeah.
that department.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Isaac, go ahead.
Okay, contractual, I kept the same 110,000, and then the fish contest and the canoe rentals the same. Commodities, I had a question on, because last year when we went through the budget, we had not talked about, you know, the possibility of the shop there. So with that, we've had ice sales, or, you know, the purchasing of ice and night crawlers, and we purchased that tackle. And that was something I had left blank because, you know, I didn't know where we're at right now. And I've written all this down. I don't believe I wrote it down on your guys's. I know when we got that tackle, we had originally spent $2,600 on just the tackle. And, you know, I didn't know if it was something that the commission would be interested in trying to keep restocked, We haven't bought anything as far as more tackle since that original purchase there at, from the lumber yard.
Are you gonna sell out?
Right now, we've currently done, in just the tackle, not ice or night crawlers, we've done $1,362.37. I believe that number could be higher. I have about half of the items that were stocked sold out. And I believe a lot of those were, we kind of talked about purchasing the stuff and then maybe weeding some out and keeping a little bit of it stocked. And if that was something we could do, I believe the sales would be higher. The things that are still on the shelf are probably going to stay there for a while.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
But there are things that we are out of that I believe that if we were to restock
Yeah.
them would keep moving quickly.
Maybe we need to budget something for that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, and
Yeah. What do you think? 500 or 1,000?
I think 1,000 would be perfect. It's not a whole lot, and most of the stuff in there's not expensive.
Right.
$3-4 items.
Right.
But those $3 or $4 items that sell, they sell a lot.
That's for a year now.
Is that enough?
That's what I'm wondering.
Well,
If you sell that again, I don't know what kind of time frame we're talking that you sold it.
Well, that was since October of last year. So really, we haven't even done a summer yet.
So you may need to double that.
Yeah.
We might need to.
Let me just ask a question here. Like on stuff like that with other departments, if they're needing things that they turn around and like whether it's the health department or whatever, doesn't the department just typically go and buy the items to keep the level of service where it should be to sell that, or how is that different in this case?
This is a retail item that we're charging sales tax for.
So if he's a manager of that, it would seem like he would have the authority to a certain level.
Let me catch you up a little bit.
Okay.
We've cut back from the job. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The old job, they took care of everything, and
yeah.
that was part of their. We never looked at the books. We never did nothing.
Right. That's what When I saw that over here, I was thinking that used to be kind of
right, part of the job.
What's his name? Yeah, part of the
Dale or something like that. Yeah.
One.
But we didn't know where we wanted to be with this, and I think we're trying to feel it out a little bit and see. We didn't want to become the office become more of the possibility of being out on the lake or something like that. So that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Sure.
I think
Makes sense. Yeah.
But you guys got any input? I don't care. I mean, just set a number and.
So
as long as you can manage it.
you need to have a number there so you can keep some of that stuff there.
Yeah.
Okay, and I also throw out, so far since that date, we spent $285 on night crawlers, and we have $580.87 in sales on that, and ice has been $276.97, and we've made $375 on ice.
Commission, I'd like you to just hear this. What do you think if you set him for a budget in there of 3,000, and he gives us reports or something? That's maybe too high. I'm just saying.
3,000 per year?
Per year, maybe.
Well, I think that's fine.
I don't think that's too high.
Okay.
Then he's allowed to manage it.
Correct.
Yeah, and then you have to worry about coming in and saying, I
Yeah.
ran out of little pink zip code.
So are you talking
the girls
about,
like.
are you talking about increasing the commodities line item then from 15.5 to 18.5? Is that what you're saying, Commission?
Well, it would be an increase because you're giving him a $3,000 authority.
Yeah.
That's what I assumed it was gonna be.
Yeah.
So that kind of jumps down along. How's come it was so far down? And of course, you don't know me in 2019. Oh, that's just the figure. So
That's the actual.
Yeah,
That's through May.
see, in
That's just
18, they've already spent 17 close, or in 18, they spent almost 17, so
Yeah.
really you're not giving him 3, you're giving him, if he goes to 18.5, you're giving him 1,500.
Yeah.
Well, and I was gonna say, because we started that, I believe it was late September, pretty much right at the beginning
Late
of
summer.
October.
Yeah. No fishing was biting.
No, pretty much right when everything shut down. Yeah, is when we started that up this past year, and I believe that big jump. Well, the 17 And the commodities probably had a lot to do with that vending machine and the purchasing of that tackle, which was,
So is it then 18.5, is that what it is?
yeah.
Or are you wanting to go up more? Are you looking at your actuals and bumping?
I mean, if you're wanting to look at what we actually did in, say, 2018, you know, you'd be up 20,000.
Yeah, be 20.
Is that what you want to go up to 20,000?
Let's try it and just so, just keep us abreast of how your office is going. That's all
Okay.
I'm asking for, quarterly or half,
I
6
mean,
months report.
you know what sells at this
Yes,
point in time,
yes,
so
yes.
not like it's a shot in the dark and we'll buy a little of this and then we'll buy that.
Right. Because the rest of stuff will be still hanging there a year from now.
Yeah, I think a lot of it probably will. The stuff that hasn't sold by now
We get a
probably gonna
special
be
sale
there.
on it.
There you go.
The memorial expense I left at 6. The capital outlay, I had a question on, that, just the 30.
Yeah, what happened there, I explained this to Deidre, the state has kind of changed their forms.
Okay.
So like, what happened, now I was gonna ask a couple questions here, so maybe, let me ask these questions and I'll explain more.
Okay.
Like, if you guys wanna look
page
on page 22 in that handout that I gave you, and down at the bottom there, you have the park. And so he's talking about capital outlay. Let's start with 18 column at the bottom where he's at. So at the end of 18, he was 195,452. You see that number? Ending cash on 18 for park. Okay. And in capital outlay in 18, he spent $3,749. So just go up that column. You'll see capital outlay, $3,749.
Yeah.
And then I have, like I told you earlier, I haven't adjusted the 19 column yet. But that, if you look at capital outlay, it's 38,468 and 38,468. And that's where in the past, we had carried all the cash, okay? But the state, of what's left over in your budget, okay? But the state has changed their form, so what they've done is over here on the right-hand column, you'll see a number I circled on yours of 50,872. But then we also have, I didn't know if that electrical water upgrade, has anything been done on that?
Yes, it's done.
That's all done?
Yes.
Water
So see,
upgrade
there's
and
100,
electrical, yes.
yeah, there's 100,000 right there, 50 in the middle column, 50 in the 19 column, that's already done. Okay, so that would be capital outlay, even though it's sitting there.
Except the 50 in the 19 column is used plus more, because it was close
Is that
to
the year it done?
70,000.
Oh, okay.
It's just
and
been
it-
done.
Just been done, okay. Yeah, so that 50 had been spent, and then, so, and you spent 70, so that 50 over here is only really 30, okay? Okay, so we'd have 30 left over in that line item, and then we'd still have our capital outlay up here of right at 80 plus the 50, okay? And that's about right, because at the end of 18, you had 195, and you spent 70,000, that's 125, and the combination of 30 and 80 is 110, so we're pretty close. You see what I'm saying? We're pretty close there. So we just need to clean those lines up a little bit, but the state has changed their budget column to show what the anticipated cash carryover would be at the end of after you've budgeted everything.
Okay.
Okay, and the reason that's important is because we have to have money to start the next year.
Okay.
And the
Yeah,
state,
right.
it was getting, what used to be is everything got thrown into capital outlay as cash carryover, everything. And the state's just trying to clean that up for transparency across the state and saying, here's how much is cash, here's what we're anticipating capital outlay, or other projects that we might.
And that's what I was just gonna address, other projects. There was wanting to be an open face shed to put our tractor under on the south end down there, and then a garage for the person to put their cars in, close to the house somewhere. Have you heard about either one of those two?
Gerald had mentioned to me
Okay.
about the tractor,
Okay.
and then Steve actually talked to me about, I think at one point he said for the work truck, because what happens is people just sit there, and when
Yes.
the truck is there, they see
Yes.
it there, and when you're out,
Yes.
they know you're out.
Yeah.
And he did talk to me about that a little bit.
Right.
And a lot of times on the weekends, just what I've been doing is just parking there on other side of the house.
Yeah, that's
So,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah. But that's what 2 projects was. We never did get a price really. We just sort of
Okay.
guessed at it. So,
Okay.
So that's something that's sort of, I'd really like to see the tractor shed and
Yes.
the other shed too, so. That's just 2 things.
And that brings up another question. I have it marked down here. I know we talked about briefly the situation with the residential roads and the rock, and you guys asked me to keep track of how much we spent on rock that's going towards the residential roads. We really did 2 fairly decent size timeframes there where we concentrated mainly on those roads. The total amount we spent on that rock was $509.60. We haven't done anything here since it would have been early April, maybe. And I didn't put anything on here because I didn't know if that was going to be a path that we wanted to continue to go down, or if we were gonna try something different there. But I did want to bring it up just in case.
Are you still keeping the rock pile there that people can get off of?
Yes, and we do have that rock pile. And I know this isn't for the budget presentation, but it's hard because there's elderly people that call and ask if we can bring it over in the tractor. But as soon as we do, which I would like to, because the rock is there for them to come and get, and they just can't do anything with it if they come and get it. But the second we load it up in our tractor and take it back there, I'm getting 10 calls saying, can you bring us some? Can you bring us some? And then that pile's not there, which I really don't have a problem.
You don't have a problem with it, just so you want to know how to handle it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But I guess we're at the budget. Do we want to allow some money for rock out there for him to do that?
Well, I think this is the time to do it.
Yeah. And I noticed some of our roads got some good washes again.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that
Have we been including in the budget that we stockpile?
Yeah.
I think that has been accounted for.
Yes.
Yes, it has, and really that's okay. It's just there was 2 main times where we had Road and Bridge out there with a truck, and they were dropping it off at main residential areas, so we could just take the tractor up there and move it around that area as we saw fit.
But that's not in this $509. Those loads.
Those 2 loads, that is
that is $509.
Yeah, that is the $509.60. All of the rock that we have kept at the shop is not included in this. Okay. This was just what all went strictly to those residential roads.
So this is just 2 loads of rock.
It was more than 2 loads. It was like I have the number. I didn't write it down here. It was like 4 days worth, 2 days of them hauling rock, pretty much for us. And I had
about 30 ton maybe.
Yeah, I think it was right around there. It might have been
35.
Yeah, a little more than that, but yeah.
How often do we stockpile?
I try to keep rock at the shop all the time. Sometimes it gets low. Like right now, I maybe have half a load there at the shop. And sometimes people bring their trucks and ask if we can take the tractor and fill up their truck bed, which we do, and sometimes people just bring over 5-gallon buckets and scoop it into the 5-gallon buckets. It's kind of all over the place. But I try to have rock there all the time.
How many truckloads have we stockpiled this year then?
At the shop there?
Yeah. Just guessing.
I would say probably somewhere between 12 and 15.
So that's quite a bit.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
So, where your contractual would be where the rock was at, or no?
That would also be commodities.
Commodities. Okay.
That might be why it's a little higher number too.
It very well
With
might.
those, with the truck.
Yeah. Because I think we started doing that fall of last year was when the first time we
Are
did
we
it.
setting precedent by budgeting rock for a private area?
I don't know where else it would come into play though. No other department would that ever come into play.
I mean, they're getting it for nothing the way it is. We just have to supply the means of doing it.
Yes.
And that is the problem, that some people cannot do that.
Correct.
And then the washouts start on the hills, and that's what you guys have addressed, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main thing. Yeah, is if there's some of them. It's just one of those things that as soon as you do it, everybody thinks their road is the worst, and then it's a judgment call, yeah, from us. But I just sometimes, it's hard for me to say, well,
Yeah.
your road's not bad enough to need rock when they are. It's just not as bad as some of the other places that are out.
But if you've got washouts, you're gonna need more than one size of rock.
Yes, well, and I think that's kind
You're
of
gonna have to
where,
have big rock, regular size road rock.
and that's where a lot of our problem has been, because we'll put it in there and we get a couple rains and it's down on Lakeshore Drive and all of that. So, and it's,
So I mean, those washouts, we're not really helping fix anything by letting them dump that small road rock on them.
putting a Band-Aid.
On the roads, and I know it's a little bit different out there, but isn't it almost the same as country road? Going to a pasture or going to a entrance to a field or something like that. I mean, I know it's a little bit different, but isn't it kind of almost,
Yeah.
couldn't you kind of bunch it almost the
Just so
same?
many of the side roads that's coming down on Lakeshore Drive, what he said, is all on the hill.
I
The one
know.
you turn
It-
off.
They're all on the
It
hill.
stinks.
Yeah, and you turn up and you go down the hill, so, and that's the toughest ones to hold, and that guy over there at that new house on Hillcrest over there, he's, they put cement halfway, curb and cement, so that, and that's finally stopped some of it from being washed, but that's, not too many people's gonna do that out there. There was a couple over in that area. So, well, I mean, I really don't have no problem. You just call in the road department and say, I need a load of rock for my roads out here. I don't know whether we can handle it that way too. I mean, without having to do this line on here, or do we
That's
need?
the way we've been doing it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it is.
so.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
your 509's not going very far.
right. Yeah. So, just so we let road department know that we're gonna be calling for rock out there. Now, if you wanna keep a track and tell us that we've bought 30 loads from you this year, well, that's fine. Be fine with me. I would.
It's okay with me. I just remember we talked about it and you guys asked to keep track of what we spent on it.
Let's just do it that way. Have you do it, call the road department.
Okay.
Say you need a load of rock.
Okay.
Maybe I'll take some of this out of here.
And
Move on.
The last thing I had was, the last thing is the utility upgrade, which was completed, and worked out this weekend. It was the first time it was really tested. We had every single site completely filled up. The majority of the trailer parks we've got their lines buried. There's a couple that are still above ground, but that's the way they've wanted it for now. Yeah, and that's the last thing I had here.
So we passed on the water deal, but
Yeah.
we failed on electricity
Yeah,
this week.
I know. I know.
And it wasn't our fault. It just happened.
Yeah.
On your page, you have the heated dock.
Yes, and that was, we mentioned it briefly last year, the talk of that, and that CFAP grant, Craig Johnson, the fish biologist with the state that's in charge of the lake, he got with me again here a week ago and said that he would really like us to get a quote for it, and then he said he's more than happy to help get this grant together because he does want to see something done at that dock. I've gotten one quote right now from a guy, and it was about $100,000, and what that was for to redo all the floats, all the flooring, but repurpose the tin sides and the roof. There's another guy supposed to be coming sometime this month who lives in Wichita and used to do docks out there at the Lake of the Ozarks. I've had two other people come out. They didn't want to bid it. They said it was kind of above what they wanted to handle. This guy, I sent him pictures. He said he was going to come out and try to give us a quote for it, for both repairs and then possibly a new dock. Something is going to have to be done.
So would the grant fund just a refurbishing the old dock? Or?
It will. He said they can do everything from help pay for a new one to help.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's not limited.
No,
Okay.
they can pay up to 75% of the project or up to $40,000 in grant money. whichever comes first. But from the county side of it, if it's 75 to 25% from our end can also be volunteer labor or labor. And I do know that I have a handful of people that are down at that dock every weekend of the year that said that they would be more than happy to help out in any way they can. The gentleman that I have coming down from Wichita to look at it told me that he is more than happy to bid it out that way if we could supply him the labor, which I think would be very beneficial for us.
And that goes towards your percentage of the grant then?
Yes, it does. That labor does. Which, yeah, so it wouldn't have to actually be money.
Money out.
Yes, it could be in labor. I haven't got a quote from him yet, so I've just really had one person that's been interested to take it on at this point, and he said it depends somewhere between 100 and 120,000, and that was for all new floats and new decking, and all that, and just keeping the sides and
I don't know, I've leaned over and looked underneath once when Steve was down there swimming, trying to put some plywood in and stuff doing that. But I don't know what the understructure looks like. I would hate to say put new floats under it and the metal be somewhat water.
Well, it's gonna be pulled out of the water.
And that's kind of what these guys that gave me the quote said.
Okay.
I talked to Earl Winter, who he repaired some of that wood at one point, and he told me it's bad.
The wood. See, I'm talking about the metal under it.
The frame, he said, it's rusted, and he said all the floats under there that you can't see are just mushy. Which, the way the state is now, is if you were to do any repairs on that dock, all of the old styrofoam floats, they have to go. Yep. Even if you don't mess with them, if you take that dock apart and do any maintenance on it, those floats, if they're exposed, have to be pulled out and replaced. That grant is it's June 1st, so we have a year. We missed it this year, and that's kind of what he was talking to me about. It's due of next June 1st. Is pretty much a little less than a year.
We can't just wait.
Yeah. Just a side note, I think it'd be interesting, I don't know how long that dock's been there, but it's been there. It just seems like that, I mean, repurpose it or refurbish it is one thing, but it sounds kind of sketchy. You know, it would really be interesting to see what a new
Whole new facility would
look like, because you're looking at lasting another 25 or 30, 40 years.
I think 40 to 50.
At least 50.
At 50?
At least 50.
So to me, if you're gonna spend, I mean, just from a budget standpoint, it would seem like that would be the way to go for the future generations.
I don't know that it has to be as big as it is, you know?
Yes.
Just
I
the
think
fishing area size would be, if you cut it just to the fishing area size.
Yes, and I believe we have the biggest in the state. There's only 3 left.
Yeah.
There were 4 2 years ago. One of them got taken out. Eureka just did work on theirs, and I think their inside area is now like, it's either 5 by 5 or 8 by 8, and ours is, I think, 12 by 20. Yeah.
There's one similar over at Melbourne.
Yes, and that one's pretty close to ours, and we're the only 3. Us and Melbourne and Eureka are the only 3 that are left.
Okay, well, we need to move forward on that.
So do we put any money in for the money for it for now?
Well, right now, it really doesn't matter, because in his budget, again, it's levied there, so it can't be spent for anything else. And he's setting, just a rough estimate after that 70,000, he's setting at 127,000 in cash carryover. So to me, if you're gonna put your volunteer labor towards it potentially, if it's a new one, I guess you wouldn't need volunteer labor, because it would just, you'd be purchasing a new one. Yeah, but so it'd be the cash outlay in that case, but you're 40, you said 75% up to 40,000, so I don't know what a new dock would cost, but
A lot of sound, but he said it's going to be this pretty close.
About the same
That's what
price?
he told me. It's going to be very close to pretty much
Why
do
would
a
you think
fix
so?
and rebuild the one that we had.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, it might be a little more. And that's just the one.
And plus, you might find that one fish that still has its fins tag, and you can put that towards the project.
And they're all stuck in that styrofoam.
Oh, sorry.
So if it was 120,000, it was then the county's portion would be 80,000 that we would have to budget because the
Yeah.
grant will only pay a maximum of 40.
Yeah.
Right.
Anything else? Okay, we need to move along. Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you, guys. Are you an accountant by nature?
No, I took it. I was a business
I'm gonna
major.
say you're down to the pennies on that budget. That's pretty amazing.
Better be safe than sorry.
He's always looking for new prospects to set with him over here. That's what he's always looking for.
Okay, Sharon out here.
Well, when the fishing's slow, you know.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good
Thank you.
Sharon. Morning.
I'll pass it down. 5 of them? All right, well, I'll get one and then I'll pass them down. You guys want?
Oh, there you go.
I'll get the last one, there's somewhere
They come back.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Sharon, when you're ready.
All right. This is my first budget presentation, so I'm not exactly sure what to expect, so you can feel free to give me some
Okay.
guidance along the way. So if you look at the budget worksheet here, the contractual and commodities I'll keep pretty close to the same as they were. That's based on sort of an average and where we're at this year, expecting that those numbers will be similar next year. The personnel services increased. We have 2 part-time employees at this time. One of those was added this year, so. Vehicle replacement, it appears that they've added somewhere between $2,000 and $4,000 a year to that fund, and it's sitting there. Our department vehicle is,
On its last leg, isn't
it's
it?
on its last leg. I'm hoping it'll last for another year, but we'll see. So, in this next sheet in your packet, that's the projected wages for 2020 with myself, 1 full-time and 2 part-time employees. And then this budget planning worksheet, which is one of the pages in the packet also. Item 1 addresses the Ford Expedition.
How many miles are on it?
It's fairly low miles. It's, well, not low, it's 84,000.
I think that, wasn't that purchased off the state surplus?
Yes, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
when
Yes.
Tanya was here?
Yes.
So item number 2 there, this year legal counsel expenses are greater due to continued counsel for the Diamond Vista project, reclamation process, and legal counsel concerning Expedition Wind. 2 other legal issues were billed this year. One of them was an appeal that took place in 2018, late in the year, so then our services were charged in 2019. And also an injunction
those charges all were in 2019. Our regulations don't have a provision for recouping any of the expenses from attorneys. Consulting service expenses have also been, well, I shouldn't say they've been greater because we had a big project last year that used quite a bit of consulting service money.
Okay, and back up there on your injunction and one appeal, is that over with yet? I mean, the ruling was down, did they take it back for an appeal of that? Is that what the deal is?
The appeal was,
So,
they took it just to the point of the judge's final decision and decided that they didn't want to continue that appeal, so the case was dropped. Unfortunately, the county had already incurred all the expenses from our defending attorney. We had already incurred those expenses.
okay, are we talking about the roof deal? So, I thought it was to be torn off.
It does need to be.
Okay.
So there may be additional.
That's what I'm wondering, is there gonna be more expense?
There may be more expenses in getting them to follow through with that.
Okay.
So the planning commission denied a variance with reason, and then it was appealed.
Okay, so that expense may be bigger by the end of the year than that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and then item number 3, just the anticipated personnel changes. This year, we have an additional part-time for clerical tasks. And as anticipated, continued wind development in the county has made the part-time employees a necessity. The need for additional clerical staff is still anticipated to continue through 2020. It would be preferable to transition, instead of having 2 part-time employees, maybe look at having 1 full-time employee. So here's I've added another sheet, another budget worksheet at the back of the packet. That shows what the cost for personnel would be with myself and 2 full-time assistants, compared to myself, 1 full-time and 2 part-time.
But that's just the wages only, it doesn't account for benefits on that.
Correct, the benefits are down below.
So it's not accounted in your 2020 budget though for that?
No, it's not. It's not. I wanted some direction from the board on how you'd like to handle that.
I believe that'd be another meeting right now, unless you decide, unless the board decided they wanted to do something for the budget right now, I guess. But
Any other questions from the commission? Josh?
No, I think it looks good to me. I mean, depending on like how you fund your report going forward. See, what, you're new to this process, so what kind of happens, you come and make a presentation today with kind of your numbers, and we go through everything on all the departments except for personnel services. We leave that to the very last. So we contract, commodities, capital outlay, and then other things that may not be that may impact the county's budget, but aren't part of the department just because of the tax lid or whatever. And once we kind of get that all figured out, then they go back and they look at the personnel, like that sheet you got here. We would look at those sheets across all departments and see what, if you want to keep it where it's at, or the commissioners want to keep it where it's at, or if there's a 1%, 2%, or if they're gonna add an employee, just some of those things like that would be visited to last. So we know what the impact of just that one decision, after we got everything else figured out, would be on the budget. So that's kind of the process.
Okay.
So we might, we might get back, with that question you had on that, if we were looking at it, to put a full-time compared to 2 part-time at a later date. But right now, this is just kind of showing us what you're looking at.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
You might stop by and tell Rebecca we're ready for her. She's
Okay.
across the hall. Too. Thank you.
She's right there waiting. She's hiding.
I know you guys have a busy agenda, I didn't want to keep you waiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
You get one and Tim gets one, is that right?
Yep, that's right. Thank you.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
As you can see when you look through that, the Register of Deeds budget request is the same as it was last year. That means that for contractual, it's 2,000. For commodities, it's 2,500. For capital outlay, it's 20,000. And for the Register of Deeds tech fund, it's the encumbered amount,
Capital outlay is what?
2,100.
2,100.
Now, the figure that I got from Ashley for the salary, I notice is also unchanged from last year. Can you tell me, is there anything going on making adjustments like the suggestions for the pay plan?
We've talked about it, not yet.
Okay, so that's still hanging. So let's look a little bit at the proposed equipment replacement, which is the last sheet that you have there. There are actually 5 different computers in my office. We have 2 for the public, 1 for Robin, 1 for me, and 1 which is the dedicated scanner, which we try to not let anyone else use. This year I need to replace the scanning computer, and that's because of the Windows 7 going out, and we need to be on something that will go on the Windows 10. Because the scanner that is attached to that computer is as old as the computer, I'm going to need to replace the scanner as well. Also, my computer, even though in our ages it's not that old, technologically it's a dinosaur. And so Lloyd has recommended I replace mine as well. So that's 2 that will be replaced this year. Next year, I'm planning on doing the one on the southeast side. That's the one that we use to scan the microfilm and print documents from the microfiche. I talked to the salesperson today and he said it's highly unlikely that that machine will work when we upgrade the computer. So in all probability, I will need to replace both the computer and the scanner. And that's going to be a fairly significant amount. Then what I'd like to do is get on a every 5th year replacement for all of the other computers, so that we're just doing one every year. Hopefully that way we can keep up with technology and have good equipment for the offices. I wanted to take just a minute and explain a little bit about the tech fund. For each document that is recorded in my office, the state has set the fees, and out of mortgages, deeds, releases, powers of attorney, pretty much the standard documents, for each piece there is a $2 fee that goes into the Register of Deeds Tech Fund. There is also 50 cents for the county clerk and 50 cents for the county treasurer Tech Fund. And so that's why you see the balance that I have in the Register of Deeds Tech Fund. And that's specifically so that we can stay up to date with technology. And I'm done.
Very good.
Any questions?
Got money to do what you need to do.
So those adjustments, like if you had to do everything you're talking about, like if things aren't compatible, what do you think that number would be roughly?
I think it would still be covered by the amount that I have unencumbered in the tech fund.
Okay.
I'm looking at probably between $3,000 and $4,000 this year for my computer and everything that goes with it.
as well as the computer and the new scanner.
New scanner. Because here you had current unencumbered tech fund money of $47,179.
Right.
And I was looking at the tech fund, I'm not sure where that.
There's a budgeted amount of $20,000, but the amount of money in that fund.
Cash at the end of 18 of what I have from the audit report is $17,716. Do you have a different number, Tina?
I don't have my treasurer's report.
There's what? There's how it was shown. So this would be the registered tech fund. This has been at the end, beginning of 18, and then you go down. That's what you collected.
Here's the budget authority.
Yeah, it's because,
This is the
yes,
net.
the cash at the end of 18 was 17,716 because 20,528 was spent in 2018.
Okay. You use cash and not budget in this
All
case.
right, my understanding was that that was the total amount that I had available.
Right, that would have been the total
For the
amount you
budget.
would have had available in this column like the previous year. So this would have been like 18's budget authority. But the problem is like, see, you had 18 coming in, but you spent 20 out. And that's kind of been the flow of it. Pretty well what comes in is spent out in that year, and you had some money carry over. So like over here in 20, what happens is the 20 comes in, we show the full amount as budget authority. But if you spent that full amount, your balance would be zero. The reason we do that is so that you have the authority to spend it. But if you spent the whole thing, it'd be zero.
Right. Well, I have asked about this repeatedly, and my understanding was that that was the total amount of money that could be spent altogether.
It could have been, yeah, it could have been at 18, but if you spent it, you would have been at zero.
Right.
So what really you look at is you look at kind of what you've spent, and then you look at what cash is carried over. That's the important number to look at. And I think it's budget authority is the word for that 47,000. Unencumbered tech fund or unencumbered cash would be that 17,000. Those are two different numbers.
Well, I thought I had a clear understanding of that because we talked about it numerous times, but apparently I did not. So
Well,
thank you
okay.
for
No, I just want to
clarifying.
make sure I was understanding what
Right.
you, yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Getting closer to being on time.
Goodness.
Rob, Sheriff, Department.
Here comes the sheriff.
Very good.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. How about you?
Good. Hello again. Hello. Which one do you want first? Communications, jail, or sheriff?
Whatever you got, man. Whatever you feel.
Well, I got jail right here on top.
Okay.
Working on the jail budget for this year.
Okay. Get yours? No, you good.
I got one here.
Yep.
Administrator Bill Todd, I'm going to work into this, and we discussed it, and it looks good, and there's a few changes. The first page talks about where we were this year, things that we're looking at next year. Probably the biggest one is the hot water heater. They're, I believe, 140 gallon hot water tanks, which they fall under a different category than your normal hot water tank. They fall under the boiler category, which they have to be re-inspected. And during the inspection this year, they noticed some corrosion on top of one of them, just normal seepage. So kind of indicates to me that within a few years, we may have to be, looking at one of those. There's a couple different ways we can go about that. Jim talked to the fire marshal, and we could go with more smaller heaters in time on in series so that we can still maintain enough hot water. Would kind of restrict some of the, or reduce some of the restrictions on what we do with them. Or we could go back with the large like we've got now and just have the two again. Something that we'll kind of have to look at when it gets time to replace that and see what's economical and what would be best for the facility.
But that's not a cheap item. That's a $5,000 to $10,000 item.
Yes, they
Depends
are.
on how fancy you go.
Yes.
It's not
He
cheap.
told us that if we would drop to under 85 gallon and under 200,000 BTU, that they wouldn't have to be inspected, but one time they'd come to see, okay, yeah, we got rid of the big ones, we got small ones, we don't have to come back and see them. So.
Was he looking at 2 of them, or was he?
No, it'd be,
Just one?
it'd be several,
Multiple.
probably like 3, maybe 4, to keep up with the capacity and the need of the facility. Or you stay with the big ones, you know, just kind of depends on costs and all that stuff, how you want to do it.
I just wanted the commission to know that whenever that happens, it's not a $5,000 item. It's,
When you said the word boiler, I knew
Yeah.
it was.
It's technically a water heater, but it falls under the boiler category because of the size.
And it's a forced air fire, not an atmospheric, that's why it falls under they have to be inspected.
We did get the new HVAC system, upgraded, changed this year. We talked about that last year, which affords the ability to not run the heat and air in the same day, like it had been going from one to the next, or one room on heat, one room on air. It's better. I've still got a couple of tweaks with KBK going to work on to get it completely like we want it, but it is much better. And I've noticed the utilities have come down a little bit on the average monthly, which is good. The jail system, management system we put in this year, part of CAD, part of jail, part of the RMS records management for us is working. I guess that was 17 we put it in jail, 18 we got it in dispatch, and us this year. So it's kind of a 3-year project. It's worked out good. It ties all 3 systems together so that when we're booking somebody in, anything that dispatch has on that person will automatically propagate over to it, and vice versa, so that we don't miss something and let the wrong person out, and double check us a little bit. Jim didn't think there was going to be anything large next year, other than possibly a boiler, but I don't think that's next year. I think that's a couple years on down the road. That would be a big ticket item. We did have to add a couple personnel this year because we've got one still on medical leave, as far as part-time personnel, to help fill in those gaps. We're working. Some people are getting a lot of overtime, but we don't have a way around that right now with one guy still in the hospital and in rehab for his medical accident. 7 years in the facility, just knowing that 7 years, we've got wear and tear of 365 days a year, 24 hours a day in that facility. But overall, it's looking good. I mean, the systems are still good. The building itself is good. No big issues anywhere. Next page is the bookings to date. Give me a kind of breakdown. What we've had as far as inmates. Our total numbers for the year are down slightly from last year, and why that is, I don't know. But it is. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no way to guess that. It's just we run into. Last year we were running 15, 16 a day average. This year we're under that. But that could change tomorrow. I don't know. And why that is, it's hard to say. The next page talks about that. Then we're into the 2020 jail budget and talks about where it's at and commodities. That's a breakdown of the commodities for each year and contract and capital outlay. You can see what we asked for this year as compared to years past. Not a big change in any of it. In fact, one of them went down a little bit, so we're in good shape, I think, with what we're doing over there. The very last page has that sheet that's filled out for you. But those are just numbers off of this page here.
far as the jail. Next item.
Okay. The jail side, we'll go into dispatch and communications. Linda worked quite a bit on this one, and she is here as well to answer specific questions that I might not be able to. We'll take 911 first. They're separate items. Page 2 has it broken down a little bit of where we're at, but basically compared to your patch, it pretty much mirrors the top page there's here. Nothing really changed dramatically on 911. There's a little bit of an increase, partly because of something that's in dispatch that will show up on 911 this year. For the system that I've included that with dispatch, because I think next year it's going to be in dispatch, and then this year it's in 911, next year dispatch funds, so it's going to be on both. Take that one year and one the next year for a 3-year project, so that we can get it accomplished. And I'll explain more about that in the dispatch side. And that's the only increase that we have in the 911. Those taxes that fund 911 have stayed very similar. Look like they'll be around again. They were re-implemented as far as the cell phone and things like that. So it's a viable project. Again, we're extremely limited on what we can fund with 911 because of the way the law is written.
What is the increase? I mean, the $5,000 increase.
Almost explained it in here. It's actually a $12,000 increase for it's EMD for what dispatch uses to provide medical dispatch over the phone to somebody who calls in with the medical problem. We've got now the flip charts that they're very cumbersome and time consuming. We're wanting to go to a electronic when they type in their CAD that brings up the call and what the problem is. It will be electronic that will automatically insert itself onto the screen and walk you through emergency medical versus getting away from the phone and your screen and your typing to go through a flip chart to find the proper medical condition and do that. That's what the increase is for.
Okay.
On 911.
Go ahead.
Okay, anything else on 911? And with dispatch. Top page is got everything out. The second page is pretty much mirrors that. That's how we got to those numbers. On page, the third page had it broken down, how those numbers were arrived at and what they actually mean and what it's used for. There. Skip back a couple of pages and continue on about that EMD. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages back. It talks about the EMD, which look like that one. And behind that is some quotes for different parts of that system in there. And again, that is all has to do with EMD, which is the emergency medical dispatch that we're trying to get away from the flip chart, which is, helps reduce the possibility of an error, helps speed things up quicker, because as soon as they put in what code it is for the medical call, that will come on the screen, so the dispatch can immediately begin whatever is on that chart as far as medical assistance for that person while we're waiting for EMS to arrive.
So what happens if, right now, if they're on the flip chart, they make an error, is the county liable then if that error is made, or how's that work? Or your liability insurance?
I would defer that to the county attorney, I mean.
Well, yeah, so, I mean, the reason I ask that is because, you know, like if you go to this electronic one, I guess you still can you still make an error by what you punched in, or is it?
Possibly, it would be less. It would be less
With
like.
this, quality assurance is going to be built into the program. So we'll be able to pull calls, listen to them, and kind of grade them on the type of call it is, make sure they've done everything from A to Z in that order. So I think having the quality assurance with it will help keep them
All integrated together, so
yes.
that,
Yeah.
And instead of one dispatcher looking at the chart and going off the chart, both dispatchers would have that come onto their screen, so they would both be looking at one, so the chances of both of them not noticing that they're on the wrong are pretty slim. If they're given directions for a broken leg and they're having a heart attack, the second dispatcher wouldn't notice.
Only reason I ask is because even in the accounting and auditing field, artificial intelligence is so big right now, and so that's why I was wondering how far this is going to go.
It keeps going every year. It just keeps increasing. Wow. But that's the big part of the EMD. And again, it is a very expensive program that they have to put into our CAD system and their computers over there. That's why we did part of it this year, part of it next year, and part of it the following year. The third part broke it out into 3 pieces.
There are going to be mandates coming down on that?
I don't know about mandates. I've not seen any. Have you?
No, I have not.
But majority of departments are. I know that Ferguson County is using the electronic version. Some counties are still using the card flip chart, but it's about this long and about this wide with probably 20, 25 more. Flip charts that you roll down, heart attack, and then go to there and flip it up and try to follow. It's cumbersome and time consuming and takes them away from
They're
your.
telling you put a splint on.
So how's, like, this is the initial cost, is there like a maintenance fee that you pay?
Yes, and we talked about that, and that's included in where we're at with
the CAD.
With the CAD. This initial cost is split up into 3 years of 12, and then an additional last year of 8. So that's where we're trying to take some from 911 to help defer that cost, and from dispatch communications to help defer that cost in 1 year. And then the final year would be, I believe, was 911 again.
I was wondering if 911 can pay for this whole thing?
They can pay for all of it, but we didn't want to deplete the 911 because there are other things that it can pay for that we want to keep something in there in case we would lose a big portion of dispatch and have to replace it. We could use some of the 911 to do so.
Yeah. We have about 100, right? At the end of 18 was 164,000 in there.
Yeah, and then each year now, we're with the next year 911, we're spending about 58. Is that correct?
Well,
on the 3.5 stations.
It's 36, roughly 36,000, yeah.
36 of that will be automatically taken out for the 3.5 stations that we've got now with next gen 911, and so a lot of that's already earmarked in a sense of.
Sure. So that's what that capital outlay would probably is this what you're talking about here? Is
Yes.
24,543 in 18.
That would be to cover
and then there'll be
this.
some more in 19. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
This is optional, it's not all counties have it.
Right. Not all counties, majority do some type of medical dispatch. All the larger counties have electronic versions. Some of the smaller ones do not. We would like to go to the electronic to make sure that we are doing the right thing when we need to be. That.
Yeah, you want to feel sure that you're doing the right thing.
Yes, I want to reduce any, as much as I can in likelihood of an error, and keep everybody together on the same page, because they get tested on the EMD periodically. It's an annual the dispatch has to take for that.
One thing we're finding in the firm, they're like, just like this here, is the younger people you hire, they are so much more geared towards the electronic version than the paper version.
We've noticed that,
Yeah.
some of, like I say, the young people catch on to electronics and so much quicker than the rest of us.
Most of us fight it.
Yes,
Got a generation now that's been raised on it.
It's second nature to them, and we still struggle, but I do on a lot of electronics. So. One thing we wanted to talk about, these 3 pages here, got a graph and a chart about where we're at with numbers. They should have been the second or third pages back in there. We've looked at what we've done with personnel and with the part-time dispatchers, and it's really hard. We've had some great part-time dispatchers, but it's hard to keep them fully trained in a part-time status because they might only work a couple of days this month and come in late next month, so they've gone 2 months and really not done a lot. And then it's a lot of retraining for the day or two that they're there. We've kind of looked at some things and the cost effectiveness of that. And due to our high volume of calls, and you can see on this is broken down into, those are hours of the day, and the number of calls we're getting during that time frame. You can see basically starts about 6 going up, and peaks somewhere about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then starts back down to the night, and that's the call volume that comes into dispatch. Just so you're aware, we've had, 15,000 since the first of the year, Linda, called into dispatch. That's a lot of calls. That's just for the first 6 months of this year, or 5.5 months, actually 5 months until 1st of June. We're at 15,000 calls a month. We're
Trying to equate that based on our population, that doesn't work.
It doesn't, but the number, I can attest to the number of calls that phone
And with the
is.
highways, cell phone calls.
Highways, cell
Yeah, I
phone.
mean, there's a lot of other stuff. I mean,
Everybody, I don't know, likes to call, I guess. No. And granted, some of these calls are not necessarily really time consuming, but they're gonna take a couple minutes. Some of them are gonna take a long time, hours, multiple hours. A lot of them are, a few minutes and we're done. But the sheer volume that comes in, and the next page hasn't broken down again as far as hours and when they come in. We're looking if we can take those 2 part-time dispatchers, or the 2 part-time that we've had, that we don't have right at the moment, that have left, and if we can put 1 full-time in there to cover that, moving other one to cover this peak time of the call volume, so that we can have 1 more phone, because right now I've got 3 phones in there, and oftentimes they're all tied up with either somebody after dispatch, jailer, whoever happens to walk by can grab that 3rd phone that's ringing. There's a lot of lines into that facility. If we could add that other dispatcher in there in this peak time, basically to help cover that and defray that cost, then I think we could also use that dispatcher where we need to fill in a gap somewhere, so that I don't need the part-time vacation, sick leave, what have you. We've got that person on there that's fully trained, doesn't have to be trained every couple of months when they come back for a couple of days. Something we would like to do. And due to the volume and the calls, and that's where we see it would be the most advantageous in there for us and to help cover some of those calls. That's what that is.
That third phone put you on standby, because at the rec out here, the DAF out here at this pizza corner, I saw it happening, and I'm getting on my phone, and I get put on hold, because they've already got somebody's calling in. I mean, that's
multiple calls.
Well, that was how quick it was, and I'm not slow to not fast to the trigger with the cell phone, but she put me on hold. Then about that time, I'm listening to them in the background, and I could still hear what was going on, and then stuff started happening.
And oftentimes that happens when there's a major accident. There might be a lot of phone calls that come in about it. And then next time there's a major accident, we get one.
Yeah.
There's no
Rhyme
or reason, but it's just the way it is. But even on a daily basis, the phone calls that come in there, some of them are kind of odd, but we still have to handle them. We still have to deal with them. And most of them, every one of them is important to that person that's calling, so we have to treat it as such. Yeah, we were looking at 15,000 since the first of the year, since June.
Okay, any other?
That's that. The other part of this, Linda, this is part of your
Like the software or something.
software for the web, for the EMD, that goes with that, and that's what this page was for, to help kind of verify what that was, and the cost of that we already talked about with the web EMD, which is the electronic emergency medical dispatching, and how that would be paid out each year for the next 3 years. Then we get into the computers. Again, IT says some of the computer programming that we have is going to be out of service contract as far as upgrades and updates and things. We've got to start looking at replacing some computers to get out of that situation.
You have any kind of rotation, so many a year, or?
No, we just whenever they get bad, and we keep them as long as we can until we can no longer get them.
Maybe we'll look at going on some type of rotation, so
we could
keep your technology up to date.
And the thing we have to worry about is some of the programs. There's many programs in dispatch, and we have to make sure that they're all compatible with whatever software we're running, and that's part of the issue. That once we get them running with the software, we kind of like to leave them alone, because if we change our system, then we have to spend hours and weeks getting all of this other stuff integrated back to run with this, and so it's a big headache, a huge headache when we start changing, especially in dispatch, because they have so many different programs that are mandated by the state or by EMD or the CAD system, jail tracker, all of that. So getting them to work together, once we're there, we kind of like to run it as long as we can. So, but we've reached the end of life, and so that's what this is. Some quotes from IT about replacing some computers and what it would take to do so. That's why that is in there. The last page was the personnel page, which you probably already have available to you. And from there.
Any other questions from the commission? Ron?
No? Are we still getting some complaints about when a fireman car call goes out, CAD system's not kicking it out within so many minutes.
Not heard any.
Oh, I'm getting lots of
Are
them,
you?
so,
Okay.
I just wondered how we was doing.
I would be curious to see what that is, because we're using the Active 911 and the CAD, and I'm getting them in right now.
And that's what these guys say that they're not, so I don't know, I don't have a radio, so I wouldn't know.
Okay.
But,
I will find out.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob.
Did you already do sheriff's department?
Yes, we're gonna do the sheriff's
Oh,
department.
I was gonna say.
Keep it coming.
Okay. That direction. That direction. Okay, top page talks about changes to next year's 2 vehicles replacement. I've highlighted those in yellow as far as which ones they would be, and the mileage that we have as of June 1 on all of our vehicles that are in that department. The 14 and 13 vehicles would be replaced in 2020, and the ones that I anticipate for 2021 are listed there as well, just because of the mileage. I expect the 14 to be up around 200 if I do it late next year. And at that point, we run into a lot of mechanical and maintenance issues that is just far more economical to get back in some low mileage vehicles. So, computers are listed on there. Again, we're part of that in our office and all of our computers. IT has given us, we're working on a map of which computers would be the most affected in there, and they've got like 13 computers in there that he's looking at that all have one system or another that would be, we're going to do 3 or 4 of them in there that would be the most vulnerable. Talked about the redaction program for the video. We were hoping to have it this year. It had been sent to the county counselor to make sure that the interlocal agreement between each department, SO and PDs, as far as use and operation and maintenance, we're still kind of waiting on that, so we can get it signed by all the chiefs and myself. It's something that we have to do because these new federal guidelines prohibit us dispensing your driver's license number, along with several other things that used to be not a big deal. So many times on our body cameras and on our dash cam, if the officer's looking at your driver's license, all that information is there. So we've got to redact that information before these go out anywhere. And,
that could be a federal mandate that's unfunded.
Yeah. Yes.
You know one of those.
Yeah, because I now cannot circulate anybody's driver's license number. It used to not be a big deal for your driver's license number. I couldn't do your birthday, Social Security. Now they've included the driver's license number, which in turn, we've got to get that system running so that we can secure all of that.
So what it does is if anytime it recognizes certain, like if it's on the, like he or she's reading it, and it gets that driver's license, that redaction software goes in and blocks out
right, once the video is captured, it's put into the system, and there's an operator. Each department would have one operator, sheriff's office, Hillsborough, Marion, that they would have one operator that is qualified and trained to run that. He would go through there, and every time he gets to an image that would have anything restricted like that, then he could blur it out. It's still there, but it's blurry so that it can't be read.
So it's a manual operation
Yes.
at that point.
Yes.
So like you
Should
see,
become manual.
the person sees it when they review the video, and then they block it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And there's parts of it that you can have it recognize a certain shape, so that it will go through and pick out that shape every time and automatically, but you still got to manually monitor to make sure that it doesn't. And this will be a time consuming as well, because some of the videos are hours, especially on the big cases. If we go into your home on a search warrant or an arrest warrant, you know, your kids are there, your family is there, your mail's laying on the table that we might capture a video of. You know, a lot of things like that that we have to be certain that we don't send out, and that's what this is.
You know, that's gonna be hard, like, if you look at that federal mandate like that, that's gonna be hard to capture the actual cost, because you don't have not only just the software, but you have the manual operation of that person going through and having to, you know, so, goodness, that's gonna add.
Yeah, it's gonna be very time consuming for an officer to do that. But we've got to protect everybody's personal information, because it's bad enough that it is out there now that people are getting everything they can.
No matter how good you get, this would be like those movies where they're showing an ancient movie and there's a water bottle sitting behind you.
Yeah.
But, and new equipment for the second vehicle, unlikely that both these vehicles are replaced, that the equipment could just swap straight across, possibly, you know, but I'm not gonna guarantee it, because they're always changing makes, models, and designs, and, you know, they may move the dash 3 inches, well, then, okay, we can't use this console anymore, because it's not capable, so that's in there as well. 2 radar systems, where we've got 2 vehicles with none. I would like to equip those next year as part of this. That's the highlights, or whatever you want to.
Just one thing to keep in mind, I think that, Rob, I think you might have picked up the wrong personnel number on your sheriff. You've got the 48, but I think what you needed to pick up was this one down here.
Right, and that's what we had talked about. I had talked about that with Ashley, and that I had always used that 42 number.
Okay.
So that's why.
I wondered why some of those were off.
That's why it was always off, and I couldn't figure it out either. And then there's a 50, and I'd already had that on here, so.
Okay.
But that's why, with that number.
Well, that explains a lot. I was confused by that too.
So which number?
That's a number that.
It should be, so on the personnel estimate, he didn't pick up, so this is the number he should be picking up, because he's increasing by 2 deputies next year.
Okay.
And that's why I asked her, how did that increase and only do?
And so he picked up this number, which is just full-time, but he didn't pick up any of the overtime, any of the holiday, any of the part-time, and so that's where.
Is that the 550?
550, yeah,
550.
yeah, 550.
Yeah, see, and I had always used that for a right-hand column number in every year, and so now, instead of that.
Okay.
As long as you have deputies next year?
No.
Oh, yeah.
No,
That's,
I don't think so.
Well, he's increasing by 2
We did
because
this year.
you had authorized it, or he had asked about it a couple months ago, maybe?
Yeah, 3 or 4 months ago.
But it wasn't showing up in his personnel number for next year, that's why I was looking at it a little bit more.
So what would you say, 550?
550. It's right here.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, that's the number. Unless changes are made by the board as far as wages.
So that's it. Nothing else is a big change. Contracts a little bit, just with normal contracts that we talked about here with computers and things. Commodity, part of that was with this video redaction system. We hope to get that up and running this year, that we need to do it. Vehicle parts and capital outlay were going down. Vehicles went up. The vehicles that we were getting took a huge jump last year. The almost $10,000 from the previous year, when we bought some in 18 and tried to get some more in 19. They had almost $10,000 increase.
You tried that governmental type purchasing?
Yeah. And it's virtually the same. everything, they went up, and I talked to some other departments, KC specifically, and they said, yeah, there could be these balance from 18 to 19. They redesigned them, and they did some things to the one we've been getting. They changed the whole front end and engine and everything, I guess. So that's why the vehicle used to be thinking we could get them for 25, now 35. Moving back, this page has where we're at this year, last year, where it's going, how we got to these numbers, using where we're at January through May of this year, and where we anticipate that ending up at the end of the year. Same with the contract, and the commodities is also in there. They're all broken down. Capital outlay is broken down. We went identical to last year's. I think we'll be down a little bit this year on capital outlay. Vehicle purchase, we had to increase those just because of the cost of the vehicle going up. And then the very last 2-3 pages talk about the case totals so far. In June, we're down a little bit on total case numbers. We're up on civil process. We're over half of where we were last year on civil process in most areas. I don't see that going down any at all.
We still use all staff just for serving civil process. We don't have a reprocess server in this county.
Do not have a specified process server. That would just be an additional personnel. I don't have. Everybody shares the load as much as we can. Ideally, there's always some that are a little more aggressive than others with civil process. Serve it more, serve it better. It's not the most fun thing to do, but it is the one thing we are mandated by statute to do. We have to.
Tack it to the door.
Tack it, personal, there's several different ways. Some things personal we may have to make 4, 5, 6 attempts to, because if it's a personal, we have to personally serve that individual. Believe it or not, some people will not answer the door. Some people will run the house and slam the door.
See you coming a block away, they're gone.
You're probably looking for them anyway at that point.
For some of these we are sometimes, or they're just used to it, but, so. But anything on
Other questions from the commission?
Got it.
Okay. Thank you, Rob.
I know it's not budget, but I've got a couple of things that I would like to talk to you about, if this is okay to do it. Yes or no?
We do need to see.
It's to do with salary.
Can we do it Monday?
Yeah, I'll be in court Monday, but we can do it Monday? Okay. Very good.
They're supposed to just do budget today, so.
I knew it was kind of iffy, so I wanted
See that guy wrote up the paper? He's probably here.
Well, that's why I asked to see is it okay or not.
Okay. Straight.
Very good. Okay.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks. Rest of it. So far.
All right.
I only see them once a year and I can't remember numbers. Okay, Janine here.
Yes, she is. Hello. There's one for each of you in that.
Okay, go ahead, Janine.
Pretty simple. Not hardly any changes. The only changes I did add a little bit to contractual, because I never know what the delinquent publications, various publications are gonna run me, so. Hopefully we can work on paring that down. I did just the salaries just where they are now, and if you guys determine a raise, then I'll need to change that. So.
Okay, so through 6 months, 94,000. We're looking at 245, so depending on how things go, you ought to be coming in quite a bit under the budget.
No, we're not at 6 months yet.
6 months?
Probably at 5.
5 months, okay.
Yeah. And my expensive months are the last of the year, so.
Okay.
You had something happen the last time?
All the delinquent publications.
Commission, have any questions? Scott?
Nope.
Sometime, okay, this year I turned in over $70,000 in vehicle fees. I never know how much that's gonna be because I use it for all my equipment and everything, and I'm gonna have, I started replacing printers, and so the state, it's not gonna give us any refresh, so, but, you know, perhaps we could pick up some, if there's raises, we could pick that up out of vehicle, and then we wouldn't be using tax dollars, we'd be using fee dollars. Just something to think about.
Would that be for the special auto printers?
Hmm?
Would that be the special auto printers or be just all your printers and
Well,
trade
if
shops?
they're vehicle printers, I pay them from the vehicle, and if they're office printers, I pay them out of the
We don't get
treasurer's
any help
budget.
from the state on them.
I'm just thinking of another unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got it.
Well, they refreshed them twice since we went to movers,
What's refresh?
replaced
Upgrade.
them. Yeah, replaced them. And now they've come out with a listing of what we can use to replace, so.
Okay. Anything else?
Is that called your tech fund too? Is that?
No, it's in her,
That comes from the Register of Deeds.
this is just a
Johnny.
special auto fund.
Oh,
The way
special auto, that's what
the
it
way
is.
this, the way this works, is she can use it literally for anything in that office or the administration of that office, which could be in her treasurer's office. And then the net amount is what is transferred by the end. 18 is transferred by June 1st, but you've already transferred it. Probably. It was 70 this last. Yeah. It's transferred in the general fund.
Okay. Anything else?
I try to watch real carefully what's vehicle gets paid from vehicle.
All right. Thank you, Jenny.
That should catch you up quite a bit.
Moving.
Bud out here?
Yep.
Yeah, Bud's out there. He wants to just look at his stuff and say, it's okay. Exactly.
Come on.
Bud?
I tried Bud, but it just didn't work.
Well, I'll sit down.
Which one you want
Okay.
first? You want the copies, Tina, or you want to hand them out?
It doesn't matter.
There's 3 down that table.
Another one over here.
Oh, is that a short one?
No, here's one.
No, there's 2 there.
Oh, this side. Okay. Got it. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Bud, you go ahead.
We're on the transfer station.
Transfer station, yep.
Okay. Pretty much the transfer station is what it is, you know. We pretty much gotta leave it the way it's set up. I mean, I'm operating okay.
the way everything is, you know, with the wages and the contractual and the commodities and stuff like that. You know, I haven't touched the capital outlay this year any, so that's still. And then the recycling, it's set up for the 25,000 on the contractual, 25,000 for the commodities, and 10,000 in the capital outlay. And right now, we're touching. Both the contractual and the commodities, both for the recycling, since we haven't been getting rebated on it for the last.
Why do we set that so high when our actual has been so much less than that on recycle?
It's what it's been ever since I've had it, so.
On the contractual?
Yeah, under the contractual and the commodities recycle. I mean, our actual so far under that.
Yeah, it's just probably at that time when it's probably just stayed that way, I'm guessing.
And it's proper to do that?
No, we can change it. We just didn't know at the time, I think, when we originally started it, what that line item was gonna be.
It'll be going to your building. That's where it'll be going.
Yeah, so what happens is any of those unused line items, like, that was my next question, does it look like 102,501 was the south transfer station in 18, and then in this report here, the 19 is 173,753, and I didn't know how much more was left in that building.
I'm gonna have to look at all that. We're gonna have to, I mean, there's.
Because what happens in this fund is like Bud said, you know, you only have so many resources, and so what happens is every one of these line items probably has some excess in it built into it. But when we come down to it, I didn't know what this building project's gonna be, but we'll probably have to pull from some of these other line items to make it work.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we get down to the 2020 budget, that 25 and recycling might be 5. Yeah, it just kind of depends when we get there. Because this is another one of those funds where it sets there, it can't be put anywhere else, and so we've just kind of put it in those line items, and then the building, we've been setting it there for I don't know how long.
Right, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago when I gave you that mid-year financial statement for the transfer station, but it's funded only through the solid waste fees and service fees. We do not have any ad valorem taxes levied to support this. And also, so it pays all the salaries, even the employee benefits, everything currently is coming out of the transfer station fund, so.
It's probably about as close, it and the ambulance are about as close as a business that stands on its own. You know, it's kind of that fund is its own business, so whatever the revenue, and they have to match.
And I know one thing here that I've got, I just would like to put it in your guys' heads, is we may need to budget for a semi one of these years. And we might have to look at that because the one we have is starting to nickel and dime us pretty good each year. And I don't know, I know it's probably cheaper to do that.
You're talking about just the tractor, no?
Just the tractor, yeah, just the yellow truck, replacing it, you know, and just from what I can get estimated prices on, it's looking like about 140,000, which is something you probably have to finance, you know. But we've got a lot of money coming out of that budget now, you know, with the building and the tire machine and the pack row. So it's just something I wanted to tell you we may need to look at.
I mean, doesn't that truck have to meet some kind of certain specs? Because, I mean, you can go out and find those day cabs all over the place for a lot less money than that. I mean, you know.
I mean, gotta have something to sort of pull it down the road, you know. That's the only spec that I was going with, plus a wet kit, you know, and those, usually you want, you know, if you're gonna trade the truck in, then you can take the wet kit off of it to save that money, you know, as long as it'll bolt up to the other truck. But just was getting, you know, a ballpark figure for you. Okay. That's also I was doing in that department. So.
Any other questions on the transfer station?
I know everything that I've worked within the budgets, you know, the years I've had it, and everything that left over goes into the big fund, and I start with the new budget the following year. So
Okay.
just trying to stay in the same money. So.
Weed department.
So HHW.
Oh, HHW, okay.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 there. Oh, sorry. You better luck than me, Kim.
Huh?
I can't do it.
I pretty much left everything the same, but a few of the items we do use under contractual. I figured if I could add another 2,000 to the budget, that would control what we usually have to get to operate this department with. It's not going up extremely high, but I have seen where it's gone up just a little bit, like our floor drying stuff we use for solidifying the paint and stuff, you know, just normal stuff we have to work with. And then if for some unknown reason we get something huge that comes in, I try to see if we can't get the person that brings it in to maybe pay for it, depending on who it is. If it's a business, they get charged. Normal household waste, it doesn't. And I don't charge farmers at this time either. You know, if they bring in a big supply of something, that's something that you guys will have to decide down the road if we want to do that. So, but I haven't had anything big for 4 years now. I think it's been, last time I got a whole bunch of atrazine in, and I had to pay to dispose of that. So, but
And these numbers that he's used in his report, and so this one's only April numbers, not May. So this 5,396 on contractual is only for 4 months. For 2019 actuals. Well, you have, how often is the big leagues coming into?
every quarter.
Okay,
We
so.
have the first and second quarter getting paid this time because they got, the Veolia, the people who pick up the stuff, didn't get the invoices to them in time. So we have both of those invoices at this time, but they're, you know, they're not way out of hand. I mean, it's gonna stay within what we figure they are, so, but they do every quarter.
Okay.
So, and that just depends on what we have that has to go in, you know, what we pay. It's not a set rate, it's what we turn into them to dispose of. So.
Whose wage comes out of that?
Mine.
Yours?
Yeah. That's the only one.
Okay.
Any other questions? On solid waste fund?
Weed or
Noxious weed. I was dealing with some noxious weed today on my driveway with all the rain.
last week.
There's a I don't know what that is. Boy, when I hit that thing with a weeder, it's like a mustard. It's got little yellow flowers. I call it mustard, but I don't know what it's called. Man, it stinks.
I call it, well, mustard seed if it's same one I'm thinking of. I don't know if it is. Little bush with a whole bunch of little bitty yellow flowers to it. Could be.
Get that to the weed and
Spray it. It's better for you.
yeah.
Go ahead, bud.
Okay. I don't know, I was gonna ask you guys if it would be possible to add a person, full-time person for all 4 departments, be a floater in that department. That way I can utilize them where I need them, because last week went out and pulled thistles off of plants, and it ended up, I tried to get my part-time guy to go out with us. He went one day, and then he turned up, he couldn't go out the next day because he was allergic to something, whatever. So he's out of the question, but I just was wondering if it would be possible, because I spent 2 more days out there myself, and Brandy was out there, we had nobody. And then I went out this morning and sprayed what we pulled thistles off of. We pulled 4 55-gallon drums of heads off of those thistles out there.
Wow.
And the person is going to pay for it. They came in that afternoon after last week's meeting and requested our help, because I was getting ready to send another letter, and so this is a forced eradication is what it is. It's not it wasn't. But anyway, I could use that person for down at the transfer station as the Friday, Saturday person, and then utilize them in recycling, the HHW and the weed department. That way I can possibly go do my duties, you know, what I need to be doing. I mean, I'm not opposed to going out and doing this labor. I'm just a working man, you know, trying to make ends meet. But you know, as a department head, there's certain things that I'm not able to do when I'm out doing this. And right now, I've got a lot of complaints. Well, I can't go out and check those complaints when I'm out in one certain area working. And that's why I added some money to the personnel. You know, taking the money we're spending on the part-time person at the transfer station, and there is part-time money available in the weed department that's there, and that's figured in on the $51,081 already. So if we'd add to that, you know, I think, and just so you know, there is a person in a different department here at the county that is interested in the position that would like to transfer over if it's at all possible. And I'm just, you know, if you guys okay it, then I'll have to go talk to the department heads and see if it's okay if that person does transfer. I'm not gonna go into it right now. I just would like to see if we could get it budgeted so I could have an extra person. And I would eliminate the part-time position that we have filled right now. And I do.
You mean at the transfer station? The part-time position at the transfer station?
Right.
Is that what you would eliminate?
Yeah, we would eliminate that position, and this position would take care of the Friday, Saturday. That's the position that the hours that the part-time position works. And then that person would take their time off in the week, you know, so they don't go over the 40 hours, is what I'm trying to do. And you know, then it would be able to go and fill in if people are off on vacation. You know, I'd have the person available to do the filling. That's what I'm saying.
And this is the person you have in mind?
Mm-hmm. And I've already explained to that person what these hours would be, how it would consist. You know, that's how I'm talking to you about it. This would be the Friday, Saturday hours, and then the other to make up the 12 hours to make up the rest of the 40-hour week.
So the full-time position then would be funded not just from one department?
No,
but
it would be from the transfer station weed and possibly But I don't want to go into HHW if we don't have to. I know we don't want to go into recycles. That's dipping out of the transfer station again, and I don't want to dip any more money out of yet. And solid waste, you know, would be a possibility where, but
If you got the budget in those areas to handle it, I don't have a problem. Especially since you already had, when you have somebody in mind.
But other than that, the weed department, I'd just like to leave it alone. And if I don't get the money and get the person, then I want to leave the weed department completely alone. Because it's going good the way it is. I've got the funds to do what I need to do and keep it operating.
You got enough budget money to handle all the additional herbicide you have to buy?
Well, when I buy more herbicide, I've already sold it, so the funds are there to replace it. The only time it really costs us is at the spring of the year when I do my initial buying. That's the only time we actually spend the big amount of money. The rest of the time, it's being reimbursed.
Are we selling it for the price we're paying?
Good deal.
Yep. Yep, it's all legal. I mean, I've figured it up and everything I can do to get the price. Yes, it's just an over-the-counter thing, and it's a good benefit for the farmers. I mean, we've been selling a lot of chemicals. Like I said, we sold almost 2 full pallets of that dicamba, and I got the other one in, and we've already sold probably a third of it. And that's just in a week's time, and so.
So this wouldn't be the part where the county pays for like the 75-25? This is where you fully reimburse it? I mean, they fully reimburse it on noxious weed?
Yeah, there's a way that we can figure all of our storage and handling and everything to figure the price of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not really, you're not really selling it wholesale, but it's
No.
close.
No, wholesale would be a lot more. It'd probably be about 20% higher than what we pay for it. But what we pay for it is,
Any other questions?
Is that uncommon, like those 55 gallons? I mean, is that's pretty wild. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? Amount of thistle. Or is that just common? Is that common?
yeah.
That seems pretty.
No,
that seems pretty bad.
Yes, it's terrible.
Yeah.
And in this zone, that was only part of what's on 60-some acres of this person's property. I went on the backside this morning after I sprayed what we had. I couldn't spray Friday because of the wind, and so I could spray this morning, and some of the plants had already formed another boom that was almost mature, but I got it sprayed in time, so with my mixture it'll sterilize the seed, and we shouldn't have any more problem right there for right now. And then I went around to the backside, and what we sprayed last spring, it's not near as bad as it was last year, but it still needs to be taken care of. And this person, I'm just going to tell them we need to either you get it done or the county will come in and do it and charge you. We're going to do a fall
Wet
spray.
year like this.
Oh, yeah.
Some of that seed might be 10 years old that's germinating.
Yeah.
What kind of weight are you gonna charge to go out and do that?
I'm charging my weeds.
Commissioner would like to think about that and see what we're gonna do, because you've got insurance and everything else. There's always an overhead, so.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I had been charging Randy. I didn't know.
I'm just asking
Yeah.
commission to come up with, see if they want to
I
do anything
understand.
about it, something like that. I mean, we're taking our extra time. If we did that all over the county, we wouldn't
Oh,
have
I'd never
enough
have
hours to do
nothing.
that, so.
You guys
When it
do
takes
that, Grant.
When it takes Bud out of most of his day.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What's it costing us on the other end?
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
And then if you have somebody out there helping you,
Yeah.
and that's another employee.
And I was gonna have three of us, you know, we had three the first day, and then the second day, you know, my part-time guy, and I was gonna try to get him, well, if he can't work in the weeds with me, he can't be full-time.
What I'm saying though is maybe this, a decent price would make this person think about Fall Spring too.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, I think you can require them to fall spray, can't you, Bud,
Yes,
according to the
I
statute?
can
So
force
as
it.
of right
That's the
now-
only way you're gonna control it.
Yes,
And
yes,
I would-
and I've got like 4 or 5 people that I'm already sending letters to that thistles are beyond. I know they're not gonna go out there and pick the heads off like I have and stuff, so they're gonna be I'm forcing them to fall spray.
And I would think
It's-
that you, I mean,
Yeah.
we know how much it costs to put Bud and an employee or whoever out there,
Right.
because it's their wage, and then we can figure their benefit cost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, and if you charge the actual amount that the county deferred from everyone else's resources that is paying
Yeah.
to do
I hate to
that.
put anybody out there this time of year because one of them gets bit by a lime tick.
Yeah.
Then what do you got?
Yeah.
And they, like you said, last year, they got covered up with them.
Yeah, we did. We were at least 7 or 8 on each one of us that was out there, you know, we were reliving.
Somebody comes down with that,
That's
you
right.
pretty much lost them for half a year.
Yeah, it's something that I don't wanna get, and we spray ourselves down, we did, but we still ended up, I mean, I think it's just like the weeds, the bugs are getting immune to the spray, you know, so they
Yeah,
don't.
to be safe, you almost have to, there's a special stuff you treat clothes with before you ever go out and do one of those.
Right.
That's the only way, any kind of.
Yeah, I know. They always say that you can tie your pants legs shut and you know, that doesn't work. Them ticks can get anywhere. You know.
Give me the creeps now. Well, I say that, I've had Lyme disease.
Well,
wow.
I've had many a tick on me, you know, and I think the ones that are worse are those little brown deer ticks. You know,
They're the
wood
ones- they're
ticks
the one
aren't
that
bad.
carries Lyme.
Yeah, that's the one. And I have, where I've been around here, I haven't had the little browns. They're mostly up in northeast Kansas where I've gotten them.
Thank you, Bud.
Yep.
Okay, take care.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, is the county court
Hitter.
Did you make a motion to adjourn?
Hey, that won't hurt my feelings.
Oh.
Okay, so the first page that I gave you is county commissioners. And on the personal services line, the estimate with adding the 2 commissioners, and then I've also added $1,000 in for mileage, and that is what is the 91,480. On the contractual, if you look at 2017, that one is a little bit higher, and generally, there is additional training that expense on the years where you have elections and you have new commissioners coming into office. And so I was looking at that 2017 actual. Currently, our budget is at 10,000, and so you would have training, we would have the internet hotspots, and for new commissioners. So that would be, I had just proposed putting 11,500 to help cover those extra costs for your 2 new commissioners. And then also take into account that that is it would be like a new commissioner orientation.
As you're talking about that, something that I'm gonna do more of probably with commissioners and council members is provide, my friend used to do this in Oklahoma with all these 70 cities, but when there's a new commissioner or council member comes on, we set aside, I don't know, 2 hours or maybe even 3 hours and go through the financial aspects. So that person, instead of coming and waiting until the budget meeting, at least, I think the more times you hear it, the better it is. Instead of getting to the budget time and trying to just, I mean, you've been there, you know, you get overwhelmed with all the paperwork and all that. But just sitting down, or all the commissioners could, I mean, if you put it in, you know, a public meeting, you could, we can train, you know, just terminology and all that. I would be willing to do that for nothing. I mean, that would just be part of the, because that's something that I think it's just good to have that up front, you know, instead of waiting, because it's getting more complicated.
And I did increase, you know, the commodities from 200 to 500, and I left the capital outlay the same. We occasionally we utilize capital outlay, not very often for the commissioners, and it's generally like if we need to buy a file cabinet or computers. Now we will have some computers, but I think that we're going to have that expense this year. And then your tablets are going to need to be updated too, for the three of you that have them. So I didn't include that in here, which I probably should have, but.
So you're gonna start all 5 of us off with new ones, huh?
Well, I think we'll.
These will be upgraded.
These will be upgraded.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I think when your two new come on this year, we will look at doing the tablets or computers for them this year. And I'm thinking that when we go to upgrade you guys, which would be next year, I think that what we probably need to do, I don't believe you need quite as much capability with these as what we have, because basically you're using them to view your packets and maybe a couple of other things. And so we might be able to get a less expensive version of what you have. That's my intent, unless you all are using like all the spreadsheets and all the office programs on them. Yeah. So to me, it would make sense to downgrade those a little bit when we do the next.
Mine still has a line through it for the picture.
Yeah, they never have worked
They've
right.
never worked right, that part of it. That's
Yeah.
what I was hoping it would do more of, so you could bring them right back in here and show everybody.
I'll put a note on,
Yeah.
when we start looking at those, that pictures, you know, needs to be
Capability, yeah.
capability, okay. Okay. All right, and then on the county clerk's page, which is the next one, I have pretty well left it the same. I did bump the contractual just because of looking at our historical information. It's a little bit low, and I've been making up for it out of the capital outlay. So to track that a little bit more accurately, I would say to bump that to 9,000. The commodities are just about right. We've been able to stay within that. And then one other thing on the contractual is we will have some additional printing expenses for new letterhead and so forth, adding the commissioners, and that'll be changing our letterhead. And that comes out of the clerk's budget generally. Just as a matter of discussion, we will be looking at new computers, 2 new computers, and I have been able to utilize the county clerk's tech fund. That's hard to say. So it shouldn't be a big expense out of this budget. We do have a copier that is getting very old, and so when it dies, we'll need to address that. A lot of the departments are going, like what Gayla's doing, and going to a monthly amount and a monthly contract, and that's probably what would happen, and it would be then out of the contractual line item there. Does anybody have any questions on any of those? On courthouse, last year in the personnel budget, we had put in to change the classification of the maintenance person, and that was never done. I have left that in there. Obviously, that's something that needs to be addressed just whenever you do the pay plan or whatever things you decide to do with wages. The contractual line item, really when I'm looking at our level of spending, that is for utilities, that's for insurance, that's for maintenance contracts on all of our AS400 programs that we utilize, and those amounts they never go down. Plus, you've added county counselor into that, and over the last 2 years, and then also we have a lot of expenses coming up and that will be paid out this year for tax sale. So we're paying an attorney. We'll be paying an attorney for the tax sale, plus the title work, plus the publications, all of those things. And so I believe that the way that it is being budgeted is a little bit too low on that line item. And so I would see that this 415 is a little bit more accurate and as far as what our ongoing expenses are in that line item. And commodities, I left the same, and capital outlay, I left the same on courthouse. Does anyone have questions about that? All right. And I apologize. My writing is really messy on here, but I didn't have time to type this. So, on election, we do have a presidential year coming up. We also have a new requirement that is mandated by state law that we have an election audit. And so I have bumped the personnel slightly because we are going to now have to have an audit board. That is going to be that's a new expense, and that actually will be, I believe, starting this election this year. So.
What's an audit board consist of? I mean, local people, or is that a professional
Yes.
person?
That's different than the canvas board.
Yes, because now we have to do an audit. So before we can do the canvas, I have to have a group come in, and they have, there are specifics in the regulations that are being issued by the Secretary of State's office and how that will be done. But they actually have to do a hand count of certain precincts and certain races to comply with the new state law. And so that will all have to be accomplished between the election and the canvas, in addition to everything else we're already doing. So.
What's the size of that group?
It will have to be at least 3, but maybe as many as 5. I'm not sure yet. It kind of is going to depend on the election and how many ballots they're handling, because the more people that you have, the less time it hopefully would take. And time is going to be kind of a concern to try to get something else in there. So that's just something to be aware of. On the contractual, I left that the same. We are going into a presidential election cycle. If you look at 2016, our contractual was $56,000. 2018 on the even year was close to 58. So that's probably just about right. Commodities, I did increase slightly because of the presidential year. It takes more supplies for a bigger election. And then on the capital outlay, we do have our second payment for our election equipment that's due this year. I didn't make any notes or an amount on the capital outlay line, because generally in this fund, it's just whatever's left over after we pay for everything else. But I do want you to keep in mind that at some point next year or the year after, I would really like to do it in 2020 so that we can be prepared for the presidential election. But you may remember that we added we replaced our outdated ADA compliant electronic machines with what's called an express vote. That's a touchscreen, and we have a lot of people interested in utilizing those. And so I would like to increase the number of those that we have at the polling locations. It moves things along a little bit faster. It reduces the potential for poll worker errors of handing out incorrect ballots. And so that's just something to keep in mind that I will be looking at adding to our fleet a little bit as we can financially.
So that would be nothing to do with the second 42,000 that's paid?
No, that's for paying for the batch that we just got.
Right.
And so once that's paid, then I want to expand.
Yeah.
So it would be purchasing additional equipment of the same type. So. For sure, I've had at Tampa, Peabody, Hillsborough, Marion, and Gossel have all indicated that they need more of those. Burns and Florence, I probably wouldn't do anything with them right now, and then Lincolnville would be questionable.
Did they each have one machine?
Hillsborough and Marion both had 2, and then everyone else had 1. And that is that. Any questions on any of that? Okay.
I wasn't just, I think you answered it, but when I did it's on page 20 of that handout I gave you. It's the election fund down at the bottom. And so I assume in that middle column, that 42,345 will be the 41,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the 35 in 19, that's right above that, will be 0 in the 19 column. Oh, we have
It'll be close to
computers.
0. I'll have
That's some
to.
computers.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think we should.
Okay.
We shouldn't really have much of anything there.
Okay, and then we go over to the 2020 column, 37,663 will be just whatever's left over. Well, we'll put the cash, because right now, see, the cash carryover is -55.
Right. I like that.
Yeah, isn't that great? And so the 41 will go away, or will you build in that 41 line item, voting equipment, you would put the express voters in the 2020 column?
Well, it would go in either capital outlay or
Or that
voting
20,
equipment.
okay.
It'd be interchangeable, because really that would be the only reason I would be utilizing capital outlay.
Okay, so then the last question, is that a mandate?
The equipment, it is a mandate that we have the equipment. The amount is not mandated.
Right.
I have to have one at every location. So I did have to upgrade and purchase. So that mandate would have actually been in 2018 that we
Right.
complied with that.
The way that reads, I think, is anything after 15.
But meaning the initial purchase to
Yeah.
comply with that mandate would have
Yeah.
been in 2018.
Right, so mandates going forward, I think would be another one that would be exempted from the tax lid. So what I could see happening is, I don't know all those mandates, but I've tried to point them out today as we went through just what I would perceive as a mandate.
Now, there is the mandate, of course, there is the mandate now for the audit board.
Yeah.
So that's an
So, yeah, you
expansion
just-
of
so what I
less
think you could
dollars that we're
do-
gonna have to spend that we haven't spent in the past, that
Right.
is mandated.
That's right. So this is something you all need to think about before we come back on Monday and going forward, is, I think I showed you the numbers this morning, and there's probably some that say, let's keep the mill levy the same, or let's reduce it some because of all this assessed value. But what I think you kind of need to know, and I don't know this number, but it would be really interesting to know what those mandates are by dollar. So let's just say that the mandate ends up being 400,000, okay? That would be the top number. Let's just say it's 400,000 across all departments. And if you go back to that front page that we were just talking about, to do the tax lid, you would have another 228,000, it's that number I gave you, to do the whole, the number I gave you on this sheet, right above that 140 million is the 10,134. But the tax lid would be another 228,000, and that would get you to what's allowed. But what would really be interesting to know, so you just know for going forward purposes, is developing a tracking system that would say, just an Excel spreadsheet every year of what those unfunded mandates would be in this budget. And you don't have to use them, but I think it would be worth it, because then you know the amount of opportunity going forward in case some things got tough and the tax lid stays on for a while. We could start, looking at those columns and saying, okay, in 2021, it's gonna be 500,000, and we're gonna use up, in this case here, even if you go with the tax lid, you're gonna be able to pick up an additional 228,000, okay? And then the exemptions add on to that. You don't have to start adding exemptions until you get to the 228. And so, I don't know, it's something, I think, to know. It's not that you have to use it, but I think I'm gonna try to start doing that on the 2 counties, is looking at that. And we'll probably miss some. You heard all the different ones today,
Yeah, some of that's buried in there. It
And
really
then
is,
you've got,
when you really think about it.
it's almost like you have to do cost accounting.
Yeah.
Because then you have to split out the overhead, like the overhead cost, the personnel cost, you know, that whole thing of personnel. Because you've got like the audit board, you've got what he's talking about where you do the redaction software. Well, the redaction software is just a cost for the software. But if you got somebody sitting there, watching every one of those videos, I mean, that, before long, it's a liability, so you gotta do it. So there's another, I mean, mandate they're not gonna pay for. I don't know, that's just something that I've just kind of learned after talk. I've just been trying to get the state to move on this, but they won't, you know, Roger, I mean, he's only one person, but the legislature, if they're gonna require this, they need to define it. And they're not defining it, so why don't we just start, so we know what that number is. I don't know if we're gonna have to use it this year, but at some point, you know, if this stays on for a while, you may have to.
A couple other things to think about in the budget process. I did give you all a copy of the letter from the fire districts. It's whether you're gonna fund any of the radio project costs on their behalf this year. And then the active 911 subscriptions, the county has been paying for those for all the districts. And we've just been paying it out of sales tax. We need to find it, if we're gonna keep paying for that and not having them pay for it, it probably should have a home in the budget.
The what now?
The active 911.
Oh.
We're paying those subscription costs for your departments, for the outside fire departments. We did it for this year anyway, and I don't know, that was something I was expecting to see in Rob's budget because he had talked about putting it in there, and I don't think he talked about that. And then Diane had asked about a transportation program, and that's something for you all to discuss if that's something that you want to fund, because I think that the best place to start, if you're going to start that kind of a program, is to say, well, here's the level at which we want to fund it, and then we can apply for a grant to cover a portion of that, and then, you know, work within those parameters, if that's something the board as a whole wants to do. I know that's been discussed, and it's, so you need to be thinking about that if that's something you're wanting to look out for 2020, and for us to apply for a grant this fall, we would need to have a budget of what you want that to look like.
And can I add one other thing? It just so happens I had a meeting this week with the 8th Judicial, and they're in need of a little bit more money. That is because the jail, when we built the jail, we forgot to allow space for juvenile intake and assessment.
We didn't forget.
Okay.
We didn't forget,
Well,
we
we
just
said-
couldn't at that time.
You what?
We couldn't at that time.
Oh, okay.
You could not put them in that facility over there, even close.
Oh, okay, well, when we had the meeting, that's the way it was presented, that we forgot to
Yeah.
put one in there.
No.
But anyway, they did find a place, and that is the police department gave them the spot to where the fire department was, that little tiny room right there. Yeah, at the fire department, right next to where the bays are.
Yeah.
But it does need a lot of renovation, especially if you have toddlers and things like that in there, until foster care placements are found. And so, for the most part, it can be funded through the 8th Judicial budget. Mr. Powers was there, I was there, and our director of our 8th Judicial Board was there, and we looked at it. We don't have an estimate yet, but we're assuming, just based on what we saw, that she'll fund most of it. Air conditioning needs work, I mean, the whole thing is just dirty building, but anyway, at maybe 5,000 or so is what we're just throwing out, but she is in the process of getting estimates, so we'll have a better clue on it within a couple days.
What exactly is that gonna do, Diana?
Well, when police go in and go into a home and they have to remove the parents for whatever reason, and they've got
We have
kids,
to move the kids.
they have to take the kids out, and of course, they stay in custody until they find a placement for it, and then they
Okay, so-
receive foster care placement.
So the way we do it now is we take them, the officers just head right straight to Junction City or Lee.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with juvenile detention, you can't detain them, you can't.
Where do they go now then?
Well, see, I don't really know where they go with them right now, but I know.
But anyway, back years ago, we used to have to stay with them. We had to take
Yeah.
them directly to intake.
Well, I think that's what we do right now, I think, but
And
I'm
so-
not sure.
And, you know, that was because we couldn't, if we sat around with them over so long, we was in violation of stuff. And, you know, this has got to be just a stopping point. And then if the officer still has to be there, or a person that's capable, is that what you're looking at too?
Well, I don't think they're looking at personnel.
Okay.
As far as I know, just the
Okay.
building right now. And if there would be involvement in personnel, they would take care of that, I think. Well, I'm sure they would. But it's just the building, getting the building up to where it's safe for young kids,
So
for a short period of time.
Make sure I understand what you're saying, and that 5,000 or where that number is, the county doesn't have to come up with that, it's the judicial that has to come up with that?
Well, now, we had discussed that, they're asking that the county do it, but
County do
Judge
it,
Powers
okay.
did say that in the event that that's not possible, he would probably include it in his budget.
Is the district court gonna present that in their budget request?
Well, it depends if the county says no, I would assume.
Well, I would
probably
imagine
discuss
that,
it. We'll
but,
discuss it.
yeah, I think that they'll probably bring it up when they do their presentation next week, wouldn't you think?
Well, yeah, but they had asked me to bring it to your attention that it's coming
Sure.
down the road. And so I said I would, because we were going to do a budget today.
I just remember all the times I had to do that.
Mhm.
And it's, at that time, I didn't want to break the law any time. You gotta have somebody with the kids and
Yep.
stuff like that.
Yeah, and today the laws are
Oh, yeah.
really tough, very tough. So, even the requirements for the building, what all you have to have and provide in that building is,
Okay, one other question before I go. So Monday I show up, what time? Your agenda out?
We have, just it's not an all day, but we could potentially work in the afternoon again if we need to.
Okay.
We just carved out a chunk, like 10:15 to 11:30, and then 11:30, that's
It's
when
when
judicial
Judicial
comes.
comes in, okay. So we'd have to be here 10-ish? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then some of these other, like Kansas Legal Services will be here for theirs, and Prairie View, and and then also the county attorney is gonna have to schedule one that day now because he didn't come today. So.
That's next Monday?
Yes. Now, we just have a short time period with you, but we could potentially, I don't know how everyone's availability is if we went into the afternoon on Monday.
Okay. Then the question to be ready for that meeting at 10, you might give me some ideas here. You're wanting the mill, I'm just throwing these out, like, you'd like to see it where the mill levy is the same. The mill levy is, the way I've got it right now, is it's the same tax dollars. Okay, and what that means is the mill levy drops because of the assessed value, 3.8 million assessed values. That's the way that budget you have right now, and I haven't, there may be some things that have to change in the middle column. But the way it's funded right now is it's funded with the same tax dollars. So then, if you want anything outside of the same mill levy or the same tax dollars, you might kind of, big stuff, you might let me know if you think of anything. But the other thing I'll do is, like, Tina's already done it, and I haven't looked at those worksheets yet, but for the cash carryovers, because that's a big thing. What I try to do is when we're under the tax lid, based on prior experience in the 90s, is you have to start monitoring that a lot closer in the third and fourth year, because if the funding doesn't change, you can see that, if we don't change it, then you have to say how much impact is that having on cash carryover, okay?
And that's important, because that general fund figure, we wanted to keep that at 6 months.
That's right.
Were the expenses.
That's right.
And so, we need to look at that closely, whether we can do that.
Right. And then the other,
Lowering the bill.
it's just always that way, and it always comes down to this, but the general fund and the road and bridge fund, all the other funds kind of take care of themselves. I mean, there's some things that we'll probably have to look at. That road and bridge fund, just that one line item, for example, of gravel. There's at least 2 mills that's used up already, and we're talking maybe another 2 mills to 3 mills by the time you get to October. That wasn't anticipated. So where are we gonna get those 5 mills potentially, that's gonna be needed to take care of those gravel? Now, some might be reimbursed by FEMA, but that won't be till probably next May or June. I mean, probably the soonest.
Like I said, we can't, with this number of counties that are involved in this, we don't have any guarantee of it.
Yeah, we have the 186, 189, whatever that number is, that we'll end up transferring from general over to that risk management. I mean, that would be available. But those are always the big things, you know, and then looking at that chip and seal sheet that Bryce gave you this morning. And is there any overlay projects, you know, like the questions of when you do a road, that work, I mean, they're doing that right now on a road over in McPherson County, and it is a pain, but what they're doing, they're literally going out and cutting those big old holes out and refilling them before they actually, you know, overlay it. Well, that's incredibly, you know, personnel, material, but if you want the road to last, and I'm not an engineer, but I just been watching them, because I have to try to learn as much as I can, you know, because that's a big cost. But if you want the road to last more than, so I don't know, just things like that are the big things. I need to know to help you, Tina, and you prepare the budget so that we hopefully are on the right track. Is there anything else that you wanted me to check before Monday? I mean, that you can think of. Those mandates, what I might do, I might just take a shot in the dark on what I heard today and just start a column for the 2020 year, maybe 2019, just to kind of understand it, but really the 2020 year, and just start adding, you know, by department. I would break it by department, and there would just be a column, and there'll be others, and as you go through the year, that would be very helpful as different department heads make presentations on different things they're doing. I could give that sheet to Tina, and then she just kind of, somebody in her office just kind of tracks
Because
it.
that unfunded mandate's gonna evolve, because
Yeah,
some of
it is.
those dollar figures are embedded.
That's right.
They're all embedded.
That's right.
It's not like they're sticking out looking at you.
That's right, that's right. But as you keep your ears open, they perk up, you know, or a red flag comes up and says, oh, that's a man, that's
And
an unfunded
I
mandate.
think that number in the end's gonna shock you.
It really will, yeah. Okay, anything else for me or Jamie? Anything better?
Thank you.
Are you good? Are you lots of fun?
Oh, goodness. She's gonna go tonight, and then Wednesday we go to Stage County. By the time she gets home, Stage County, Wednesday night. Yeah.
But you're mandated to be at work at the same time.
She's got Thursday and Friday off, so she can.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
As always, thank you
Yeah.
for putting it in layman's terms.
What'd you say?
Jamie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the first letter, right, Randy?
Hey, close enough. I
Close
have
enough.
sisters, I get called different names all the time, so.
Hey, you.
When you can't remember it, just
Thank you.
see y'all.
See ya. See you next week.
Okay, that was the last item on the agenda, so.
I do have a question before you adjourn. Are you all available to work in the afternoon next Monday on the budget?
I'm in
We'll discuss
Indiana
here.
over the weekend, and I don't know when I'm coming home, to tell you the truth. I hope to be here, so.
I can make a Monday.
Okay, let me just come if he's. Hey,
Yeah, I'm off
Scott,
Monday, so I'm hoping to get back.
are you available to do the afternoon on Monday, next Monday? Like, okay, I may just go ahead and put a session at 1 o'clock, just so. Okay. All right, and I'm just gonna put that on the agenda right now because I really believe you're gonna need that time.
Okay. Okay, so that was the last agenda item. Any citizen concerns?
No citizens.
Yeah, and usually you don't do that on a special meeting anyways.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Citizens were here for about 5 minutes.